Welcome everyone to VCT Ascension, CN, powered by Project Horizon Community Broadcast. I'm Rigor, this is Obby, and we're going to bring you the playoff bracket for VCT Ascension, the upper semi-finals for this, and a couple of really good games today. We have ODG versus Rare Atom. Pretty big matchup. We actually spoke about it in the pre-game or pre-broadcast, and a couple of things we're looking forward to today. How are you feeling, Obby, before we get into this?
I'm feeling really good. I got to watch a few of those group stage matches where we got to our top 4 teams, right? Rare Atom, Octagonal Disposition in Gaming, Dragon Ranger Gaming, obviously the one of the favorites, and any questions in gaming, which I'm sure we'll have many questions when we get to that second best of 3 of the day. And we're actually gonna be on both best of 3, so super excited to tough things out in what is going to be, like we said, the upper semi-finals, where it's gonna be your number 1 seeds versus your number 2 seeds to kick things off. So there's kind of defined favorites here, like in terms of who is favored, right? In this first matchup, it's Rare Atom coming in as the top seed. But once you dig into like the weeds and into the teams, you'll notice that like they may be closer than meets the eye, right, Rigor?
Yeah, we spoke about it, and these teams have history. They've actually played a bunch of series against each other and actually seen each other in different capacities and different strengths, roster changes, different map pools, different metas developing as well. So I think the big thing, this is the last time you're going to see this current iteration of a lot of these teams on this current patch, because there's a big meta change happening in Valorant soon. So we're going to see a lot of all on the table, get all the tricks that you have, throw them out, because do you either send this year going into next year, which has a completely different Ascension pro or structure, and if you don't, then also now you have a completely different way of getting through it, through the new metas and stuff. But the big things I want to bring up is the previous history for these teams. I think it was a Rare Atom win. The last time they played against each other, yeah, Rare Atom won in a 2-1 series, in a fairly similar map pool as well. So going to Lotus Haven, Rare Atom brought it 13-10, I think, and then 16-4 OT. So it's going to be exciting. I think we're going to see a lot of really exciting developments, especially from these double duel teams. It's always the more entertaining matchups to see who's showing up on the day, who's shooting, who's making use of that sort of neutral control and stuff. So yes, we have a couple of stats. I think the big things I want to be addressing is like first bloods, especially against double duel, is going to be massive.
Absolutely. And I think a big thing that I was looking at, particularly as we jump into the rosters a little bit between these two teams, is you mentioned the kind of prevalence of a double duelist, possibly. And for the side of ODG specifically, that would be Z and Satoshi, actually, on certain maps. They like to run the Neon Yoru. You will see him flex over to the Viper at times, but when I was looking back through the VOD, something that really stood out for him in particular is just his opping ability is absurd no matter what half he is on. Even the attack op goes crazy in terms of the first bloods, and this is another player that super stood out to me because he has been passed around to like almost every single VCT China organization. So he's a stable, flexible player that can fit into any kind of network, any sort of system, and I think that really comes to light when you're, again, in these environments where it is kind of high pressure year to year. You're trying to make the franchising league, and so I think I'm finding a home here is really nice with this squad.
And I think the big thing, especially from these two rosters, I think we have a bunch of veteran rosters. I think the side of ODG has been around the block, to speak. They have a lot of people who've experienced the highs and lows and the rigors of actually playing at a high enough level, and now they're being given this opportunity to show off. So definitely seeing how these teams can actually bring a lot of that experience and a lot of that composure onto server. But prediction time. Let's start more talking about the nitty gritty. Let's talk about the game. So we spoke about map pool. We spoke about a couple of big things. The 2 big giants, Corrode, and I think it was Abyss. Yeah, so Corrode and Abyss are banned out instantly. Historically, these teams aren't big fans of it. However, they do love their Lotus, they do love their Bind, they do love their Haven. What do you think of it? Do you think that's going to be our BO3?
I think we're gonna get a Lotus, since right now it's undeniably both of these teams' best maps, both currently undefeated, 2 wins on it throughout the group stage. I think Haven will be kind of a weak point for Rare Atom to pick into against ODG. They ended up losing it, but let's go ahead and start hyping up these teams. I think we talked about ODG a lot, but Rare Atom coming in as that first seed out of Group B, right? You have Midnight, Satoshi, Z, Nono, and Guren, and I think for this squad, it's so interesting, right? Second place in Ascension last year, Midnight the only returning player because the rest of them went on to bigger and better things, right? You talk about players like No Man who are currently watch partying this, so I don't know if they're watch partying the Project Horizon, but they're watch partying the games and rooting on their team, rooting on their prior teammates, and so I think him still being that IGL here shows like the faith the organization has in him to especially build this entire squad around them. So super excited to see how that goes. But ODG on the other side, no team to scoff at by any means.
Yeah, I think you have to do a lot of work to even get to the Ascension stage. And even coming in, I think you said second seed. The side of ODG came in second seed.
Yes.
That's contested. That's highly contested. That's a team that knows how success is formed. They know how to win. They've been through their fair share of winning and losing. So finally get an opportunity on the big stage. I think Valorant's a game specifically where it's not who you were coming up to it, it's who you are on the day. So we're going to see can Rare Atom take that first spot form and bring it to today's server, or is ODG looking for an upset, usurp and probably take that crown from what is, some might say, at least statistically, the favorites in Rare Atom?
Oh, absolutely. And like you mentioned, ODG has grit. Every single series in the group stage going 3 maps, many OTs, many double-digit affairs here. So I don't think it's going to be any difference against Rare Atom. Just like you mentioned from the Chinese nationals, it went the distance even up against Rare Atom. A very similar squad, but that also lets us step into the differences between the two squads. For example, for the side of ODG, they have Xiao Yu stepping in over Defo, who played at the time. And I think this is an insane upgrade because Xiao Yu was insanely rated. I think they were 6th in ACS across the board. And again, with that being amidst multiple series losses, you having to play that decider, super impressive. But we are getting the map picks and bans here. We get the Abyss ban, we get that Corrode ban, but I am interested in the Rare Atom Sunset pick because we have not seen, that is the only map aside from the Insta-ban that ODG has not touched. They have played 5 maps across the group stage. They figured out what worked for them, they figured out what didn't. So the fact that Rare Atom is picking into either one that they don't have reps in or one that they don't know anything about them with feels like a high risk, high reward sort of situation. I
think at least when I look at the map pool, the current map pool, with Ascent going out and Sunset being such a big staple for a lot of teams, you're seeing that Ascent is, or Sunset's rather becoming the VCT version of Ascent, you know? It's the standard, it's your Gravian, like, your potato and gravy, rather, that's the phrase. Where a lot of teams are just picking it. It's the most comfortable map for a lot of people, it's the most standard kind of map, and ODG has skirted away from it for a pretty long time, so they might get exposed here, not necessarily having the tournament reps. But with that being said, Sunset is, the play patterns are very familiar. Everything makes logical sense somewhat for a lot of teams playing it. I think in terms of comps, I think we're going to be seeing the standard stuff. We're seeing a lot less breach coming in as the adjustments have happened, and a lot more KO, specifically in the CN region. We're seeing a lot of that KO. They do love playing double duel in that lockdown and the suppress with the KO. So we're going to see how they manage to navigate the rigmaroles of Los Angeles, and see if we can actually get the series started on a high for ODG coming from that second seed and potentially coming to it with a lot more confidence if you're Rare Atom.
Absolutely. I think, again, this is going to be a big question mark map for both of these teams have not played at the entire tournament thus far. I think I agree with you. Neither team really have a defined breach player. I think we might see a Satoshi Chamber, in my opinion. They play that over on Corrode. And if we are going to see a KO, it would probably be in YH's hands for the side of ODG. But outside of that, again, we're just kind of waiting to see what the first look is going to be for these refined compositions, these refined teams coming into Ascension for that map. I was correct picking into Lotus, though, for the side of ODG, and to me, that's just gonna have to be anti-strat central. Again, there's a lot of material for both of these teams, front and center, in this this tournament, but we do have our agent compositions coming out here, and I was curious. I did say there was the opportunity for a double duelist out of the side of Rare Atom, and they are delivering. What do you think of the Neon Yoru?
Neon, I think Yoru's in arguably one of the best spots he's ever been meta-wise in terms of strength-wise, and on top of the fact that there's so much tape on Yoru, that their level of Yoru, in comparison to where Jet was in the early metas of Valorant and the early years of Valorant, the development from Yoru in the last 6 months in terms of things that our players are doing and how they're actually executing on a high level is really, really potent. And you're seeing a lot of these primary duelists flex into that more flash initiator role in terms of game sense and awareness. So you'll see a lot more mid-range, a lot more like neutral space contests being done with this Yoru. But 5 seconds, and we're diving into it. How can this double duelist navigate this double controller and Viper and Omen?
Well, only time will tell. Kicking things off here. Always making sure there's no mid-challenge early on, but it's kind of just Rare Atom patient here, waiting for a sort of pop-aggressive play like this paranoia over towards A main to force the gate crash away. But in the meantime, they were working this B main space. Maybe even going to be ending up as a fake because the Sova's rotating back over to this Yor, maybe trying to re-clear that A main space where ODG did invest that util, but they had no dice for ODG. They rotated off A, but now they're going back, right?
Yeah, I think they're fishing for the Cypher trips. You saw the Neon jumping out front B to try and hit one of the trips and actually contact it, but finding no Cypher trips there. I think they're building the picture slowly as they recognize that Cypher's on that A side, but I think they're unaware that they're potentially walking into the stack as the entirety of ODG is waiting, sort of licking their jowls as Nono is going to find one.
Ooh.
Opens the first blood of the series, and the side hit is stalled. No developments really, but it's mounting. It's a lot of mounting pressure here as the hit's going to come in any moment. As Midnight's going to find the first one, looking for Nolan, hopping, and Aaron finds one, so does Satoshi. Trades are going to be landing all over the place, and Winner's the last man alive, and not for long as Midnight closes out the round.
Absolutely. I think there was just a big issue on the side of ODG, not really knowing how many players were stacked there into elbows when the eventual pop did come through. They kind of got overwhelmed just a spell. And I think that's something Rare Atom is really, really good at, is just kind of playing reactively, right? You'll see that particularly when they see a stack, they'll navigate away from it, or here they, again, just waited for these refights to come through and were really, really effective in dealing with it. You know, the Cypher Lurk just the cherry on top, but all in all will lead to the effective buy up here. Many Bulldogs here. We'll see if they can bark with this really hefty A fight out of ODG as well.
Yeah, very explosive from Satoshi. Relay bolt lands, but doesn't find the kills. Waisheng doesn't find one. Zoo's going to trade it out almost immediately, and the stun and the shots are a bit whiffy there, but Garon falls. Very premium weaponry now falls, and it's now reclaimed, and the spams are going to come through. Midnight and Nono are going to trade this out, try and settle things a bit, as Winner's going to find the first kill, Classic in hand, and the shots ring out. Midnight's going to find a kill onto Winner, but Aaron not wanting to be deterred, trying to get the trade, but Z finds it and closes it out. That entire fight took place in A main exclusively. No side entries at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happens when you have that kind of tip of the spear Neon like Satoshi that can just dash right in with that Bulldog, able to kind of splinter those players because they were so kind of focused on that elbow fight out of A main, so they just kind of got ahead of it and were able to fight it from within the site, right? And just navigating around that main smoke as well as beautifully as Nono and Midnight were able to do. Again, mentioning reactive, kind of just punishing what ODG is planning. So now coming into things here, weapons in hand for ODG, a chance to actually put themselves on the board. And once again, it is going to be Zhao Yu just trying to look for that opening contact over towards A main. Again, it's just he's just kind of like testing the water, right? Trying to see what they're able to accomplish over towards A, try to flush out utility before rejoining the team, and maybe falling through on this eventual B split.
And you're seeing a lot of this mid development from the side of Rare Atom. This is, I think, characteristically, you don't really want to go mid because there's a lot of people that congregate, and it's a very major choke point. So you're seeing this firsthand as Win and Zai. You're going to find 2 kills almost immediately. She's going to trade out 1 kill cross map, but you can see how that mid hits completely implodes, and you're understanding why mid is very heavily contested. But B side is where the fight is being wanted. Nono currently on site, his team off site trying to provide some kind of aid, but caught between a rock and a hard place. Z's going to try and wedge him out of there. 127 hours is not the forward posture. As things settle, things stabilize quite a bit as the Omen TP comes in, and things stabilize a bit more.
Okay. Little re-clear here off the paranoia for back sight. Dark cover out to try and get somebody onto this spike, but it's difficult. This is your typical just B main spray and pray, but they are running out of time. We can see the stick coming through and all the way and accomplished. There it is from Zichuan, and of course the cherry on top, the final kill over towards main. High fives all around. It was a bit of a nail biter for the full buy up against the bonus, but a round is a round to get the ball rolling, to keep things close up against Rare Adam for the time being.
And it's a really effective gun round for the side of ODG. You don't want to fall too far behind, especially on a map where or in a series that's so tightly contested between these two teams. So for them to be winning this rifle round is portends a really close game, I think. A couple of things that they're doing really well is congregating towards that mid area to shut down those mid hits, and playing for that B post bonds has really been effective for them.
Okay. Once again, it's just full steam ahead towards this A site. They're just really leaning into Satoshi and his ability to get these first bloods, to get these openers, but he's never alone either. No able to get a nice follow-up there from Elbow while you're trying to fight back and while you're trying to support your teammates, like we saw out of back site there. And they're not done just yet. The Paranoia saved, invested late from No just to try and push the agenda a little bit further, but big question marks popping up. Where are these remaining players? They are on the flank with the worst weaponry. Double sheriffs. We'll see if they can overwhelm Midnight. But this is crisp. This is clean. Just anchoring the flank like a good sentinel supposed to do. And there was one of those here rifles in hand. Zichuan just trying to go for the save now at this point, knowing this round is unsalvageable.
Massive kills. I think massive kills. This is the first force of the half as well. First force of the series. And it just falls apart. I think they're over-indexing into that flank and how the veracity of it and potentially the effectiveness, and they're not quite getting the outcome that they want there. Is they're just isolating themselves into 1v1 fights. They're just trickling into someone who's constantly ready for it. But a good look from the side of Rare Atom, actually finding a way to get through and navigate that weirdness that is that A site.
Ooh. There it is again. The final moments here. Just a very, very well-rounded squad. And I think that's something that you'll see with this team is so prevalent. Is each will do their job, each will step up. It's not like there's one player just kind of fronting, lifting up the entire team. But ODG don't look like they're running out of steam or running out of the tenacity to fight forward and challenge Rare Adam in this A main space once again. Haven't really seen much diversification in terms of these attempts, but it gets the job done, right? It always flushes away these players. This time it's not necessarily G, but it's the Neon, and now it's just the regroup. It's going to be 5-man deathball now into the B site, and you can just see the respect Aaron is going to show their way. We might get our first 5-on-5 retake with full weaponry here.
Yeah, 5-on-5 retake here is G and Satoshi challenging backside B. This is a very scary situation, but with no flashes, I think they feel very comfortable here. It's going to be up on Waishin to see if they can break this up, but it's difficult. It's really tricky. You can see everyone sizing up their opportunities. Paranoia's going to come through, tries to break it, shots go awry, and G is going to find the first one. Winner trades it onto Midnight, our protagonist for the last couple of rounds. Spams are coming to go through, and Zhao's going to find one. She's going to find 3 kills on the round. No. Adds another one to the tally, and it's Zhao all by his lonesome. See if he can find anything. Looking for a kill onto Garon. Shots go awry, and Garon's shots land, shots strike true, and another round on the board.
There we go. Really, really nicely done there. Again, we got into that 5v5, which I was asking for, but this is something else from Rare Adam that you'll notice is they don't have to fight forward unless they absolutely have to, right? The Crossfire gets the opening kill. Once one half is taken out, that's where she's able to step up and showcase that star level potential that the pre-show was highlighting. So Rare Adam starting to pull ahead on their map pick here, getting into dangerous territory for this half of the side. Octangle, this position, I mean, Sheriff's a judge. Again, this is where you have to lean into, yep, hero ultimates like this out of Zhao Yu. Overdrive fighting this time down mid into A.
Down.
And unfortunately, they have been sat down, but they did open up all the space for the rest of their team, right? It wasn't just the Neon. You're gonna have Aaron trying to follow up, getting that information. And as a result, the two players were able to take a main space as well, so they know now they have flushed out this entire side of the map. The question is, what do they do with this?
There's not much you can do because there's no real B-side pressure or any spawn control. But eyes on Aaron here. Aaron's potentially developing something very, very prevalent here. As all that needs to do for the shots need to land true, and shots are gonna go awry. No-No's gonna say no, they completely deny that build-up and play here, and that A main control didn't quite translate to more global map control, as it's currently a 3v2 post-bond, or B retake.
Alright. Again, nearly impossible task, right? I think the best situation you could have would be maybe to recover the no rifle, but in the meantime, right, Winner was taken down. As a result, it will all be on the IGL. And yeah, I mean, but the trip's there. Weapon still not collected, so it's just a triple swing and signed deal for Rare Atom.
The side of ODG is trying to get very proactive. I think that's the big thing that they're trying to go for. I think that's their game plan. You're seeing a lot of it with their jump spotting in A main as well, and now going through mid. But the side of Rare Atom is doing a really good job of just letting the fights come to them. Even with the Neon Overdrive in action, they didn't flinch. They didn't like shy away from the actual A main fight. They just calm, cool, collected, finds that first kill onto that A main area. Overdrive is down, and now it's just sheriffs, and they just close up the round. So very good timeout, I think, from ODG. It's being proactive is not working, being passive is not working. So what do you do? How do you fix this situation?
I think we've only seen kind of the, you call it passive approach once, and that was in that 5v5 retake where you have a multi-kill from G that was really clean. So I think I want to see them try that a little bit more, maybe some better util combos there on like a B retake or an A retake, because again they're getting close on the A fight. We haven't seen them play detached on the A side, so that's maybe a solution as well for if Rare Atom decides to lean back towards A. But again, I don't discredit them for those proactive fights either. I mean, the A main fight, yeah, you can pull them with a Neon, with an Omen. That's really clean, but then you don't have that util anymore for the late round. So, again, trade-offs to maybe debate, to discuss during this timeout here as well. Because, yeah, this is a composition that you don't have a breach. You don't have a scary of utility, right? Like the opposition does with the addition of the Yor, with the addition of more flashes here. And that honestly is what does come with a double controller, right? So again, maybe this will be their weaker half, and when they get over to the attack, it could have a really strong showing. They've come back from really bad deficits. I think there was one game where it was like 8-1 and they ended 8-4 and come back to double digits. So we'll see if that's the case here, but for the time being, this is a big change of the timeout. The operator finally on the line for Xiao Yu, but will it matter when Dimensional Drift has cleared out all of this B space and it's behind you?
Yeah, she finds a crazy cadence on that, actually. Straight from B main into CT spawn, and then flushes out and the gate crash and actually gets one at the shorty. Completely subverting the efficacy that op would have, just from shutting down and making that B hit very impressive. As Hunter's Fury is going to go in proactively just to get them out of, to completely take away their retake space. And now they have to start their retake from spawn, clear out all the space that they just had. They're making a pretty good attempt at it. Sova Drones clears a lot of the space. Potentially the only person who's going to spot this advanced, or who's going to spot this early enough to sign the warning, is Barona's going to come through. Midnight's going to find the first one. It's always stalwart in the shots, always stalwart in the defense. Potentially looking for another one. Yeah, I think ODG is a bit spooked, especially with that anting into the op here. You kind of need to be a bit more risk averse to see if you can find future successes. So, gotta cut their losses, try and reset for the next round. But a thing to note is No had some crazy pathing through tiles. I don't know if you saw at the beginning of the round. He runs through tiles, throws his top mid smoke, and then TPs into the top mid smoke to completely circumvent what the op would be doing. And if there is someone in top mid and the Yori gate crash, they can actually pinch them in Boba or B connector or CT connector. So very good. Like you're seeing a lot of the veterancy, and you're seeing that winner mentality from this Rare Atom side and the prep work they've put in to get you.
Yeah, but for ODG, to think about like what happened there on the B retake as well, they say the paranoia, which I really did like. It just felt like the Hunter Spear that they had was too early, right? And it's kind of difficult as well. We don't have that knee on the tip of the spear anymore because they're on the off to dive off of it. But all in all, speaking of diving, Satoshi alone this time, overwhelmed. Really good fragmenting snake bite there out of Winner to make Adam a loser in the first blood department. But this is the op you wanted to see, Rigger, and unfortunately, in close proximity, doesn't find the impact it was hoping to achieve.
Yeah, just over-indexed into that shot, didn't quite land. I think it's a completely different story if the first kill lands. You don't get double swung there, but stall. This is a very tricky spot to work your way out of. Who died? Was it a smoke? No, there's just no smoke online now. But they're going to have to brawl their way out of here. This is a very good attempt. It's a start. Finding the first one, and now they've relieved a lot of pressure, and I can shift onto that A side. Or potentially go B. They have options, basically.
Yeah, I mean, one way to view it, to me, this is the first time I think that ODG has kind of put them on the off foot, right? Where they have to make this hefty mid-round decision. I feel like in prior rounds, they've had the information. It's been evident, like, which way they should lean. And right now, leaning once again towards the Cypher's Den. Aaron, usually an impressive anchor, has yet to have that shining moment. 1 and 7 right now. This could be it. As saw YH rotate away. All this pressure mounting one way. Recon, it doesn't matter. He's still challenging with his Guardian in hand, and the drone might force that ounce of respect.
He's still relevant though. Still very, very relevant. All util up, and his presence alive is oftentimes enough to be a turning factor. Finds the first kill here onto Midnight. RA's star shining bright is currently sunset. How can they navigate this? Yo, Neural Theft is gonna go out here. Gonna spot both of them. How do they navigate this? Finds the first one. Gurn's gonna find the first. Finds 2 kills, 3, and the spray down is excellent, impeccable, and finds 3. Another round on the board for RA, and that X Factor. That X Factor from being first seed is showing up big time here.
Oh, and a little smirk, a little celebration. And this is a team, you'll see like them all standing after big swing rounds, especially when they're in games where they're trailing when they're down. And I think that's huge for the mental. And even quiet players like Guden, even have zones like that, where you're down numbers, you have no utility left in the bank, right? I didn't see flashes, I didn't see shocks, even the recon wasn't back up yet. And he just slices the pie one after another. A major fumble for a round that should have been octagonal dispositions way back in. So now, trailing even further, another eco round for ODG. Things are getting more dire by the minute. And once again, Rare Adam just calm, cool, collected, waiting to receive this team with open arms. And even Midnight, trying to drive the nail home that they are broke by pulling out the Outlaw, could get punished by the double scale up.
Yep, gets punished summarily by Aaron, and that's an upgrade in the Outlaw. I think it more effectively... The Outlaw is more effective on defense here. And they could get a lot of stuff going on here with this Outlaw, because the side of a Rare Atom doesn't really throw a lot of util at a lot of the problems. They don't have enough to throw at the problems. So this Outlaw can play for a lot of contact plays. This Winner's going to find the first one. Big lurk up, and the Viper strikes. Finds the first, and No sits down the Outlaw. There's a new Sheriff in town, looking for any damage that he can get into this B-side area. And it's going to be a B-side plant. 3v3 post-plant though. And with the way that the ODG is shooting currently, it's feasible. It's very, very feasible. Here's an upgrade on Wyshan as well.
Yeah, and the Stinger that was carried or bought into here could do some damage on a player like Nona that's already low, especially because the Paranoia will connect onto both. The pre-fire not connecting, but the relay bolt follow-up from the teammate support should have got the job done, but it's only a few trades, and once again it's Guden having to deliver heroics, and Phantom both now in a standoff, and just the better HP gets the job done. Rare Adam once again has sealed the deal, shut down the eco attempt, but ODG, that was really, really clean, but I think they just got out kind of called there in the mid round, right? You see the 2 players suddenly that were fighting B main. In market, you handle both of them. You know that B side is pretty much deserted at that rate, so again, really good scale up there, and I like again this moment here between Nono and between just like to able to get that Boba space back, but still just not enough.
Yeah, I think Gurren's very steady. Gurren's been exceptionally steady the last couple of rounds.
Rare Adam timeout.
Yeah, it's a Rare Adam timeout. I think they were just shook. I think they were just shook. They don't want to really, especially because you're on the precipice of any 13-1. I think the coach is stepping in, making the early intervention, saying, hey, we're winning these rounds, but the last 2 rounds we've won exclusively off of Gurren getting 5 kills in 2. So we need to figure out how can we stabilize this a bit better. How can we make these rounds slightly more consistent? Because right now, Gurren is standing up, Midnight is standing up, but they can't do that permanently. Evidently, it's a 5v5 game, and if one person slips and they don't shoot as much, or they don't shoot as effectively, this round could very quickly get away from them, and further, this game can very quickly get away from them as well.
Honestly, I think that timeout's a huge favor to ODG, if anything, right? As a map they don't have a lot of reps on. Again, the only one they didn't get to play during the group stage, and it can be hard to place all that weight right onto YH to have really, really good calling here when things are going wrong. I mean, you need to make that big change. So having that, ability to talk with the coach, talk with the assistant coach to get this late half switch up through could be everything. And part of that is getting this operator position instead away from mid over towards one of these mains, because that's where this team has consistently been pressuring on the side of Rare Adam. But unfortunately, again, proactivity, in-depth utility here not only prevents him from getting an operator kill, but has allowed Satoshi ideally to slip to the net, but here's Aaron, here's Winner. They're starting to piece apart these solo players on Rare Atom's side.
Yeah, I think a lot of the defensive side is becoming a lot more relevant as G's gonna completely remove the operator from this game. A very big investment. Brought down to 0 for that one as well. Eyes on Aaron here. Aaron is becoming a lot more relevant the last couple of rounds, and can this site hold prove his relevance a bit more? Is Washington gonna go for it? Drones through. Aaron prepped for the swing, but the high-low is looking scary. It's looking very scary. Can they how do they navigate this? They don't really have the recon util. They're just gonna have to dry face this. Recon bot's gonna land. Drops. She's gonna find the first one. Spray down doesn't quite land. Aaron's gonna find 2 kills instantaneously. 3 kills for Aaron. No, in a 1v2. Spams through. Aaron's 1 HP. The shots are close, but they don't land. The shots are still going. Not ringing true. Oh no! A random and Aaron's shot finds Smok. She can gonna find a smoke to sit in.
It's halved.
The spike is halved. Gonna stick it. And no doesn't quite close out the round, but an Aaron bullet bought him enough time, and it was very feasible. About half a second on either side.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, we got to see a little bit more of that grouping that I wanted to see there, particularly between the market players and the backside players. Our double controllers, particularly between the Viper and the Omen, were able to clear up backside together. So then we got to have, right, Zishuan in the position to send that Paranoia to split up that kind of high-low that you mentioned, but those opening kills were insane to just set up the plan. But it was this moment from Aaron. Again, you saw the Paranoia come through, and while he was low, he gets to half so that then Shiyuan can finish off the round. And now kind of give that hope of an A4 that I mentioned. ODG, that's comfortable comeback territory for them. When they're on the attack, they can call the tempo, they can call a little bit more to their own speed. Because Rare Atom, I will say, they have a very peculiar tempo to themselves at times. And I think we've seen other teams struggle with it as well. So could be what we're seeing here just a little bit, but time being, it's going to be our first A follow through in a while, and it could be credited to the dimensional drift. So gonna bypass all of this utility and even set up a Hunter's Fury to widen, really shatter this. It's connected both players.
Big ulti commitment here, and it's only 2 for 1, but it's an entire site take here. So we can see if we can close this out. I think it's actually fairly comfortable for the side of Rare Atom here. But Gurren is in a 1v1, an easy challenge for him. Who's going to come out the victor? The first shot rings out, the relay bolt lands, the full stun, and Xiaoyu finds the better of him. Aaron finds the better of Xi. Big round that was very easily put away is now suddenly nastily in question. His neural theft is going to pop again. Aaron's second neural theft in on 4 rounds. Aaron's going to find the 3rd kill, and the 3rd kill closes out the round. Aaron found a lot of relevance in the last 5 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Wasn't
just
really
back-to-back 3Ks. Super, super impressive. Nicely done. And now we're seeing a side anchor and now retake specialist here. I think the flank pressure, too, was really, really good. Just distraction factor out of Xiaoyu so they can get out of elbow here really, really effectively. You saw, again, just head on a swivel. Hand delivers that neural theft, and the recon on top of it just allowed them to play around the fast lane, play around the cages really, really expertly to get another pivotal round through and kind of set us up for that kind of predicted 8-4 that I was kind of seeing in the peripheral, and we'll see if it comes into the main view mirror now.
Yeah, and we're going to see a more standard default. I think this is the most standard Rare Atom default we've seen the entire day. Recognizing that the tactics that they were exploiting in the beginning to get those early leads aren't quite giving dividends as much. ODG still playing the exact same game. The only switch up here is the Viper being on A side instead of B. So, but the staging looks like it's going to be on an A side. An A side fight behind this one way.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a fight because these are your more appease and get out agents, unless you just want to go, full 10s, Omen, Paranoia, TP ahead. But speaking of ahead, Aaron, alongside Xiao, you are the one to fight forward here over towards B main. Gets a really, really strong opening kill here on No. That's going to be no more smokes for this remainder of the attack half, but mention how this is more appease than fight forward mentality, so that's where you're gonna see these players, falter just a little bit. The Paranoia, if you get ahead of it, it's just all bark and no bite, and Satoshi is gonna dig his teeth in here. Alongside Midnight, who made all this mid-space, got the neural theft line, so you know exactly where Aaron is, and low HP, not really gonna have much of a go at this final round.
How do you navigate this? You're Aaron, you've just recently come into relevance, but the walls are closing in around you, and the shots are gonna go awry. The Fate's Smile On Aaron here, it's last round. Going to go for the opt save, or potentially going for more damage. As Gurren going to close out the round. Bails out his team once again in very pivotal moments here. But it's halftime. It's not the end of the world. There's the side switch is going to happen, and we're going to see a completely different stylistic attack side here. From the side of ODG, having that double controller can't really go as fast, but however, you end up with a lot of guns. That's a crazy spray transfer. Finding both those kills there. Talent on display is, I think, the narrative of this year. Honestly, talent on display in Ascension and Tier 2 players elevate into Tier 1. And seeing a lot of these players get the opportunities to just show off that mechanical proficiency and excellence on the bigger stages bodes well for the future of and the health of this region, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And I think she just definitely takes the MVP right now for the side of her Adam. And that's where I'm looking over towards the side of ODG. And I've seen Xiaoyu when they are at their best, when they are absolutely farming on just solo fights, solo kills. And we didn't really get to see that this half, right? The operator felt like it tied them down at times and it was in a missed position. Didn't really get to see a lot from the overdrives either. So again, as that solo duelist against a double duelist, it really is going to have to step up here in this second half. If they want a chance at this 9-3 comeback, I mean, Aaron kind of gave them a second lease on life for certain rounds, so they at least have a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of error room. But again, very, very minute here, and 1 or 2 rounds don't go your way out of the start, and you may just be kissing this map goodbye.
Yeah, they have 4 chances. 4 chances to potentially help mount a comeback, 4 chances to make mistakes, and if they don't, then different map entirely. You know, like the comeback is possible, the comeback is feasible. It's just how do they manage to navigate all of that? With that double duelist, you're going to be contacting a lot of people. Yoru's very, very mobile. Yoru's basically everywhere. And with G piloting the Yoru and how proficient they've been, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a monumentous task if you're going to try and mount a comeback against Rare Atom in such exemplary form.
Yeah, well, I mean, it has to start with the pistol as we get ready to jump back into this game. Here we go. To see what... It's very similar default, I think, that we saw out of Rare Atom coming into things, but... Big difference is this Viper Wall just allows a lot more mid viability here, it feels like, which is why you'll have immediate door closure. Don't have to worry about that space for the time being. That's why you also have the top mid tripwire. In the meantime, though, how do we feel about the little double duelist over towards B main Cubby, just trying to stake things out?
the bait and switch. Yoru breaks the server drone, TP's backside to the Neon farms. We'll see how it works. They're going to double swing into it, and Aaron's going to find the first one. Doesn't even get caught by the relay bolt, and almost finds the first one. Shots ring, but shots go awry. And Satoshi's going to find one kill onto Aaron, opens up the half. She looking to double that tally, but can't find anything. Winner's going to cross map, find a kill in bot mid of all places. As the pinch into B is mounting, the trap is almost sprung, the swing goes, and Gurren's going to find one kill. Looking for the next shock dart lands, finds a bit of chip damage onto Xiaoyu here, and the B main players, Satoshi and G, have a tall task in front of them. Satoshi's going to find one, makes that task not as steep. Xiaoyu and Waishin. The walls are closing in. They're in the walls. They're absolutely everywhere. How do you navigate this?
I mean, Rare Atom has flipped the numbers back into their favor. ODG had a beautiful big picture setup, and then it just fell apart with solo players taking solo fights. And in Rare Atom, yeah, you can take solo fights. No, you're winning them, for crying out loud. Low HP might not be able to finish off YH, but a tall task to fill. Does have Recon online, but smoked up by the dark cover. Recon out, Recon destroyed. Both players low here if they can just separate them. Here it comes, but unfortunately Satoshi, 3 kills on the round from the opener to the closer, will deliver a near final sentence to ODG's Sunset. Unless a force buy can change the narrative, but again, going back to where things went wrong there. I mean, you had, right, Zichuan step forward before the relay bolt is ready. You had, I think it was after Winner got this kill, going back for seconds alone over towards B main. And that's where, again, when you have an advantage like this, you have space, you want to go for those groupings. And they had the information, right, off of, like, the death of Aaron, right, that there's 2 players B main. They had the information they needed to navigate around it, and I think that's where this timeout is coming through. Number 1, they are contemplating a stinger for something of that, like, second, I just feel like there's a major disconnect at the fundamental level right now, right, Rigger? You're a coach. Is that sound like what you're seeing the server breaking down?
Yeah, I think fundamentally it's just we're putting ourselves in the spots to win. We're doing everything we need to win. But on the nuanced things, like fundamentally, Satoshi and Gia are finding are double swinging my Cypher in B main. You know, the OD kills we're getting on a long range fight from bot mid to top mid on a rotate to cover up for a mistake in B main, and we're trying to get into post plant, and we're losing a lot of our anchors and a lot of our contingencies. So I think the game plan shows depth. There's a lot of depth in the game plan. The problem is we're failing at the surface level, and I think that's the correction that we're trying to make here. We're trying to make sure that fundamentally we're doing the right things because we have a lot of the theory, we have a lot of the preparation behind us. We just need to actually action on it in a way that makes sense. So we're going to see what the switch up is, potentially a force. It looks like it's going to be an eco though, and a force buy into the outlaw. Yeah, so I guess it makes sense. You want to be fighting for B main. Yeah, you're trying to fight into B main, I think is the theory here. You fight into B main and get that outlaw posted, and once that outlaw is posted, then you can basically work the entire B site while working the map simultaneously and looking for the rotates. So it does make sense to punish what is not going to be the most full of buys.
Let's see if our item can pick up on this. Smoke gritty out over towards market, just trying to prevent maybe a sniper rifle on Rare Adam's side here, right? So they can scale off this toxic screen over towards top mid. The drone re-clear here, though, is really, really effective out of Rare Adam, and they also have 3 players strong here as well, right? Yeah, he crashed out as well to position towards his B side, but this is what you mentioned, the Outlaw packing a huge punch. Light shield, full shield does not matter when it is a headshot. And here we go, Xiaoyu is not done, has secured the side and is still fighting forward towards Boba. Posted up with this Outlaw. Just gonna use Paranoia kind of early just to delay the tempo of this retake.
Yeah, trying to see if they can get something done here, but this outlaw's ringing. This outlaw's very scary if you're the side of Rare Atom. As the shots, every single shot that goes awry, or every single shot that rings out, is a shot that could potentially end your round. Almost instantaneously, and he finds a collateral of all things. 2 kills, but 1 round is still in the bullet, or in the chamber. Waishin gonna find the first one, the right click rings true, and ODG scrap their way into a round win here. Through a couple of really good shots.
Wow.
Managed to close out a round that I think statistically, or at least money-wise, you don't give to them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, scrap it out in terms of the buy, but what we asked for, the fundamentals were so clean here. Paranoia to set up the backside control here, right? One way, right there towards Boa to set up Xiaoyu for success. And speaking of Xiaoyu's success, that's what I asked for this half, right? To be that duelist, to be that top frag, this team needs that stable kind of sounding wall, but Rare Adam is having none of it. They just got sat down, and they look like they are trying to carry that confidence. Shut it down on the side of ODG. 4 stacks strong in this dark cover. A huge trap play in the making. And you can see the hesitancy already from Zishuan. We'll see if they can piece this apart or avoid their fate. Oh.
That pop flash is scary. Oh, the king's been given up. As Aaron has taken a lot of space. Aaron's looking to take even more space here.
No trap bar top mid this time.
Yeah, nothing. He's just take absolutely everything, but he's exposed a lot of angles, and Midnight's going to find with the classic of all things, a massive upgrade. 0 investments, it's almost 3,000 credits worth of investment here. It's going to be an A hit, but you've given Midnight a Vandal. Midnight has been arguably one of the more potent players in Rare Atom's success, so enable for success, yeah, and it's a 5v4 retake.
Ooh, really nice Paranoia. Yeah, they can scale into the side off of this fast lane as well to take these close angles, but it doesn't matter when Xiaoyu can snipe you even at a close range. Guran, a closer for this team from CT, trying to open things back up, but it's just a better weaponry, some nice sight crossfires that don't allow any Rare Adamantics to slip through the crevices.
I think a big thing to note is this outlaw value. I think the fact that you can force an outlaw on your lost round on round 2 is massive. The fact that you kept it alive for 2 rounds now is even better. And going into the next econ round, potentially, you have another outlaw. You have at least a guaranteed 140 if you land your shots. And potential lethal if they haven't saved properly going into this. So a big narrative here is, can the side of Rare Atom manage to force full util in those heavy shields?
Oh, they've upgraded though. More outlaw, the operator here. I highlighted the G attack operator. I'm curious to see how the Xiaoyu one will do. Overdrive in the back pocket if things get dicey, if he does need to get aggressive. Prop up his team on a side exec, but for the time being here, Seems like where Adam has started to kind of pin down what the default looks like in terms of these B splits, in terms of these slippery players like Aaron around mid-space off this toxic screen. So that's why I think we have the double market tripwire. Again, maybe a neon countermeasure as well with that overdrive in mind. Time being, though, it's just simultaneously drone clearance over towards B main, towards this B site, and now you know where the Sova is. Now that Cypher Util is fully offline.
Right in front, right over his trips as well. Finds a lot of space there. Is Weishan gonna find the first one? Aaron's gonna try and contribute to this hit a bit more, and he'll do it himself. Finds 3 kills, and it's the lonely no on the other side of the map. A 5v5 retake. They're even optimizing. Yeah, even optimizing for the ultis, tossing the spike to someone who doesn't have the ulti.
The last thing I expected was the battle Cypher entry. Like, he got every single kill, the market one on the Cypher, 2 backside Boba, so there wasn't any retaliation out of Rare Adam. That is just absurd that he was able to do that for the team. Now, hunting dogs are out. They had that stronger start because they have a little bit of money wiggle room here, and a flawless even while collecting that final kill. This is, like I mentioned, this is the grit that this team has had prior. Why they've all gone 3 maps, why they've been able to come back from pretty deficited halves. And at this point, Rare Adam may be regretting taking that time out when it was, what, 8-1 around that ballpark if they lost or almost lost a Thrifty. I think they would have used one now and then used one towards OT at this rate.
Yeah, hopefully. I think, yeah, you have to. I think that's one of the that's a tragedy. Your Cypher dying in market while being peeked over his trips just shows like a lapse in focus, a lapse in judgment, or fundamentally worse, or where your biggest fear as a coach, a misread, a massive misread of like your players are completely on a different page about how to win. They may be forgotten. If they haven't forgotten, maybe they're not really seeing the game as it is, and they're focused on solving individual problems. So yeah, the double tripwire was a Neon anti-measure, but the problem is Neon's been upping the entire attack side, basically. So there's the world in which Neon just dashes through there to hit that trip that deep is so supremely low. Yeah, they were hoping for the overdrive, but it just never happened. Yeah, the overdrive I think is something for precautions or like emergencies.
Yeah, I think they just wanted the information to unmark because they didn't close the door off rip. So maybe that's just a quick change that you can again point out at the beginning of the timeout and restructure accordingly the rest of the side. It seems like that is kind of the idea, to give up this mid-centric hold out of Adam. Is like, okay, if they want to have the B site, if they want to have this B split place, let's just stack top mid, let's stack around the A site, right? And play retake, which I think is smart. They are losing a lot of players, just trying to keep them off the B site. In the meantime, though, they can poke and prod just a little bit here. Deep deposit of G down mid. 2 players on the A main line off this one way as well. Huh. ODG was expecting something of this eco and has not come just yet.
I think they're still very cautious about this. Timer you're looking for is about like 50 seconds or at least 1 minute into 50 seconds, because that's when the defense runs out of that recharging util, and they start needing cycle stuff to actually prevent bigger fights from happening. So yeah, 50 seconds you're looking is the timer for people to get proactive. Midnight gets very proactive on the early timer there. Doesn't find it, has the inferior weaponry there, and that's the Cypher down. There's no real hard side anchors, so yeah, we're just going to call everyone onto B and take our chances. We know we have the better guns, we know we have the superior util. Let's try and gamble a fight onto A here.
Satoshi has overdrive though, with 30 seconds left. Yeah, I like this idea. If you can get spiked down, if you can throw a chaos, a wrench into the plans of ODG, you may have been able to sneak a kill away, but even half HP makes these shares sing just a little bit more. G able to find a kill, but ultimately traded out. A 2v4 now in this post-plant scenario, and ODG just set up shop, set up this bastion around the B site. Nearly impenetrable fortress. No. A player that can maybe bypass these tripwires with a TP or 2. Just looking like they're playing exits at this rate. Another round inevitably shall go towards the side of Tactical Disposition Gaming. You can see 7-10.
Has this been relatively unanswered since the force spawn round 2? I think so. Oh, the right click. Oh, that was scary. The right click, I think, landed 2 or headshot, body shot, didn't land the 3rd. But I think it's been pretty uncontested from the side of ODG. They're finding a lot of momentum here, and it's getting scary as the double duel. You're not finding those early wins that you kind of want for this comp, and you're suffering because of it.
Yeah, again, this is maybe also the side of Rare Atom not having reps on Sunset. I mentioned it was a gamble to pick into a map that you might not know what the other teams bring to the table. You myself have these kind of round-to-round adaptation calling victories, but this is a huge round for Rare Atom, right? Another bye. Otherwise, it'll be a lost econ cycle as well, and that's why everything is being invested. Hunter's Fury off rip alongside the overdrive, and they have just punched right up the gut here into elbow. Yeah, they are overwhelming even into spawn, but they didn't clear out elbow. Oh, there's a kill. Guys, check your back. What is going on?
Ace, massive ace out of absolutely nowhere on around that. I don't know what happened. There was a big ulti contest, massive ulti contest. There was a Sova ult, a Neon overdrive, and an Omen ult that all contributed, and all the kills came through. Just a single Neon running through short, jumping up and just taking the fight to them where they couldn't really contest. And to the side of Rare Atom, this has been the story of this game. You're just losing a lot of the space that you want to be holding, and you can't actually contest it in the most effective of ways. And
wow. And again, now Xiaoyu topping the leaderboard. I mean, that was an observer's nightmare because you didn't know where to look. Every player, like those ultimates that you mentioned, were having profound impact, but Xiaoyu ace takes the cake. And once again, ODG, this is what they've been doing, right? These anti-eco measures, and Paranoia comes in just late, and it doesn't even matter. Sichuan able to spray wild nearsighted to find yet another kill to keep this round in contention of a flawless. You can just see Satoshi says, okay guys, let's get out of there. We've lost enough here. And what now to pick up the pieces will be a 3v5. You know, the stack is B. I like the idea maybe to lean towards the stack, because then you think the Cypher can maybe stronghold it out on the A site here, but we'll see then what Satoshi's able to do. Does still have util to fool around with, but Grim had a hero rifle?
Massive kills. I think Xi had the hero rifle and then just died and dropped it.
Yeah.
That's massive though. That's a massive effort. Midnight is very good for these. With no Cypher online, there's no trips to secure any space, and he gets an upgrade of Vandal.
Winnable. They have neural theft that they want to invest in here. I'm surprised that they don't, to try and reveal where this Viper is. Don't even know that they're flanked here, but it's a worthy guess.
Oh,
since that's where the weapons would have been. And that's why the Omen, you can see, sets up over towards the choke. Just shuts things down. Yeah, maybe a winnable 1v2. Again, if you think about the resources, the neural theft that could have been there, but it'd give away the game in terms of your own positioning. So a lot closer than I think ODG would prefer, considering they really had the calling card for Radom of how they were going to play that opener. But it was really just go around again to give them that chance that fortunately does get squandered. So 9-10 here, one round now separating these two teams. Another, again, pivotal rifle round for the side of Rare Atom.
Yeah, I think the big thing is the tail of those ecos, like you mentioned. Just how they're responding to, firstly, the compositional differences between double duel and double controller, and secondly, just their awareness that, yeah, they're going to take the fight to us. They can't do anything else. They either hold and give up the entire site, or they take the fight to us, and we're taking the fight to them. Izari's going to find a lot of that early space, snowballing that into backside space, chasing the Cypher completely out of there. And now we have to retake from market.
Ooh.
The gate crash is going to be, or the dimensional drift is going to be procced almost immediately. Getting info on 4 people, Paranoid is going to pop, and while death revealed, Midnight's going to find the first kill here. Looking for the second, sprays down, finds the second one. Aishin's going to find a kill onto Satoshi. Backside is now fully claimed. No, shuts it down, locks things up. 2v3, Spike is being planted, Spike is being defused. No, on the Spike. 1 HP, Midnight's gonna find one. Great counter spam, and Midnight's gonna find the next one. Aishin's gonna look for a third. The spam and the bullet almost went awry. Found 2 kills, doesn't find it. No. Pumps the brakes. Slows things down a bit, pads another round, and stabilizes things for Rare Atom.
Wow. Now that is what it looks like when you have a well-oiled machine of a retake, right? Like you mentioned, Dimensional Drift exposes the players, guides the Paranoia, they effectively clear that backside space, which forces out this early Hunter's Fury, right? So you can no longer use it to try and deny what is inevitably a stick while having a numbers advantage that allowed Rare Atom to get that round through. So again, keeping that lead ever so slightly here, keeping the money strong. Now, Xiaoyu has picked back up the operator, so he may have a little operator versus operator action here as they scale up alongside Winner towards a main. We'll see what happens when they get to challenge past the orb. Oh, it's just like
all eyes on this op. Yeah, all eyes on this op.
on both ops. Look, it's gonna be the stare down. Who wins? Oh.
Oh, and G finds the kill. The crouch peek is the crouch peek is like unfavorable. You can't really peek into that angle that deep without bumping into that wall on the left, and you're having a bad peek in general. So
look at the confidence out of ODG. They know where the op is and they're rotating towards the operator. So this tells me that they're either confident they can flush out the operator, or they're more scared with the Cypher utility may lean towards the B side. But looks like the former Aaron caging in. Double swing here, wide swing here. I've actually seen them hit some insane shots into heaven on Haven, but here we go, she going back for seconds. Snake bite to force the issue, but all this is just keeping them at bay at elbow, so the players out elbow could get back onto the site.
It's traded up pretty massively here, and Xion manages to stay alive. Actually managed to stay alive using a gate crash to very high effect, and 2 for 2. 2 for 4 basically on the op shots. Finds the first kill, finds the last one, misses the 2 in between, but very confident defense for the side of Rare Atom.
Oh, absolutely. That was really, really nice. Like I mentioned, right? The operator, it doesn't have to get the middle kills that like she was trying to take. It just had to buy enough time so those players right here could get out of link to challenge it alongside the team. And while Jiwen had a nice challenge, it just wasn't enough to fully flip the script, flip the odds back into the favor of ODG. So map point for Rare Atom on their pick right now. 3 rounds to make overtime. It feels like the ults are finally starting to dry up on both sides.
As he's going to finish how this game started with a B hit here. But this time, G posted up with the operator. Very aware of the potential for it. The drone's going to go through. Yeah, pop the TP. Just get out of there. Rather give away your old position than die in your current one. As the Flood from Midnight is inspired, the Judge rings out and the Omen ulti flushes him out of backside. Do they have the tools to retake this with the ultis?
Ooh. I mean, I wanted Midnight to scale off this Hunter's Fear a little bit, knowing that he has the Judge, but half HP means that Midnight could still get the job done on this retake, or the Shock Darts might just do it for him. I like this again, though. Rare Atom playing to what worked last time, this 5-strong retake. We'll see if it's as seamless as last time without the Dimensional Drift.
Yeah, Paranoia's gonna come through almost immediately with the relay bolt. Stacks up. Satoshi looking for a kill, doesn't quite find it. Midnight gonna trade one with the Judge. As we're on for the ace, the Omen looking for the ace here. Got finding three kills with the van, 3 kills with the Phantom, 1 kill with the Shorty. He's 1 HP. Do you go for it? For confidence sake, surely you do, but you don't have the money. But massive kills. I think went from 19 and 15. It was 15 and 15 at the beginning of this round.
All because the cornerback site was not cleared out. And the fact that he was able to play around the Hunter's Fury and still get into that corner is impressive, to say the least.
I think he dodged the Paranoia, by the way. I think the only flash was the Yori flash that stuck, and that was the more soft one.
Let's see it in the replay, maybe.
I dodged the Paranoia and dodged everything.
So they knew he was there, and they just could not get him dislodged.
That's crazy. Yeah, Satoshi went for it. I think Satoshi was super aware of it and just couldn't quite get it. Everyone just banked on Satoshi getting that kill, and things fall apart from there. That's great effort. It's actually insane effort, like a small misplay, and that's the nature of these games. These games that are that close, the minor misplays like that are oftentimes going to cost you the entire game if you're not aware of it.
Trying to conceal the op here. Stinger with the Cypher, trying to destroy it in his stead. Paranoia misses as well. This could give Shio a huge opportunity because you challenged past the fast lane. Midnight as well from backside, maybe allowing the darkness to set in for ODG. A 2v3 with Aaron and only 7 HP. Winner, recycling the Poison Cloud. Northwich as well. It would be a confident challenge. Aaron tries to go one up against the operator, but now all the pressure on Winner. Pinged out by the recon, getting surrounded, closing in from all sides. Shockter whittling away the shields, whittling away the HP. Spike not even planted yet.
Yeah, they're not giving him anything. Yeah, they're not giving him anything. Yeah, if he plants the spike, he wins. Oh, no. Finds the kill and Rare Atom. Map 1.
I mean, doing nothing is worse than doing something incorrect there, right? It would have had the 1v1 against the Sova in market, instead backpedals, and it deals with both the operator and the opposing no omen. So Rare Atom winning out their map pick as maybe most predicted coming in as the #1 seed, but again, Lotus up next, the best map right now in Ascension for both of these teams. One they're well versed in, one they should know what the game plan looks like for the opposition. But again, looking back at that, again, we're seeing that grit, that resiliency that probably showed up in the CN Nationals, so why they've seen OTs, why they've seen double-digit games, and once again, we were given a grand old comeback attempt.
Yeah, no, definitely very. The thing is, if you're Rare Atom, do you feel confident in that win? It was shaky. It was very shaky, especially at the turn of the half. You were sort of stuck at 10 for 6-7 rounds. We managed to close it at the end from massive individual efforts and people just landing the shots that they needed to. But if you're ODG, you're confident going into this. You almost did it. You almost got it across the line. Just faltered at the end there.
I will say, I think ODG, we saw them fix some really fatal mistakes coming out of some of those timeouts, which is what I'm going to see. I need to see that strength, that consistency going into Lotus versus for the side of Rare Atom. It felt like at the big picture level, they were fairly clean, right, around the block. It was just some of the players for the side, Rare Atom was very well-rounded, I should say, right? They played games well, but then it was players like Xiao Yu that were just stepping up and having heroic moments. Players like Aaron and getting multi-kills, stepping up when it matters. Even the Z Shuin just stepping up when it mattered. So again, it's hard to shut down players that are just aiming, and I think that's where things went wrong in the second half. So I think when we get over there, we have a little bit more oppressive compositions, things that'll allow them to navigate these aggressive, fragging players on the side of Octagonal Disposition Gaming, but only time will tell. And I mean, hey, let's listen in to the winners of map #1.
我没在，我高过门，高过门，能跑了吗？跑了，我给烟准备进了。我到了，您跑了，好。来，我准备给烟了，我给烟。我电竞点慢点，4点正慢点，4点没，还4点还没正，有正，4点正了，4点正了，等我，闪光炮，我踢进去，我踢进去，我踢。停 ，Cypher 在，没人，我下包，我半线接了，这毒烟有个半线。OK， 别急，我半线掉了，我包后头吧。听说他们要打回防的，站位，落位，我站4点，我站凹槽。OK 了，我直接顶加，我直接左边有一个了，我在直接顶加。 我要管屁股，我在管 CT 左边有一个。好，我在直接顶加右边。我叫市场。我要飞机，我有矿。右边拉你们，右边拉你们，我在直接顶加。有黑吗？什么东西？有黑。给烟，把市场烟给了。别急，马上2秒。我没黑了。我不。躲。躲。市场踹了。我把市场黑了。回去了，架好。我2个顶加，78，我78。不知道，我架马克烟，我在架马克烟，全屁股，看屁股了我。可能马克烟里。老枪了。屁股。 nice， 好枪！加油，兄弟们！加油 ，OK， 加油！相信队友好吗？拿下！加油！碰一个！来！不接我了，我在帮你，我们打那个格的那个。我再接一下。要波烟，3个波黑了。我来了。一小出来，4个波，兄弟，4个波是吧？好，我给正了。我有黑，全带波。A 桥，我开波。哎呀，被黑了。哎不。 前一小，我看一小，别管我开一波，看一小。光躲，我躲了，往这躲。nice， 兄弟。
Yeah, a tale of two sides, I think. Rare Atom takes map 1, and G is going to be your map MVP. The big couple narratives that I want to bring up is G's proactivity from the entirety of the game. I honestly think 2 players that stand out to me the most are G from Rare Atom and Aaron from ODG. Those were 2 massively pivotal players, and G's just the one who found the most consistent impact. And when he cooled off, you found the side of Rare Atom found it very difficult to get anything on the ground again. She's the person who's shutting down a lot of those ultis, fighting into those mid-range and actually closing out rounds. He's the only person who was contesting Gurren when Gurren was actually stepping up to the ball. G was the person who was always right by him, side by side. So very confident showing from the side of Rare Atom. A bit shaky on defense. That's, I think, a big point to look at for the rest of the series. How are they going to coordinate and fix and make their reads going into their defensive side on Lotus, which is arguably slightly more of a defensive effort, being that 3-site map. But what do you think? How do you feel this game went?
I think I agree with you. I think she cooled off, but I think, interestingly enough, the few rounds that they needed to get over that 9-3 did revolve around G. We talk about that round we just listened in on, or we talk about the coordination, just distraction factor around the operator, and then some of those retakes structured around the ult cycles and that dimensional drift to frame those really cohesive and streamlined retakes. So I do think it could be another tale of two sides on a map like Lotus when we get over to there, but a 13-10 after a 9-3 comeback is, I think,
scary,
really strong for ODG when it's a map you haven't played this tournament. And this is a team that I mentioned, they took the group stage to kind of get things just tested out and then to be able to fix them moving on. And because this is double elimination, even if they lose today, now that's a map that they know what they have to work on moving forward if it does creep back up again. But outside of that, just super excited for Lotus, where we're probably gonna get a little bit different of a look out of Rare Adam, particularly out of G. I remember when we highlighted him in the pre-show, that little Viper may come up a little bit, so definitely a different flavor. But speaking of different flavors as well, you highlighted Aaron. Well, guess what? He may be shutting off his Cypher jail cages and stepping into the duelist role himself.
Okay, so a couple of changes, like a massively different look from Lotus to Sunset. So I think the big thing is Lotus is a more confident or comfortable map. I think Lotus, especially in CN, has been arguably one of the more open metas. You're seeing a lot more KO to counter that Yoru that is oftentimes rampaging. You have a lot of prevalent Rays, Neon like actually coming into prevalence. So we're going to see. I think especially the switch up with Aaron stepping into a more fragging role might be the catalyst that ODG needs to actually pull away from this. But that's a map that's for the preamble before Lotus. I'm fairly certain we're going to take a break, so we'll see you guys at the beginning of map 2. Yeah, thanks for watching. Right, and we're going back. Welcome back to this game, ODG versus Rare Atom for VCT upper semi-finals, VCT China Ascension. We have ODG and Rare Atom in a best of 3. Rare Atom currently 1-0. Straight into Agent Select. Pretty standard affair. Pretty standard affair across the board, except for ODG swapping their Sentinel. Aaron now playing the Yoru.
Absolutely, and this is, again, we mentioned Sunset with just question marks left, right, and center, both teams debuting it for Ascension Tournament, and it being a while since we've seen it on the main broadcast. And for this map, it's comfort for both sides, both having won it twice. I will say for the side of ODG, one was close, one was pretty handed, 13-6, 13-11, and for the side of Rare Atom, it was a 13-9, 13-11. So maybe more competitive, maybe more up the alley of ODG, hence why they pick into it here. But like we mentioned, Aaron was aiming right, kind of picking up the slack for Xiaoyu until he got online in the second half, where that comeback attempt came through. And that's where we're gonna hope to see now them working in a tandem from the get-go to get things off to a proper start instead of being down 1-8. So jumping to the action, Rare Atom on the attack half, and it is going to be octagonal disposition gaming starting out on the defense. Looks like we may have a pretty early B confrontation, at least Prowler's ready, the C's at the ready. And no aggressive shear here just to kind of prevent them from setting up this space. But speaking of proactive, look at Aaron over towards Mound here as well.
Eyes on Aaron being aggressive Mound here, because with the Yoru TP going, he's pretty much on a hard timer for how long he can stay there before...
It's already gone, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone. So now he has to retreat all the way into C main. Can't really do anything about that, and Washington's going to break that Vice Wall B, but there's a lot of time being spent just dealing with this B threat that may or may not be here. Chekhov's Vice, as it were, as the A hit is actually developing. Yeah, Nono's just buying so much time as Washington drops the C's in hand, is playing for something, and the Raise nade and the C's is going to find damage, doesn't find a kill, and Nono in a very precarious situation. Air's going to clean up, and people are going to run through a link into Hobbit and get mowed down. Absolutely mowed down by Zayu and ODG.
Wow, and it's Midnight in the 1v2, but that's the tag team trade ability that we want to see. Aaron, final kill to top off the round there. I mean, the shepherding there for the side of ODG was perfect. Again, Aaron kind of shuts down the C. We had the front fade from, obviously, YH. That was like, okay, you can't come B. And so they were going A, like you mentioned, but then the breakthrough to fight A main from Rare Atom. Just really questionable decision making there, I think, after yes, got the opening kill, but the collapse just clearly not in their favor. So buy up this time for ODG, getting off to a more proper start than what we saw over Sunset. And Aaron, once again, hot plate here. This time, obviously, gate crash in hand to complement this outlaw. Let's see if we can get opener.
The first one doesn't even get the first one out. Oh, he couldn't even get the first one out, and that's your outlaw. They didn't buy much on the side of ODG. They didn't invest much into this round. That Vice Storm's doing work to keep them out of there. Winner's going to find the first one victorious, but fails on the second. No. Finds the kill onto Winner, upgrades guns summarily. And now the side
Winner down.
Now the side of
Wall down.
Rare Atom. Like, I think didn't invest into this round at all. Now they have an outlaw and a Spectre.
Why Spidey senses were tangling. Oh, checks behind and yeah, it's gonna be all systems go here. An already messy round because these weapons have been handed over to Rare Atom for this post plant.
Still, like, very belabored in the approach here. Time is ticking, and time is almost ticking away here. Is going with the outlaw, posted up, doesn't find one, and Zayu's gonna find one. She can go to find one as well, and Midnight's gonna close things out. This is a very epic showing from Midnight. He did this last round, or last map as well. Starts off hot, gets Rare out to that early lead, and they just run away with it. The side of ODG couldn't quite get it. I think Aaron didn't even get a shot off.
It's just small mistakes. I don't know if he didn't get a shot off because look, he's trying to trigger the clone before he peeks, essentially. Because then they're like trying to shoot it. It was a little out in the open, so again, just maybe some fumbling at the fundamentals there, just a bit that prevents that, and just got worse by Winner handing over the Bulldog as well. Yeah, Lawrence held it out for the time being, but he needed to use that to get out of dodge, not hunker down. Now,
yeah, but too much APM there when he just needs simplicity.
I like this though. They're trying to fake the same look, right, with Aaron playing aggressive over towards Valorant, because then they're going to try and trap them into, okay, he TP'd out, we're good to go and accelerate into the C site, but look at this surprise, it's going to be an entire gamble stack. Oh, they picked too early. They spoiled the trick, they spoiled the joke, and now they have to fight forward. They can just leave. Or have a firing range. Your choice.
Oh, there's 5 up. There's one at least. That's a Vandal.
They chose
That's
wrong.
2 Vandals down. That's Spike down as well.
They chose wrong. They should have
There's
gone
so
the
much
other way.
util to get out of this. Yeah, there's so much util to get out of this entirely. As Nono just has the Outlaw in hand, and this is precarious.
Trying to guard
they can still win
weapons.
this. Yeah, but it's hard, no? There's... Oh, this smoke is horrible. This smoke is so uncomfortable. Oh, Spams
Honestly,
come through. Spams come through again. Rare. Midnight finds 2 out of absolutely nowhere. In the, like, complete darkness. Finds 3. Looking for the 4th one. Trying to close things out here. Waishin potentially hero moment here. Shot, first one goes awry. Second one lands, looking for the 3rd, 4th and 5th miss, but needed slightly more luck there. Sheriff didn't shoot straight enough, and the side of Rare Atom gets a kill, but very good eco for the side of ODG. Dropping 3
I am
guns.
gritting my teeth right now in frustration at how that round went. Octagonal Disposition Gaming have a beautiful opener, like you mentioned. They've dropped 2 rifles, and they have the power here, right? They can literally just hold this smoke, right? They can hold this position. They don't need to play aggressive. Yeah, it's unfortunate Midnight gets through the smoke, but even this player that fights forward right there, Zijuan, they didn't know how to fight there, right? You're their only defense. They've successfully, like, pushed Rare Atom away from this space and says, okay, either you have to come collect the weapons or you have to rotate and let us collect the weapons later, but because they fight forward, they let that round slip back to Rare Atom. And now, I mean, because that was kind of a half bonus situation after the weapons were picked up from Rare Atom, we're down finally to our first rifle versus rifle round. Little complications in the mix from the Odin on both sides here. Credit once again to Brock. But this is the difference. We're getting a little pistol reprieve in terms of the B main challenge, but it is just to get rid of these proactive vice walls, it seems.
I feel like there's going to be a massive like hitching point for the side of ODG as the defenders. There's a lot of focus on this B wall, and if you're fighting that B wall, you don't really get that A main fight that you historically see on Lotus here. So
True.
eyes on that fight, eyes on that interaction between Nono and Waishin and Zayu. Because I think it's going to be a big sticking point for this game is, yeah, a lot of util committed just to this B side of the map. But it's also because of how slow the side of Rare Atom likes to play their A hits. Yeah, it's going to be a B split. Oh, the walls are closing in. Satchel's going to go through, tries to look for the first one, finds one, then trades it out summarily. Waishin gets one, Nightfall in hand, insta-popped. Great repos. Great reposition for Waishin. Looking for a flank, finds one onto Midnight. Midnight's round is now completely over. Waishin heating up into this round. 2 kills on the round, looking for the 3rd as Satoshi looking to play spoiler here, but has to pick his time, finds the first one, looking for the 2nd. There's 1 CT, 1 Heaven, and an Odin backing him up as Garen finds the first one. Satoshi finds 2, looking for 3, and 4 kills for Satoshi out of absolutely nowhere. Finding the kill onto Waishin, played spoiler and ruined the round and just cleans it up with some amazing and impeccable shots here.
Yeah, I mean, Satoshi carrying on that solo duelist torch that G has relinquished there and clutches a round that really should have been unwinnable. Like we mentioned, YG Chen just calling that beautifully, right? They win the B main fight, and instead of overfighting, realizing they've lost the B side control, he nightfalls to set his team up for success, keeps a cap on the rest of the access points to the site, and just trusts in his team to get the rest of the job done. And yeah, that is definitely grounds, I'd say, for a timeout call on the side of Rare Atom. Just the way in which they lost that round, or sorry, the way in which I was gonna say, the way in which they won that round, probably not ideal, right? it did require heroics, and I think that's something I'm noticing about Rare Atom. They like to play clean, they like to win clean, and when they don't, it's a hard stop proactive, let's get things under control before they spiral out of it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that round was, if it wasn't for Satoshi killing 4 people, that's an ODG win on paper, every single way, from map positioning to the mistakes that were made and the situations that were lost. It felt like Satoshi just wrenched the round away from them opposed to winning the round himself. So we're going to see a lot of timeouts from Rare Atom, especially from Ascension sides. I can only speak from a coach standpoint, but with teams that are with players and stuff that are developing, into tier 1 pros, you kind of want to start teaching those good habits early, right? So
Mm-hmm.
calling timeouts so players are making those adjustments and have the opportunity to reassess and readjust, especially when they've gotten so close.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of these players are so close to living their dream, and the last thing you want is to not get there because we're not doing the game plan we've been practicing for the last year and a bit. The game plan that got us here in the first place, so.
Yeah, not just the players, but the org as well, right? Where Adam has knocked on this door before, been turned away by other teams. And a little bit of a tech pause going on here. I don't know if you saw right before the timeout was called. Swapping around some headsets and such, but again, a little bit of a breather's nice here. Again, it feels like we're reaching that tipping point. It started differently, right? Because ODG did win that initial pistol round, but it seems like we're writing a similar foregone conclusion where Adam will inevitably pull ahead, time being, especially after that last round and how it was won. And that was, again, another big buy-up for both sides. I'm wondering if we're Adam, I think since he survived, they'll still have a full buy, and it should be an eco for ODG. So, again, I think we'll be entering big old territory. Yeah, we should be entering big old territory though here soon, as well, right? Especially, I think I'm guessing Satoshi's gonna have the showstopper up. That I see up there, it is online for both sides. Obviously, Nightfall was already invested as well by YG Chen on the side of ODG, but Rare Adam's own will in Guran will have it online as well. So I think this should set up that kind of agenda again. Rare Adam, this is another reason for the timeout, right? Coming into another buy, coming into big ult cycle, they want to just solidify, hey, we are leading this map, we're going to be leading this series, we want this 2-0 victory to go to those upper finals. And so, okay, all right, you have a Raise Rocket, you have a Fatal, and I think I saw an Omen ult was the third. What are you doing with it?
C. That's like the big one. I think they're fighting along C.
Yeah,
because because Aaron is just I think not finding as much value as he wants on that C side of the map. The only value he's actually finding is the one round where he had the Outlaw where his team managed to clean up behind him. But with all of those ultis, you know that Aaron's going to be playing there. You can just play any degree of like slow play into it and slow build. And then once you actually get all that space, you can just pop all the ultis. Because they're getting the sites pretty uncontested. The only real reason is that they're potentially losing these rounds is they don't really have an A committal, and that B side has Waishen in there. Like the Fade and the Raise combo on B is dissuading you from going there anyway. So the only side you can go is that C side. I just realized they have a Vice, but they haven't played Vice C a single round. I don't think.
They did once.
I think they did once, yeah. I remember the Thorns.
I think twice. Yeah. I think one was when they went for the Ace, it was like the A split between A main control and B main control, so they didn't really touch the C util. The other time it was behind Aaron, and where Winner got over. Actually, it was the second round, right? Winner got overwhelmed, handed the Bulldog over. That's where they got into this mess, right? But I agree. I think these ults over towards A or over towards C would be huge, and somehow, some way, will it into existence. RA has avoided this quad stack over towards the C site. Then we mentioned it was going to be an eco for ODG. We've seen the eco very successfully started, right? Over towards C mound, fumbled last time around, but looks like we're gonna have a very similar duel. We've seen this before, we've played these games before, and we'll see if we crown a similar victor here. This time more thorough on the utility, more forward pressure out of Rare Adam to fight into it.
And it trades down immediately as Satoshi's gonna find another one. He has ulti in hand, so every one of these kills is just for space. There's no real win cons here, besides just damage.
Uh-oh.
Just single satchel, hop, and he finds the first one, Garen finds the second, and yeah, it's pretty standard affair for the buys, and I think a big thing for the series has just been the way Rare Atom is dealing with ecos. At least the way both of these teams are actually dealing with ecos, and the way they play their anti-eco rounds is Zaya's gonna find a kill onto No, looking the wrong way. Upgraded weaponry.
Winnable. Shows up her hand, you get one more.
Oh,
I wouldn't be opposed.
That's what he thinks.
Let me see. Wouldn't be opposed to RA investing in ult here, but Odin Spray might just be the solution they're looking for. Instead, 23 HP here, and time ticking away. Doesn't look like there's going to be an opportunity for heroics.
Looking for damage, didn't buy the gun, so you can just look for the kills here. This Guren's going to get another kill, and I think that we had Nightfall beforehand, so we are sitting on a lot of these ultis. Potentially giving the side of RA the opportunity to stack more of their ultis, and the side of ODG the time to get more perfect situations. So I'm expecting, at least in the next couple of rounds, a massive ulti round. Just ultis trading back and forth because we're going to be having another swing states in the economy. And there's an operator on Aaron.
Well, double ops for both sides, like you mentioned. An ult salad in the making. I mean, I think for Adam, they really haven't had to contest C2 heavily, like you mentioned there. They're just winning the fights off of pure util, off of creative smoke TPs like this. And even Aaron this time wasn't engaged off the gate crash over here either. So you do just have to give it this space. Maybe play a full 5v5 retake because, hey, the Nightfall's kind of flushing you out. So this is a dangerous game that Xiaoyu is playing on site, especially with double showstoppers. And the mix with the choke is good. They have run out of air and they are running out of players. 3 kills strong, looking for more, trying to dive back in off of the info utility like the boom bot. Players either side of this site here. One tucked away elbow. One tucked away main. Gura somehow gets a kill over towards B main, but still, there's a long way to go. Oh.
Yeah, Winner's gonna find the first kill to Satoshi, and Gurren online and lots to do, and not a lot of time to do it as Xiaoyu with the 4K. 2 kills off the ulti and 2 kills off guns alone. Very explosive off the mark. And I think I think there was a moment where, yeah, so Xiaoyu pops ulti. Finds the 2 kills. Raze pops ulti directly underneath them. So he's using the ulti, jumps and almost went over the edge of the C site. Realized the ult popped underneath, pulled up short and then killed the 2 people. Which is great micro. Like absolutely insane micro to see. We spoke about hero moments, and ODG on defense is a team that thrives off of those hero moments and capitalizing off. As Gurren, the Odin's gonna ring loud. Like the god it's named after, smites an innocent bystander. There's no challenging Xiaoyu here. Feeling confidence, sees the shoulder, sees the swing, and doesn't quite get the cost under control, but she there to close things out there. 3v4 though.
You mentioned the Odin, we may have an Icarus too. Xiaoyu flew a little too close to the sun over towards B main, gets traded out in the meantime. Gives numbers once again back to Rare Adam, and I was gonna credit ODG for kind of tempering these ultimates as well, right? Showstopper used, but they were gonna have Aarons, they were gonna have winners. Winner though, huge risk, even a bigger reward. Coming away with the 3-on-3 here, they have a nice crossfire over towards A main. You can see that YHU had that operator, as I was gonna say, I thought they relinquished it, but back on the line here as well. This is like, I mean, not trying to maybe fake a B split when they are trying to go C, but that entire Vice util is still there. They're still gonna have the Steel Guard in there. And this is smart. I like it from the shadows.
Yeah, they're playing the map pretty slowly, I think, because of a lot of the kills have, how do I say, destructured, de-rationalized a lot of the actual general play pattern. So you're just trying to reacclimatize, get your balance, get your bearings before you make any decisions here. As the Rose Garden's going to be committed here. The Odin is temporarily offline. This is a bad post-spawn situation for the general geometry of the map. And with the double smokes, there's not a lot of reference. As Gurren's going to look for it. The spam is close, but doesn't quite land. Ran out of bullets, and Winner's just sticking. Yeah, fully sticking the spike. Not enough consideration. Yeah. Not enough consideration or afterthoughts as to where that the spike was being planted and how we're going to play around that. It smokes alive.
Yeah, with the sightline, yeah, it maybe would have been feasible to get a body, get a spray down, but ultimately, yeah, that was a difficult situation. Maybe again, just like you mentioned, just not having that forethought. Okay, what are the ults gonna look like on that retake for the side of ODG? So Rare Adam, I think a rare macro mistake, but also just some really good few multi-kills out of individual ODG players, and just the speed in which they were able to get over there as well. So I'm gonna keep things close here. 1 round away from tying us up 4-4. 1, I think, as well for maybe breaking the bank over Adam as well. So this will be a huge swing round, possibly for the lead, and that's why ODG, they can feel the elation, they can feel the adrenaline, right? Aggressive over towards C, immediate re-clear of B. They have like literally dotted all their I's, crossed all their T's, and all that is left is A side. That's where they have to be.
Oh, Satoshi pathing a bit unexpected and gets walks into an unexpected angle as well. Rose Garden going to be committed. Gurren very well aware of the dimensional drift directly in front, and Aaron Realize it's too hot, just gonna TP out of there entirely. As we have a 5v4 post launcher. Midnight in prime position with the Spectre in hand to do some serious damage. Already gonna be committed here. Yeah, they're very well aware of it. Winner and Aaron on top of everything. Gore's gonna find the first one. The spray down's not gonna be enough as Xiaoyu closes the round onto Midnight. And we have a tie game.
Yeah, ODG really streamlined there. I mean, that kill on to Satoshi was huge. Just packs the viability of the toxic screen. So that's where, again, I think your double controllers have to be in just concrete communication as well. You know, if we had a dark cover there, things might have gone differently, etc. Some util maybe just to deny that kind of visibility. And I think that came out of it as well, just the proactivity of space from ODG. Again, they knew they were going to be on A, they knew they could be forward, and they were ready to fight it immediately. They didn't have to fight from on the site, so maybe also rare for Rare Atom to be over fighting on the site as well. They usually just like take the bare minimum space that they need and then set up crossfires around that. Never that proactive like we just saw, taking fights willy-nilly, and I think that's where, again, we're going to have a timeout. I mean, we've exhausted both timeouts in the first 8 rounds. Not even just in the first half, right? In the first 8 rounds of the game. That is absurd.
And it's both been Rare Atom as well. Yeah. I think the scary part is, last map, Rare Atom called a timeout. And that's when the ODG comeback came from. This map, Rare Atom calls a timeout. And that's where the ODG comeback comes from. So now you're hoping that this timeout isn't as characteristic as the previous 2 before it, but I don't know. ODG is using a lot of this time that Rare Atom is using to fix a lot of their problems to sort of cement concrete patterns and good habits. They're sort of stacking good habits on top of each other, recognizing, hey, they like playing the map like this. This is working. Let's keep doing this and add this. That's the best I can describe the way ODG is playing. Besides a couple of tragedies here and there, such as you getting spammed through while having an op and through a Viper wall, ODG's playing this defensive side quite competently, I'd argue. The minute they moved Aaron off of that C side, they're finding a lot more value here.
Okay. Revitalized defense, like you mentioned, out of these timeouts. Getting a second wind here as well. Aaron, operator, over towards A. Just hoping for some pot shots with this smoke that unfortunately will not find their mark. In the meantime, Random going back to what's worked for them previously. Just flushing, fighting for this C mound space. Once again, they will win it pretty triumphantly. It's just a matter of what they do with it. How did they convert it in the late round? Because ODG's been the one making improvements, making changes to how they address the late C site as well. Look at this. Prowler Reclear not catching anything off. See the gears churning, working. The calls possibly coming through as well from YH saying, I don't think this is a C follow through. And
A fight.
Yeah. Winner has a huge job here as the solo player. Yeah, you have the gate crash, but then that's gonna open up B, and that just expired as well. So honestly, Winner maybe has to get off here, has to give this up. I'd argue. Gonna fight? No, yeah, give it up, give it up.
Yeah, just leave, just get out of here. Oh, this is it's okay. The only thing, the only saving grace is it's an eco. The one side effect is there's a lot of util on the side of Goran, and that Viper's Pit is devious. Completely cuts off the stairs. You drop out of heaven or you go into drop, but you can't contest through main at all.
And they do not want to give this lead over to ODG. They're taking them kicking in, screaming Nightfall, Viper's Pit. It does not matter. Now they're just trying to buy down the time, but these players are kind of isolated. They're kind of alone, playing entirely in the pit, and with numbers and the Odin spray, it looks like ODG is just trying to get someone on the spike to stick it. Aaron, the sacrificial lamb, has it to have, and they are going all the way. The bodyguards are guarding, and just in the nick of time, Satoshi comes through, the haunt comes through, and Gura with a final kill off the classic. That is an absurd way to convert after the timeout to keep the lead in your favor.
I don't think the spike was in the pit. I suspect the spike was in like the main. Yeah, it was outside of the pit. That's actually
fine.
Yeah, that's crazy anti. I'm not gonna lie. Having it in the pit obviously gives you a lot of the benefits of it being in the pit and you can decay down. But it being outside of the pit means that firstly it's in a predictable spot. Secondly, you're removing someone from planting or fighting you in the pit, so then the trades are more favorable always. So it looked like it was a set play. It looked like it was some kind of set play there. I don't know if that pit was unintentionally supposed to miss it, but they made the best of it. Lots of spam. Lots of spam. Just scrappy way to win that round.
It's definitely a trade-off. I think they just wanted the deep stairs position, but ODG pulling the emergency brake here just a touch. I think this is very, very warranted. Again, you have 2. You're going to have 1 for the next half. I think this was just, again, you lost a thrifty round that should have been your way back in, and they don't want that to be a momentum shift for where Adam closing out this half in, you know, an 8-4 fashion or around that margin, right? They don't want to be the team playing for a comeback. They want a tight game. They want an advantaged half, and that kind of possibility is starting to slip. I think this should still be an ODG buy. Should be a rare Adam buy since that was a save round. So again, this is going to be an important kind of situation for both sides once again. Fairly vanilla, no real ults. Yeah, you have the Nightfall we could see. I'm going to be looking towards Xiao Yu again. Yeah, top fragging 12 and 7, but more so one off from the Showstopper. We haven't really seen, I think, prevalent first bloods out of him unless they're just accelerating their sight, but hey, you asked for a good old A main fight, and it looks like ODG is finally ready to oblige. So that's a change up.
Yeah, I think this play pattern makes slightly more sense. Just because A is ridiculously hard to retake as a defender, so by contesting them out of this A main area, you can, with Util alone, get yourself into a lot of these good spots. Like, look at how advanced they are up into A main with the Yoru clone and the threat of the Yoru TP and the threat of the Yoru finding a kill here. You're finding a lot more success on the C side, but Midnight not really wanting having any of that. Was the first one. Aaron's gonna find 2 more kills, brings his tally up to 3 before falling. Garan gonna close it up with the Odin. 2v2. She looking for a massive kill through the smoke, but Shift peeks it. Doesn't have the intentionality that he needed in that moment as Garan in a 1v3.
And they're just waiting for him to fight forward too, right? It's a 1v3, you know you have to take a risk. They're just gonna wait for Sejuani to come, and the power of friendship compels you. 3 swings, Spike wasn't planted. They had 0 pressure there. And they will answer back to tie us back yet again. 5-5 this time around. And I mean, yeah, they played that brilliantly. I think that was the missing piece. We talked about, yeah, Aaron moving over to the A site, then playing a little bit more hunkered down on the C site was nice, but I like the simultaneous fights, right? Aaron had fought Mound, TP'd out, got an opening kill there, and then was able to anchor the site while they had that aiming space, right? So you're forcing the hand of Adam a little bit more, and Xiao Yu now online with the Showstopper in conjunction with the Nightfall here. Again, sets them up for a really strong C retake. Where I'm going to be looking towards Winner. Winner tried to get out of dodge and was just a little too late. So value your life a little bit more, and this time there it is. They're just going to try to full respect this, except for, yeah, I feel like Aaron's the one you can sacrifice here. Number 1, they're one out dimensional div. Number 2, they have a gate crash to get out of a tricky situation, but I think they're getting flashbacks. Rare Adam does not want any of this.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here. They're setting up predictable play patterns, right? That's, I think, a big thing for the entire narrative of this game. Is setting up predictable play patterns, as Midnight is going to find the kill onto Aaron with the Stinger. Waishin's going to find 2 kills with the Odin, but that's a big loss. A lot of heavy weaponry that gets dropped there, but Winner protects the gun, ever the stalwart. Potentially in a really precarious situation, but the A main reinforcements are going to be there. Winner just needs to buy himself enough time to actually survive this onslaught, as the flank is coming fast, the flank is coming furiously. Showstopper's going to be popped. Nona's going to find a massive kill onto Winner and upgrade a gun as well. Satoshi and Noda.
Because they tripped the Vice wall, they're like, wait a minute, he could turn around and come send this rocket towards us. So they get really, really deep into spawn here until that rocket fuse expires, or they invest that ultimate. I do like the flip the site mentality. Very, very smart out of Rare Adam. They're trying to clean things up because they invested heavily after getting these rifles into this eco. But that means ODG is going to invest the same 1-for-1 trade, a parting gift from this realm for Noda to try to clutch up this 1v2 paranoia. Ever so slightly misses, and YH, this Odin has been lethal.
Yeah, finding so much value out of this. I think the Odin is a hot button topic, how proficient and how effective it is. And Waishin is making a very valid argument this series alone for why Odin is just the buy gun on Lotus. Finding so much value through those paper-thin walls at times. And
yeah,
that
shows go back and count how many kills he has on players he hasn't seen.
Yeah, he doesn't need vision. He doesn't need vision at all. He's been around the block. One of the more veteran players as well. I think YH played for ASE and Masters Tokyo. So. He's been around the block. Yeah, he's played against really good people and knows how to do really good things to get results here. But ultimate round, the final round of this half, and ODG is currently leading. Can they pull away, or is Rare Atom going to equalize things once again?
I do like this. Rare Atom maybe finally priming up for a change, right? They've yet to challenge at A-Space, like you mentioned, and when they finally decide to, it's shut down. Their tip of the spear, Satoshi, broken off from the rest of the Shaft, and as a result, these players are just getting overwhelmed by sheer utility and sheer numbers. A little bit of counter Odin spam while nearsighted may just stem the bleeding, but there will be scars left. Overwhelm the solo player last, but it still buys enough time for Aaron to get in position over towards stairs. I'm wondering if they can just slow down, try to reground themselves, because look at where the omen is. Midnight's through B, through C. They have no information on winner, and I don't think they're going to recognize these right behind them.
Oh, they're aware. They're aware. Soft clear. Winner finds 2 kills. HP. Yeah, not enough time, and the spike from the shadows got committed and didn't quite grab the spike. And those guardians going to be procced here, and
I don't think he sees.
There's a chance.
Wait a minute. This should be one and done. Can he find the next one to Aaron? Wow.
Hey, and Aaron finds a wide swing to find the kill there, and ODG pulls away for the first time in a while. It's such a tightly contested game. ODG has finally found their footing and put themselves in a winning position here going into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, the first time out from Rare Atom, their first time out on the side of ODG just allowed them to just kind of rebalance and reground themselves, and like we said, it flipped things in their favor when it could have been Rare Atom running away with the upwards of an 8-4 half. So 7-5 here is huge. Double duelist as well now coming on to the attack side. Super excited to see this. I feel like in my mind, Aaron, you know, already having the Cypher genes, maybe a better Trickster Lurk player kind of than Winner maybe on the Vice, but we'll get to see how that gets played here and how YG10 wants to call this half as well. But time being, I mean, this is what happens when everyone's unlocked from the get-go, right? Multi-frags once again from players like Xiao Yu. Aaron, well, again, once he had a rough start, but then he also found how he wanted to play around the C site, both from Malin and from the deeper parts of the site here around Bend. This was a beautiful flash play, and if he got the third, it would have just been absolute cinema. But all in all, that, and coupled with this Odin, they are going to be having nightmares about that one, Rigger.
And I think the one thing that you're always scared of, at least as a coach, is the door is open. We presented the Odin, and now we're attacking. Do we attack into an Odin that is as prevalent, as horrifying as YH's? So Double Duelist, I think, can circumvent it a lot. Double Duelist has the one benefit that they don't get stuck in the choke. They can just blow past that choke and create a lot more varied levels of problems and issues for the attacking team. But I think if Rare Atom wants to win this, unlike their last defensive side, they just need to be a bit more structured and not let the games run away from them. I think that's always been a big problem. They're over-indexing into fights that they don't need to take, and then the rounds just get away from them. Fighting over space that they don't need to fight, and then not just being aware of the actual thing. So we're going to see how this works. I think double controller especially is super strong. How are they going to do it? They're set up for success here in comp-wise. However, if they don't execute on the high enough level, they're just going to find a lot of difficulty on this defense side.
Vice starting out A for just the pistol round at least. Good read to ODG starting to trend towards that side of the map. Being for the open door play, and I'm wondering how many rotations that is going to pull. Ooh, blue room door already broken, and a little bit of pot shot damage on to Midnight to boot. This is just gonna... are they actually gonna try and fight for this space? Just try to hold on to it here? Ugh. Oh, that's gross from Guren.
No, added to the tally of kills that Guren didn't even see. Guren just spamming through smokes and finds 2, yeah.
This is smart, though. I like this. ODG, I wish they both stayed challenging, and they're going to run me that mistake here. Dark cover to make it seem like they may not be fully challenging for the time being. Gets one deposited on the line, and if nobody fights over towards top rope, they could even try wrapping stairs. And so we got to see that movement out of Rare Atom. Beautiful flush util. They're just playing time. They're just playing distraction factor. Arc goes out. They're going to double swing this. In the meantime, Zijuan handles his fight towards top. Ji doing well navigating, but ultimately just too much damage lost, and the trades go in the favor once again of an octagonal disposition in gaming pistol round.
Yeah, I think it's I agree with they should have just continued contesting it. They just gave up too much space. When they had the numbers, Goran did a really good job of finding those massive kills in heaven, and it just gave up all of heaven to a single omen in the smoke. I think if just asked for a bit of help, you could have flushed out the omen, now you have a retake with a bit of bite there. So yeah, ODG
they still
pulling away
they hit a lot. Alright, now all we need from ODG is don't throw away the second round thrifty, right? Like the first half. And that is a great way to start that out. Xiaoyu punishing No. That's going to drop any Vice utility, which already would have been minimal because it's a second round eco for the side of her Adam. Extra measure coming out from the haunt. Corner close, not cleared out. G, though, still forced to fall back nonetheless. They'll be berated by utility. Nice C's to make sure there's no real follow-up either. Safe plant for Mound. This is going to be very, very difficult to get back into. Evidence being Goran's death right there.
Yeah, and it's pretty standard. This is pretty formulaic. You should just win on average, you're going to win your buy round just because of the superior weaponry and the massively increased damage potential. And Midnight has a lot to do. I don't know what minimum expectations are. Yeah, get yours. Aaron is low HP, so
yeah, little right click RG. I think that's why YH is leading the charge, leader, to send his team into a flawless second round of the half here. And I mean, with each passing round, Bind comes closer and closer into the realm of possibility here for another 3-mapper in the record already of ODG, and it'll be the first time of this tournament as well that Rare Adam would not 2-0, but get ahead of ourselves here. It's gonna be the first rifle of the round here for the side of Rare Adam, and you can see on the ecos they like to get silly when they know there might be not the best odds there. A little be hopping through waterfall as your teammate takes the exchanges, but they lose this round. That's where things are going to just get absurd, and this bonus, because it was flawless, a little scary. And you said you like the beast site taking some off the weapons too, but let's see if they can fight the toxic screen.
Yeah, see if they can breach this 5-player monster and problem. They're gonna find the first gun, and Goran's gonna find 2 kills. It's Stoshin gonna find with a nade, but Goran's now chipped down. YH. Marshall rings out, finds No. No Sentinel now on C side. No Sentinel to speak of, as Vice is gonna take that spot and this time claim it in favor of the side of ODG.
Yeah. Opportunistic calling on point, so quick to pivot. Gives them at least a chance at this round. Once again, the down number. Someone wants to go on the proactive. And the follow-up is good from YH, but unfortunately that Marshall, not enough to finish the job. It's gonna hurt, but it's still gonna be a Rare Adam round. Nonetheless, 2 weapons carried over, including that Odin, but again, with no timeouts left, this would have been a round, right, where Rare Adam would have taken a timeout. I'm telling you, if they had any left. It's not the way they want to be winning rounds, to say the least, right? Yeah. Losing that many weapons, getting absolutely just clobbered here on these refrags off of, again, YH with these crazy weapons. Odin, Marshall, it does not matter. They are finding impact, and you can see it rearing its head. Look at that. I mean, Bulldog, light shields across the board. Like, that is how you can just, like, continue to rack up these rounds to keep this 3-4 round buffer that ODG has and close out your best map.
I think to note, YH is so locked into the server, he got a Marshall kill through a smoke without seeing anybody, so it's very hard when someone's this, like, proficient, someone is this in form, and YH and the side of ODG are making a stand, making a statement on Lotus here. As it's going to be a C hit, very heavily stacked up onto the C side.
Yeah, not quite sure what a weapon left Aaron with 10 HP, but that is one duelist kind of taken off of the entry list for the time being.
Bulldog, triple body, like 4 bodies, like the first burst maybe? Like one of the spams from Midnight.
Midnight probably, was there. Yeah. Could just been a headshot too, you know, some little 140 action from Z.
Yeah, it could be.
G. This A rotate though. kind of being read, and you're running into a potential Judge and an Odin here, so I like the call to pivot off the Nightfall here, but they have a lot of utility to flush you out. They have the Toxic Screen to keep the players at main, at bay. This is a lot, though, invested too. Paranoia already just to prevent them from getting onto the site. They're not going to have much left to actually retake when the spike feels like inevitably is going to go down here, Rigger.
Yeah, it's... Oh, this is a very scary post plunge. You're 5v5, but Aaron's 1 HP. Everyone's basically at full capacity, barring the util. Xiaoyu's getting curious, trying to look for anything here, as Midnight's going to try and aggress into that CT smoke. Xiaoyu potentially looking for the first one. Sends a couple of warning shots, gives away his position. Seeing if he can get anything done. The Rose is going to be committed. Get some more info, getting Satoshi onto the angle, and the first kill is going to come for side of RA. No, finds an Omni skipping. G finds one, and so does Nono with 3 kills on the board. All eyes on Winner. Can Winner find some progress here? Finds 2 kills with the spray. It's under control, but G wrenches it away once again. 9-7 for the side of RA.
Yeah, really, really nice attempt there from Winner, but we have to add one more player onto our Odin proficiency list alongside Guran and YH, and that is Nono, which makes sense, right? Controller on other maps, the Omen, like we saw on our first map. That was just gorgeous. I mean, the last thing you expect, right, as a movement agent is your Faye jumping out of heaven. Guran with his Judge just draws all of the crosshairs away so that Nono can get that insane just target switch. 1, 2, 3, an entire routine completed for 7 on the round. A possible secondary comeback in the making. Similar to what we saw ODG attempt over on Sunset, but we'll let it happen first before we call it done, sealed and delivered. Midnight, Spectre in hand, so again, our Rare Atom has not had a comfortable buy really since the 3rd round of this half, and on the flip side, a lot of Guardians sported, kind of just scraping the bottom of the barrel to see if they can keep this lead as prominent as possible for the side of Octagonal Disposition Gaming. Meantime, again, they use so much utility early round, and it's to try and decide with advantages just like this one. Oh, that is
absolutely
insane tracking.
robbed in the showstopper.
Yeah,
Absolutely robbed in the showstopper. I think the big thing is they always have full shields somehow, so they always have this fighting power.
oh no.
No, with the Odin, spams through, 2 people TP past the line, but finds the first one. It's 2v3 though. Midnight low HP, so is Aaron though.
Ooh, and here comes the counter showstopper. Read like a book on the plant location. Satoshi able to tie things back up at 2-on-2. Similar HP lines as well, and the spray connects through the wall. Doesn't matter if you have an Odin or not. And Winner almost clutched the last, asked to deliver it once again. Second kill gives the paint shell back that is going to meme and maul Winner. 7 bullets left. Still a Paranoia in hand from Midnight off of the next tap. And Time now becoming the worst enemy in this clutch, but they've cut the first off, and you can't be wide swinging like that when you have low HP. That is easy work for Satoshi. 3 kills on the round, and we now have 1 round separating us from a tie for, what is it, the 3rd time this game, this map?
Yeah, back and forth game. A big thing here is, you mentioned how RA's econ is struggling, but they're still winning. Yeah. They're still finding ways to win these rounds, and yeah, that's a timeout if I've ever seen one. You just lost to a Judge and a Spectre, and it's the last one. 4 timeouts on the series. 4 timeouts in this map, mind you. But a big thing that I will note is, despite Rare Atom's, some might say, fragile economy in their state, they're always managing to buy full shields. They're always giving themselves more favorable odds into unfavorable situations. Midnight, I think, forced Spectre full shield when he had the option to go Bulldog light shield, right? So he's giving himself the opportunity to be like, I get involved in the chaos, I can fight and potentially like do something crazy with the Spectre from close range, opposed to opting for the more safe fight in a disadvantaged situation. So Rare Atom taking their chances, buying up this much, but doing it in a very interesting way. ODG struggling to find value here. You saw Zayu finding that first kill, trying to capitalize off of it, and just getting shut down. Completely getting shut down to that B side. And same thing on C. Just moments of individual brilliance.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that the highest survival probability against a showstopper is to W key at said raise, and I think that was what was demonstrated very, very well by Midnight in that moment. But this timeout. Rare Atom also get the time to switch things up to come up with a good read, a good counter, and it seems like they have one brewing, but it might have been, I was gonna say overcooked because it looked like it was more for a B main counter, and they somehow converted that into a really, really strong C hold off of this one way. Find 2 openers, 2-for-1 special there. I mean, it might be, I'd say a worthy trade as well, since you still have G with the toxic screen, but time being, they are still trying to reclaim this B main space. You're running into a judge. And you just said that they took this time out because they were losing to a judge. Well, they're still losing to a judge.
Yeah, and they're losing to a judge, and they're losing to an Odin, and Waishen, with the stinger in hand, has to perform. We spoke about the Odin. We spoke about Icarus. We spoke about all different kinds of gods, and a god has to listen right now because Waishen's in a very precarious situation. Stinger to his name, and so does the sheriff. Yeah,
he's so
just
aware.
Damage.
It's more of like, what can you do against this? You're just kind of going to your inevitable threat of fate. There's another mythology reference for you.
But maybe damage. Those are the first 5. The judge is running out of bark, and YGN capitalizes off it. First sheriff shot rings true. Looking for another one. He can do some damage. I don't think there's a round win. I highly doubt that there's a round win on the cards here.
Maybe. Oh, somehow misses the gun. Didn't have enough time anyways. Snake bite just to get some extra punch there to secure the final kill.
Plus an extra, plus an ult orb, plus a bit more damage on the econ side to keep that rare atom econ fragile. And I think if Rare Atom wasn't dealing with their like fragmented econ so well, that would be a bigger boon. But Rare Atom is comfortable. They seem very comfortable in these mixed buys, and we have the first full buy in how many rounds? The first actual stable buy, and it's a massive ult one. Like they're just winning in every single front.
I think this would get really messy though really quick, right? YH, Aaron also won off from their respective ultimates. And that's why RA wanted to get so aggressive here, so proactive, was they didn't want to give that opportunity to get these orbs, to get these kills, to get these ults online for a nice concrete execution. And I think this, just to further solidify that, if they do invest the Viper's Pit, is like, C is closed for business, guys. Take your money elsewhere. Take it to B, take it to A, take it to our Vice shop, you know? Take it to our Guren, who's fighting aggressively towards A main, and winner says, yeah, I'll buy some of your product. Here we go, kill found. Dimensional Drift still inevitably to the side of Eden and ODG. This is gonna save now, right? The Steel Garden for a later round. Gonna basically give them the safe plant, and now we get to see, okay, how does RA answer with their own ults?
Yeah, a lot of options, but they whittled down a lot of those options. The only real viable one for this retake is that Vice, the Thorn Garden or the Rose Garden. This Vice Fight's gonna pop, and Satoshi's gonna find one. Evens up the numbers, makes a lot of these ultis a lot more viable. Rose Garden's gonna be committed here. I think that's attack aside, yeah. Proc from winner, and the defensive one is gonna go on. Overlaps in a very interesting way, so defending team gets their guns first. But time is ticking away. Nightfall's going to be committed to delay the advance a bit more. So they're just going to find one. Looking for the second, doesn't quite find it. No is having to trade it, but YH closes it out. Staunches the, I think, 2 on the trot for RA, and YH finally stops it for ODG, and now they're once again in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it took 3 ultimates though, right? You're not going to have those back likely until overtime, so not something you can hedge your bets on every single time, but it still was very, very clean there. And you can see a little bit of that mass hysteria set in for Rare Atom as well. It's like, Nightfall proc, where's the bullets coming from? Where do I trade my teammate out on that final kill? And, well, they were inevitably mound, so ODG cling to the lead once again. First to breach double digits here. Carry the weapons forward, but again, RA is the one that I think has the ult advantage now. Nightfall in hand, 2 off from the showstopper for Satoshi. And they're kind of replicating that B trap that I saw prior, where the last time they had to kind of pivot it into the C hold, and that's where I think it was G and Satoshi delivered each with opening respective kills to hold on to that space. And I think we're fortunate that ODG is able to kind of level the ship and try to chart a new direction before any blood has been spilled this time around.
It's uncharacteristically still a 5v5. I think this is the longest stretch of time we've had a 5v5 without actual space being actively contested. A lot of it's just been given to the side of ODG, because you can see their theme for this round is a lot of trap plays. Odin and Tree to spam into A-Link. You have the paranoia coming from C side, and yeah, they're just gonna get minced, locked down in front sight, and Shy's gonna find the first one. Shots ring True trying to cosplay Shy, or yeah, Shy's gonna find another one winner here. Finds a kill to Garon, ends the rampage almost immediately. 1v2 winner. Has a lot to do here, spikes on site. No Viper wall to help cross, so it's all individual gunfights, and it starts with Midnight. Can winner beat this?
Yeah, at first I thought that was a smart fight from Xiaoyu, right? You know where one is, you're gonna isolate it while down numbers. Then I see Winner coming, I'm like, wait, you could have crunched with Winner and guaranteed it. Instead, now it's, yeah, Winner in a 1v3. Once again, asked to clutch for his team. 0 for 3 in that department. Or sorry, I should say 0-2. This would be 0-3, which Midnight is going to serve up on a silver platter. A little Midnight snack, but all in all, that's going to once again tie us 10-10. That's 4 times we've been tied. We've been tied, ironically, 4-4-5-5, and then double it, right? 9-9-9, 10-10. So, really nice to see that we've been competitive in both halves here. The difference now is that when we were tied previously, we were able to invest those timeouts, and now, like you mentioned, coaches, assistant coaches have to sit back until overtime at this rate, trust in their teams, trust in their round-around adaptations. But once again, I mentioned that to me, Rare Atom had that slight edge, right? They fixed their economy in the nick of time. They have a better ult economy management right now, and ODG, look at this. Their money is broken. It's going to be probably an RA 11th, and then the ults can get them to 12. Just don't overinvest your ults if you're Rare Atom this round.
Yeah, ideally you want to be using your ults to snowball your lead, you know? You want to be setting up for each individual ult as a round win, and can they get anything done here? It's going to be a massive tree committal here. Viper Molly to delay it, and Odin to punish it if it actually happens. They don't have an out, they're fully committed into this one with their econ weaponry. So how are they going to maneuver this? How are they going to work their way out of here?
This is really nice Yuchilang, right? Snake bite into the arc rows, consistent kind of Odin barrage of bullets here as well. So it's a nice effective fake out, I think, around the rolling door, but that's why the Nightfall gets invested, right? Good information, you're gonna hear, okay, 4 found, right? And they are all stuck in a tree. The Decay, I mean, they're lucky to be alive at this rate, just softening the battlefield. Ever so slightly, we'll see where the numbers land once the Decay wears off, but I think that's just thrown a wrench into Rare Atom in terms of they don't know where ODG is going at this point. They've left a few remnants here in the form of Winner, in the form of Aaron, but sight set towards the C end of things, and Midnight has to go big or has to just communicate this to the team and buy enough time. That's what Paranoia hopes to achieve. Well, it's Nico, you're calling in to take these fights and win them.
Yeah, Midnight closes it out. This was I think that door got opened 7 times. Unironically, I think that door got opened 7 times. ODG rather struggling to find any purchase there. I think they had a pretty good idea, but the minute they got into there, they got spooked by the Odin. They got stopped by the Viper snake bite, and then stopped by the Odin again, and they just sat in tree for an uncomfortably long amount of time. So by the time they got you, I think everyone is 50 HP. No one is full HP come that C hit.
And you have worse weapons, so it's just all those cards stacked against you. And Rare Atom won that in the fashion that we wanted, right? Maybe investing 1 ultimate max, and I think that was vital information that they really needed. So well invested. They're still gonna have big showstopper, big Viper spit here if they need it for this A-hold. I think ODG is onto something though. Again, if they can just get out of tree, get past this Odin, and I'm not gonna lie, they have the better composition, I think, with this double duelist to flush them out, right? And I just haven't gotten to see it come through just yet, so trying here once again. Precipice of disaster. This round is do or die, right? They're gonna be broke, it's gonna be 12 for Rare Atom. Let's see how they do under the pressure.
Yeah, it's a must-win round here, and they got past the choke. They committed a lot of util here, but you're now seeing the side effect of not having a Viper.
Oh,
you can't really contest this. No's gonna find a kill onto Aaron, just takes a guess, lines it up, and tees off, and Aaron is removed from the game. Satoshi looking for a fight here, finds one, wins one against Winner.
Yeah.
Winner also favorable in that fight, and
it's like ODG is expecting these gaps in the RA defense that just are never there. So there's nothing to capitalize off of, and player after player gets pieced apart until, yeah, eventually you're getting onto the C side. Yeah, with the showstopper, they can get the spike planted at least, but you're still down 2 players, and now it's Rare Atom's turn with their ults.
yeah, it's this waterfall fight. Isaac's gonna run and Satoshi. Zari's gonna find the first one, Satoshi's gonna find one traded with the showstopper, finds 3 for the round. Sets themselves up.
Wow.
Couple of shots ring through and boom!
Little dangerous.
YH with the YH with the shots fired kills 2. Found dead in C main unfortunately, and potentially RA looking to win this game, and ODG's dreams a bit dashed here as onto a force buy. It's a very awkward buy now because that was their committal, that was their one chance to swing some momentum back in the right direction.
That was way too innocent of a smile for the war criminal antics we just saw in that C retake. Perfect pathing, just obliterating anyone in his path from Satoshi. Yeah, like you mentioned, just kind of finally sealing off this series, it feels like. Again, regen shields, half shields, not even full rifles to complement them here. And no ults really to write home about either, unless we can get an opening kill or an opening orb. Let's see the possible last stand of Octagonal Disposition Gaming. Again, they won't be eliminated, but they would be sent to the lowers. 1 life remaining in their season, in their ascension journey. And see, I like the idea of a V-pop where they can get the proper cycling of the toxic screen, but Rare Atom reclear comes through. Primer set in stone. And you can see the 2 C-side controllers just getting into position here.
Yeah, so I think definitely a more confident setup here. Just in terms of map control, but the problem is you have to hit something. You have to hit something at some point or another. You have to get something done because RA is positioned in such a position that if you don't, they put that Viper's pit down on the site you want to hit, and your hits scup it. Like there's nothing you can do much. But eyes on winner, eyes on winning here, or no rather, setting up on that A side. Viper or Vice Wall gets tripped, delays it. Viper pit gets committed, delays it, and now we have this B hit here, and everyone potentially can flood from all different aspects here. Spike is going to be committed. Do they have any ultis online? They only have the Paranoia. They do now get the Nightfall in action. Winner's 1 off. Zai's going to find the first kill. Aaron's going to find a second kill. Nono's going to fall 5v3 suddenly in favor of ODG. Midnight have to try and contest this. Looking to Aaron.
All the pieces fell into place on this B split. Really, really nice there. I was worried at the beginning because of how spread thin they were, but I think they showed just enough presence on the A site. They finally threw Rare Atom off. Mentioned they usually don't have defensive gaps, so they forced them to expose themselves here. And they will get to 11th. That will rejuvenate, hopefully, the money situation here, especially if it's going to be in this flawless fashion. We could just have an OT on our hands, and that's giving me flashbacks. The last time these 2 teams met, 3 maps. The first one was double digits. The second one was an OT. And then the third one, obviously, went Rare Atom's way. So we'll see how this next round goes.
It's competent. I think they're very confident. They got shut down in every single angle, but they left themselves a lot of outs. Mind you, they had all of B main contested, and they had Zayu anchoring B main. They had some A main pressure to move Nono to keep him rooted there. They had C main pressure to keep the Sentinels rooted. And once all of that had happened, they just take the double duelist, collapse on B, and then just take all the sites, give Fade the Nightfall and take it. So very, very good showing from them. They need one more round though, one more opportunity to try and close this game out in official time. 1 off of Yora ulti, 1 off of Vice ulti as well. Playing for some early ult control, it seems.
Ooh, that is a criminal shot from Aaron. G, taking out a fighting form, has also been having a quieter map after departing from the duelist role, on Lotus specifically. Now, I mean, yeah, because they softened the blow on the C side, this lean makes sense. Yeah, the Vice utility is there, but there's no one to punish off of it, right? And they're just giving up that space as well. There's no one, like, replacing, right? G on his post. It's just gonna be... Alright, tried and true 5v5 retake here. I'm curious to see how far Octagonal Disposition is going to fight forward here. We know that Zhao used to fight the fight, and Aaron is setting him up for it.
Completely gets mollied out of that C link area, but they have all of that CT space, just refighting into CT. There's not much they can do. Aaron is now posited for success here. Zayu on the hip, trying to find something, finds the first one. Gonna find one, and Garen gets contributes to the fight. Nono's gonna find the 3rd kill in the smoke. contingency, a bit of a sleeper agent, and the flank being developed. G trying to find Winner. Winner finds the kill onto G. Pops the Rose Garden. YH finds the kill onto Nono, and Midnight trying to get the shorty kill, trying to get his ace with the shorty, reminiscent of what's happened in Sunset, but there's too much to do here. Not enough time as well. Finds the kill onto YH, but it's too little too late. Can get it to half, doesn't even get it to half. 4.4 seconds on the clock, and we're going to OT. It's OT, the coaches get their timeouts back. Yeah, the big thing is the coaches get their times out back.
This is true, this is true. Curious to see how and when they will invest those. Probably feel the fatigue setting in here after what was, again, a close map 1, a great comeback attempt. Did not go the way of ODG, and now here, I mean... Very, very clean gameplay, it feels like. Coming out from both sides. It feels like we're finally kind of getting what both of these teams look like towards their best. So it's small mistakes riddling, I think, we're at him in opportune moments, but... The same can be said for ODG on some of these kind of thrifty rounds that RA were able to pull through to get things back in contention, to get us back to overtime. Big thing here as well is you're not going to have to worry about that weird economy, those weird old economies that we kind of mentioned allowed RA to tie us back up to get us to this OT point. So, just try to true Valorant, a big B-pop in the making, but Aaron has other plans to challenge it.
And it's very steady once again. I think the problem with games being this long and having expanded for this long is anything that you did in the beginning, you don't know if it's going to work. You might even have forgotten how to attack for the side of RA. So at the half, they were 5-7 when they were attacking. They closed the gap on defense. Attack has been pivotally their weaker side on this map of Lotus. So how can they find a way to enable all of their star players, and I'm talking Satoshi in this context, to get the space that he needs to actually open up these rounds? Because the side of ODG is very confident, very comfortable just playing from these very defensive positions.
I feel like Rare Adam early were able to get onto C fairly easily. Aaron since found his identity, found his ability to anchor this site. Now he's joined by Xiaoyu as well. So I think my best bet and where RA is standing is on this A site, right? They could get it pretty seamlessly. It was just the retakes were so clean out of octagonal disposition. So that's where I want to see the improvements, the switch ups, right? Maybe send a lurk player through B, maybe send a player upstairs. Because that's where things have been faltering, but it looks like it's gonna be the B split here because of how deep we were able to get an insert here from Midnight, but time is ticking. There's a lot of flush utility still online here, perhaps. Ooh, just short.
Yeah, Goron gets the plant, a bit of tick damage from the Viper's snake bite, but it's just fighting, it's just guns, it's just chaos here. It's the first kill. The flash gonna come through. Goron's gonna find the first kill, opens it up, and Aaron's gonna trade it immediately. Yeah, no man, or no rather, and Satoshi are gonna clean things up, and there's just a 1v4 or 1v3 almost immediately. Eyes on Winner here. Can I get him done? Shots fired, finds the first one. Looking for the second, taps the spike. Lots of options, lots of targets in a very target-rich environment as Winner gets the tap, but doesn't get the half. The peek comes through, trying to stick the half this time, but the swing's going to come through and doesn't quite get the gun out in time, and no. Gonna find the kill, close things out, but it was scary. It wasn't a given. They almost got beat by the clock in one instance, and they almost got beat by a single Yori flash. And because of some really good trades and really good kills and really good crossfires, they won it out. But
okay, but do you notice that flash? I think blinded the teammates coming out of top heaven as well.
Yeah,
because I was like, I'm pretty sure there's opposing enemies just both out in the open, right? Between the Fade, I think it was who was it? It was Guran that was just out in the open, and the teammates that were out heaven. I'm like, this shouldn't be happening, but I guess they're all blind, so it makes sense. But I feel bad for Winner. So many clutches, so many swing rounds, just not able to pull them through, and they're impossible situations to begin with, and that they've come close to accomplishing. But for Adam, strike the iron wall top, get on the board first, and we'll start to hammer that metal into a final decisive sword for the striking blow. First blood onto Aaron, looking for more. Guran. Ooh. Playing with fire with that pre-fire.
This is scary. They're trading util quite effectively. No, if we're gonna find a kill into Zayu through that wall, mind you.
Oh!
As the Satoshi's gonna
Winner slipped the net.
Yeah, Winner's gonna find one immediately. It's 3v4 though, or 2v4 as Midnight's gonna find another one. Looking to close this game out. He wants this game done, and TH not really in a position where it's looking favorable.
Trigger
discipline. Finds the first one.
Trigger discipline. I don't know about that one, Chief. Go back.
He finds the first one. Look, I think he was trying to greed for any additional ones, but this is a familiar play pattern. Yeah, this is a familiar play pattern. I think it's 2 for 3 or 1 for 3 on these rounds through B onto C post spawn. So let's see how YH has played this out. Once again, the veteran who's played in ASS or ASC
Game is on the line,
has
though.
competed. Yeah, big moments,
In-game
big player.
leader. Yeah. I like this play. This is gutsy. If they were coming through B and not through revolving door, this would have been a groundbreaking play. I mean, 25 and 18 and has to just to get to another OT cycle. 1v3 this with 25 HP. Han likely not to come back online. Is one off the Nightfall. Sees in hand, but at this point you stick someone on and you high-low it, and this feels unwinnable.
I think he missed his timing. Oh, he missed the timing. He could have got the kill onto Midnight, but RA pulls it away. RA has, as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, always won in the one instance that they have played against ODG, but ODG made it close. They went the distance. They brought it to 10-13 and now 14-12 OT. So ODG definitely looking strong, I think, at the beginning of playoffs. Once again, they're not out of contention. They're just knocked to lower brackets. This was upper semifinals, so they're gonna potentially have an option to run this back against Rare Atom in a BO5. They just need to actually, put in the graft, get through the lowers. But yeah, it was a close game. RA just won out from just some really big moments. Moments of, like I mentioned, absolute brilliance, sparks of brilliance from a lot of these players, and those sparks were bright enough to set a fire under RA and get the win, close out the game, and close out the series as well.
I think it's delivered by all means of what we were expecting, right? Close maps, but the top seed coming out of Group B in Rare Atom just still getting the 2-0, punching their ticket to those upper finals, and I mean, we'll get to see who gets to join them in the next match of the day as well between Dragon Ranger Gaming and Any Questions Gaming, but for the time being, I mean, both teams, the back and forth on Lotus, which we mentioned was the best map for both of these teams, was just thrilling to witness from start to finish. I mean, ODG did a pistol after, again, going down like 1-8 on Sunset or something like that, just to get Thrifty back, and every step of the way, it was Fade versus Fade with those Odins. You had No also sprinkling some Odin action here, and even the duelists were just delivering by all stretches of the imagination.
I think it's a close game in every single regard that matters. I think the scorelines don't accurately reflect how close the series was. RA has to come back on defense with a basically broken economy. They couldn't buy full rifles, they couldn't buy full things for 7 rounds at a time, it felt like. And they somehow managed to make those scrappy weapons work, and that Odin rung loud, and we mentioned ODG brought it into existence, and RA just capitalized. Taste the Fury medicine, and unfortunately the medicine is bitter and makes RA feel a lot better in this situation. I mean, especially about their run in their Lotus.
Well, ODG goes lowers. I think I mentioned for Sunset, they know what they have to work on now. I think having a slow start didn't help for some of their key players, so I'm excited to see what happens when they play like they did on Lotus from the get-go. Get off on the right start from the starting line instead of kind of a false start. But again, some small things I think to work on that also kind of added up to rounds not going in their favor. But on the flip side, I don't think Rare Atom was perfect either. But for now, let's listen in on those near perfect team comps.
有一个抛头，就这一个，就这一个，谁打来打？左边就雷没雷交了，走不掉。我被闪了，看不到。来，走。哎，雷击，我捡高了，雷击。2个 B， 2个 B。给墙，能下包吗？你们能下包吗？给我。能去下包，能去下。等我，2个瀑布。OK。等我下锅点吧，对他们有烟但是。没。来包点吧，有黑闪1排黑。人家一个。 2个你啊，不是2个 waterfall 1个你啊，把2个包点，包点出来了，包点一个，出来了，那最后一个1打1，绕一大了，飞得绕一大了，你打你的吧，我管谁脸了，B通一个，飞得一滴血，应该是2个 B通， 我拉线帮你，我管2楼，2楼一个，2个2楼，先刷一个，2楼2个。nice， 给我站 ，nice。
And we are back in Satoshi, unequivocally our match MVP. I don't think anyone can argue that Satoshi is arguably one of the more prevalent players. Yeah, and 7 multi-kills in this game for the duelist. And yeah, it shows the story. And I think if the fact that Satoshi has 7 multi-kills in this game was that close, that, you know, it informs amongst a plethora of other criteria how close this game actually was. But Satoshi definitely showed up. Both the duelists showing up from map 1 to map 2.
Matching the multi kills of Xi on map 1 as well. And I think it's interesting to see how the flavor of duelists changed between map 1 and map 2, right? Map 1 a double duelist with the Yoru and the Neon, and they were more of the distraction factor, right? They had their shining moments, but they were more that chaos element to set up Xi and the rest of the team for success. But here they had to take things into their own hands, right? Carry that torch on forward, like we saw in that insane clutch that really did set up Rare Atom on that road back to recovery, I'll say, for sure, on that attacking half. And I mean, another OT, I would not have had it any other way. A great showing as well. I said it that we're going to have Xiao Yu step up as well. You know, the newest player to this squad that didn't play in the China Nationals the last time these two teams duked it out. And Rare Atom did have, I think, a difficult time handling him at certain points as well. His openers were super clean. Still over 300 ACS despite the loss is absurd. So I do think they have a really, really strong chance at a lower bracket run here.
Yeah, I think a big thing for ODG is you have an impact player and winner. I think it's understated because we are talking about Aaron and Zayu for most of the game, but winner is massive in terms of just his general impact. The times when he needs to get kills, he's getting a lot of them, and setting up his duelist to have 305 ACS. So if you look at that timeline, it's crazy. Especially the second half, those 4 rounds that Rare Atom won with broken buys. Is crazy, and half of those are diffusers. I think in a meta where it's mostly just deny them at the choke, for it to be a lot of these diffusers on Lotus specifically, shows the nature of the round. So yeah, very big game, very big game to start off the next stage of playoffs. I think going the distance, this could have easily gone to a OT map 3 as well, with the strength of these teams as individuals and strength of map pool as well.
Yeah, and then taking one more look at the series that we just witnessed as well. Rare Atom take that risk, go to a map that they haven't fully fleshed out, that also ODG hasn't tackled either in terms of Sunset. It pays off. They get some good reps in before an ever-important upper and hopefully grand finals. And on the other side of things, ODG, I think, it's some really good VOD material to go back, review, get down to nitty-gritty before they face the loser of our next series of the day between Dragon Ranger Gaming and Any Questions Gaming. I would have loved to see the buy-in again, because then it would have kind of been another kind of double duelist showdown, but all in all, super impressive showing from both sides, and congratulations to Rare Atom on their way to another grand finals appearance, so it seems.
Yeah, I think the scary thing is ODG is playing against the winner of Any Questions and DRG, the team
loser,
that is active, or the loser of that game. So it's not
that's scary.
Yeah, it's not a fun. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. So, and we're going to cost that game as well. So we're going to see, they're going to have a lot more experience on it. I know DRG has their full roster. They didn't have it for champs, so they do have the Costream back in. So it's going to be a bit of a brawl, and especially if they're going to go to Sunset and stuff like that. So, and we have the last interview, the last thing to sort of capstone this.
但是这一次是你的第1次晋升赛，同时也是你的第1次线下赛，感觉怎么样？
就是氛围很好吧，然后也能站起来跟对手互动。
对，能够跟对手，比如说打招呼、对视一下，氛围非常的不错，也是好朋友。那今天其实图一你也是大心脏选手了，全局的2个立刻千军的回合都是来自于你。当时拿下残局之后，队友是什么样的反应？包括说能不能给大家分享一下你的心路历程？
就大家都很兴奋吧，然后就激动嘛，就拿下了残局，然后。对于我自己来说的话，当时就是 没有想太多，就想着用枪法去拆分一个个对手，然后拿下就行了。
对，今天确实枪法也非常的在线，包括说当时来到了下半场之后，对方的存钱局他们是强挤到了莽侠这一把枪，一度的追分。你们当时是怎样重新找回比赛的节奏的？
就互相鼓励吧，然后沟通，大家说没关系，然后互相加油。
对，队内的氛围是非常非常不错的。那接下来的胜局你想遇到谁？现在坐在你的身后。
比较想遇到 DRG 吧，然后他们也是打过世界赛的队伍嘛，可以从他们身上学到很多东西。
对，每一次比赛都是很好的学习的机会。那接下来比赛加油！那我们本场的赛后采访到这里就结束了，但是不要走开，接下来还有精彩的比赛在等待着大家，拜拜。
And we're back. How do you feel about the series? I think there's a lot to talk about. The major notes I have is just defense, or the first thing I would note, Sunset, anti-ecos and dealing with ecos and dealing with money. On Lotus is fumbling the bag into bad money. Those were like the two major points that I had. You saw on Sunset a lot of the anti-ecos are finding a lot of success because the double duel is just walking into them. On Lotus, you're finding a lot of success because the double duel is just walking into defenders who have the worst guns and just finding fights there. So I think money was a big thing for this series. Mechanically, the teams were both on par. I don't think the only thing that separated them was just the money. The Odins, the ability to buy ops, cycle ops, have shields, have the ultis, were all there. It's just sometimes you lost a low buy and it broke everything.
I think for me, this series culminated in two things. For the side of ODG, it was, I think, growth and changes. For the side of Sunset, we saw, again, a really bumpy start just in terms of fundamentals, in terms of team util fights. They took timeouts, they cleaned those up, and we got a lot closer in that fake comeback. It was just a little too late that they kind of got in sync and got unlocked, and I think that's, again, credit to the map pool itself. And overall, notice it was kind of similar just from a defensive perspective, just figuring out how they wanted to structure the team and those positions. And once they got on that unlock, it was really, really clean. That's they got that comeback for the 7-5, but then, like you mentioned, just the mastery of money, the mastery of the mid-round callings on the side of Rare Atom, and how well-rounded and experienced of a team they are, led by a veteran caller like Midnight, who has been on the Ascension Grand Final stage, truly led them to victory today.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see more of this Rare Atom side, especially as they go make deeper runs into this, but we have a game coming up. We will be back in about 15 minutes. You're going to see some familiar faces, different contexts, different maps potentially, but for now, we'll see you guys. Go get some water. We have an exciting game coming up. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Ascension CN, brought to you by Project Horizon. I am Rigor, this is Zobi, and we're bringing you Upper Semifinals 2, which is Any Questions versus DRG. The previous series was Semifinals 1, and the winner of that was Rare Atom, and the loser was ODG, I think. So the loser of this game is going to play ODG, and the winner is going to play against Rare Atom in the upper quarterfinals or upper finals. So very, very tightly contested. There's a lot of stakes on the line here, but most importantly, how are you doing, Zabi? We've just casted a BO3, going to that one with a lot of high stakes Valorant, and now we're casting another one with even higher stakes, arguably.
I mean, we talked about it during the break. It's going to be a day full of Valorant between this, Game Changers, EMEA. Tomorrow you got NA Ascension. The Valorant never ends, and that includes in the Ascension region, right? We're flip-flopping. Still number 1 versus the number 2 seeds, but this time it is DRG out of Group A, our number 1 seed, versus the number 2 seed out of Group B in Any Questions. But if the last matchup was any indication of how close these truly can be, then I think we are in for another blockbuster, because I mean there's some familiar names on this Any Questions squad that we'll dive into, and everyone knows Dragon Ranger Gaming. I mean, they made champions, and it was so like insane to think that they had to come back to Ascension just because 2 Ascension or guest slot teams were at champs, and obviously XLG was able to outperform, and now here we are.
Yeah, I think the big thing is champs. This is one game where champs, like, credibility is a big thing. So DRG has a bunch of people who played in champs, and Any Questions has Simon, a champs winner, like an actual accredited champs winner. So they have a lot of backing behind them. The assistant coach, I think, for Any Questions the head coach for Any Questions, Sunshine,
was an analyst for EDG.
Yeah, for that championship winning run. So a lot of really big accreditations. We're going to see some really high level Valorant here, just across the board. I predict that it's going to be DRG just because of how much star power they have. I think that's like the big one. There's a lot of star power here. Unlike the other game where it is a lot of general team cohesion and a lot of experience, this one is just, you're up against people who have won. Are you going to get the yips? Are you going to actually show up on the day? DRG has people, I think Ackman, I think we spoke in the pregame, it's either Ackman or Spirits who's averaging 300 ACS.
Steal my place from me. You're stealing my research. How dare you?
Why did you give it to me? I'm giving you talking
I was going to say it. I'm letting you know. No. Anyways, yes, it was Spirits Z1 to look forward to right now as we get to see these teams walk out and join us on the stage. Any questions first and foremost, since they're ones walking out, we'll touch on a little bit. Obviously, Simon to keep an eye out for. I was kind of fanning over Danny just a little bit because obviously North American bias. I also cast Collegiate Valorant over here to see him coming from a West Coast school like IVC Blue and finding success here in this region. I also I was gonna say shout out fun fact on their squad. You have Eugen, who is a twin with Yuze, who is a substitute for that team, so it's kind of sad we only get 1 of 2, but other squad, like we said, for Dragon Ranger Gaming coming out on the stage. I mean, it's just every single player in its own right is a threat, and it's Spirit Z1 that was averaging over 300 ACS in that group stage. And like, that's not like 1 or 2 pop-up moments. You had to have been consistently overperforming and being on such a flexible role. And speaking of flexible roles, Simon has not just been fragging and being the 3rd in ACS despite losing series, but he has not repeated an agent a singular map that has been played this tournament. And he's played Lotus twice, but still different agents both times it was played. So they are a team that's definitely figured out through trial by fire what is working for the side of Any Questions. They've answered said questions. And speaking of questions, what maps do you think we're going to as they pop up on the screen?
I think Ascent picked by AQ, DRG is picking Lotus, and then we have Sunset as the decider. Ascent is leading the map pool. This is comfort. I think this is like a big thing. It is comfort. I would argue, a lot of the more team-specific and personality-based maps, such as Abyss, Corrode, Bind, and Haven, are not in the pool, right, or have been banned out of it. So it is literally just the bare bones. You're trying to keep things as simple as physically possible, because I argue, at least from my perspective, this makes sense. You have the star power. You have a guy who's dropping 300 ACS on average. Why not give him a sense? Why not give him a simple map? Why not give him Lotus where he can just play the game fundamentally? Why not give him Sunset? All of these, I will add, really potent Sentinel maps. And Vakashu, I think, is in the conversation in CN at least for one of the more prolific Sentinels. And you're setting him up for success on top of setting other people up on the DRG side. And Simon is someone who's very good as an independent player. Eugene, the duelist for AQ, is also very proficient in their own right and the mechanical side. So, like I said, lots of star power. And I think there couldn't be a better stage. If you couldn't have a better map pool if you're just focusing on keeping the game simple and focusing on having your mechanics and having that X factor of you as a player shine on the server.
Yeah, I think this is a very unique situation because both teams have the same instaban, right, in terms of bind. So I think it actually feels like Any Questions got the shorter to stick being the first team to ban. I think they should have low-key risked floating the bind and hoping that Dragon Ranger would be the ones to ban it, right? Because they have banned it every time, and then they would have been able to kind of ban out that second map because Abyss is honestly AQ's best map. So it being banned out by Dragon Ranger Gaming isn't great for them. I'm not going to lie. So seeing these maps as Ascent, Lotus, and Sunset, I mean, you're going into your worst map and a map you haven't played this tournament for the side of AQ. Versus the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, they have one Ascent, they have one Lotus, they have one Sunset in the, you know, only 4 maps they have played. And I think that it is very comfortable territory. So it feels like the maps aren't as middle ground as they were in our last series for the upper semifinals. They feel like they heavily lean Dragon Ranger Gaming's way, but I am then curious to see, again, Any Questions. They are known to try to remedy their mistakes. They've had 2 different compositions, 2 different reps on Lotus in particular, but starting out here on Ascent, it is a pretty decent map as well for the side of Any Questions. They played it once and it was a 13-10 in their elimination match up against Chosen Click Gaming. So again, when the pressure was there, they were able to perform, they were able to deliver and close it out in that 2-0 fashion. So we'll see as we get into the action here how things are going to go. This is one of the maps that Simon is not on the primary duelist as well, and we are going to see some little, you know, Fnatic Chamber Vice style composition out of them versus it's just chaos on the DRG side. You know, DRG, they don't play the typical, they play the atypical, they play comfort roles. We're gonna see probably a Clove, like, unless they just change things, they're getting serious, right? It's playoffs for Ascension. We'll see if things stay the same.
I think a big thing to hit on is you spoke about how AQ plays really effectively when the pressure's on. This is upper semi still. So is this enough pressure for them to actually show up, or are they going to float this as it's okay, we've done this, we can make it through lowers when the actual pressure's on, or are they going to try and play this one knowing that they're going to go into a potential harder game in Nan or in Rare Atom? And there's the Clove, Akman on the Clove. Clove is a big conversation piece, actually, with the new patch coming out, and I think they're going to be playing, or not for the Ascension, but for future tournaments. Clove is definitely one of the things that has suddenly shot to the top of the radar for a lot of teams, especially for teams that are liking to play that more default wide style of map play with Yoru. Sending Clove with the Yoru to fight something, challenge something A main, winning that A main fight. If your Clove dies, then you can just rotate off, and AQ is going to be focusing more on that. One of the softer counters to that, the very wide map style and having the double senti. If you go out wide against those guys, they don't really mind. They don't need to challenge the A main space because they have a lot of really strong site holds. So definitely those are going to be the 2 talking points. How does Clove interact against this double sentinel? It's going to be a big one. Any people you're looking at for specific?
Honestly, even though we have on this map in particular Simon not on the duelist, it still just has to be that Spirit Z1 and that Simon head-to-head. Simon has been the top frag no matter what agent, no matter what map across Ascension for this team. And Spirit Z1 last time on this map was 355 ACS, 26 and 14, almost double the kills of the next teammates. So again, heavy spotlight players that have to perform for these teams to do well, it almost feels like. And I mean, starting on the defense, you're going to be looking towards Yoru, exploring towards mid, accompanied by almost the entire team. And versus the flip side, I mean, look at how deep already Eugene is into B main. They're hopefully going to see this rendezvous and figure out what's up, but will it be long enough for the A side anchors to survive?
And you're seeing an A main presence here, and that TP is great to get Spirit Z1 all the way to the other side. We're seeing that 300 SA flexing immediately as Danny's gonna find one. 3 kills on the side of DRG almost immediately, and Spirit Z1 finding another kill on that A side, and Fukashu very proactive, walks through B main and closes it out. The 22nd round, I dare say. Starting off hard here, the side of DRG.
And again, it's so anti-characteristic to what an Ascent defense looks like, but that is DRG, just fluid but all-knowing at the same time, right? Even though they lost control over spaces, even though we got to see Eugen slip through, they kept tabs on where he was, were able to refrag it in that last moment. Vukashu reflashes, reswings, and reclears, and celebrations on stage. They're probably just happy to be reunited, right? Vukashu, it was so devastating that they couldn't have the full 5 in a full swing for defending that guest slot at Champs, and now they are proving why they deserve to get back to the franchising league in the last Ascension ever, right? At least for the time being, with the restructuring happening in 2026 and 2027 to the VCT circuit. But looks like we have a little tech pause, a little bit too much celebration over there, guys. You unplug something?
Yeah,
but yeah, look at that. Well, they're getting their fans figured out, but no. Yeah, that was a pretty good round. Again, it feels like something that you can just jot down, like, hey, they're going to explore on the pistol again, and you can see Spirit Z1 and how flexible he is and why he consistently is able to be at the steering wheel, right? Takes a fight mid, takes that information, TPs right back into the action over towards A. So he almost will always be in the right place at the right time. So just studying where those gate crashes are typically going to be and being able to challenge and handle that is going to be a big win condition in my mind for any questions if they want to win or even get any footing here on Ascent.
I think something that I'm aware of now, like it hasn't really crossed, but I just realized now, DRG has played the entire season in VCT, right? The DRG, I argue, is one of the better macro teams in VCT CN. They have so much tape on a lot of their maps.
That's true.
To like not only anti-strat, but just develop ways to play around it. So the fact that Spirit Z1 is still doing what he is doing, despite how much tape is actually out there to show how he's doing it, could be a big thing here. I think that's like how much prep has AQ done in preparation for this game. You might have the veterans in Simon and Sunshine, the coach, but how, as a duo at least, how much work have they done? Knowing what the amount of effort it takes to win, how much effort have they done to actually win this game? How much preparation have they done to even get here? So that's going to be a big talking point. And definitely Spirit Z1 and those rotates. Like, it's crazy to see someone fight someone B main, TP heaven, and then swing out A main instantly and kill kill 3 people. So crazy cadence, absolutely crazy cadence from Spirits.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed from AQ in some of their previous matches during the group stage is they are not a team to back down. They're big death ball. They're very engagement heavy, especially on the defense. You're going to see them maybe over proactive at times, and I hope they don't lose that sentiment up against a scary team like a tournament favorite like Dragon Ranger Gaming, and that's something only time will tell. Eco round, for example, a little fake death ball over towards A main. You can see the Prowler already flushed out to reclear, maybe even already gate crash to get information back towards mid to see if they've in fact rotated, but at this point AQ does feel like they're starving them of information, gonna prompt more questions, but kind of with the close judge. We've got to have the util be on a point here towards main from AQ or things are gonna get dicey.
I think the judge is gonna sing the jump spot, and it's crazy from FFS. The fake flash is godlike, and Simon's gonna find one. That is actually a great anti from the side of AQ. Very well aware of it, and yeah, that's site's wide open. And I think the only saving grace is DRG didn't buy that much into this. They didn't invest that much into this round. Besides the judge, the one guardian, and the bulldog. But the judge is no longer in their control. They can just fight at the chokes. Spirit Z1's gonna get right clicks found by Simon.
This team never stops fighting. Paranoia into pushing forward into CT after they've already established a plan. They've already established numbers, and even Danny is not backing down, hunting down this last player. And the immediate trade as well from FFS is good to go. So there it is. That's something else I will point out, right? A veteran on the stage. Simon is always standing. You should have seen the reactions he was getting out of Rare Adam during the group stage. And something tells me Dragon Ranger Gaming is not going to be any different in terms of just feeding into that energy, handing it back during these moments. And yeah, when you got away with an eco like that, I think it's definitely warranted here on Ascent.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm looking forward to this series, VCT personalities on an Ascension stage. That's like a big thing. DRG's used to people standing up and giving it from across the stage, and Simon's someone who, I think in every way, shape, and form, has the credibility to do that. He absolutely has the credibility to do that. So we're gonna see how they go about it. That death ball is very inspired from the side of AQ for sure. And they're gonna take that level of conditioning, that brief level of conditioning, and translate into a 1-3-1 mid. It looks like.
All right.
Oh, this B stack is. DRG is anting very heavily into this B stack here. I'm hoping that Vukashi can get some value on this A hold, but there's no util tree. They don't really have the killjoy for that, like really passive information to contest the space.
They put a trade markup, so they will know when they're kind of re-clearing this mid space if it would inevitably come from DRG. But I do really like this from Nick, because if they can bait out the Nick, oh, he's alone here, he's gonna take an early pick and then fall off the angle, then they may fall victim to not fully clearing out B main here. So that's where the timing from, you know, GRQ has to be on point here with this re-clear main. Paranoia has to be on point as well, but does he expect all three? Seems so for the time being. And it's just all systems ahead. Ooh, beautiful outlaw shots as well from Eugen.
They in Eugen I think it is. There's something in Bilibili on Bilibili platforms. So Eugen, when Eugen does well, because Eugen translates to ally, when Eugen does well, everyone calls Eugen ally. When Eugen sends it, then sort of sells the round, they call him enemy. So we're hoping that the version that AQ's having today is ally, having the person that you can rely on. And right now he's showing. He's definitely being very friendly, very contributing to some of the success that the side of AQ's having here. 5 assists for Simon, by the way, in 2 rounds. From smokes and fighting around the smokes alone.
Yeah, sounds about right. Now he's trying to hunt down the last player alongside his team, trying to get Vukashu and this hero rifle out of the way, or I should say the one that was carried over from FFS's fortunate demise. But again, that was a really nice, like you mentioned, just counter to aggressive B main B stack. And honestly, I'm really liking how thorough this team is being, because honestly, that's not something I was seeing from their Haven that I got to VOD review. They were kind of, well, because they tried to group up and fight so heftily, there was always these gaps that could be exploited by lurk players. Players that usually can be lurking when you have, again, an aggressive Yoru, when you have a team like DRG. And I thought it would be easy to counter, but right now, I'm not seeing many openings, and I think that's just accredited as well to just the double Sentinel composition itself. You're seeing the sheer wall aggressive B main, you saw the trademark to cover their back in top mid. Like, it's... I hope this continues.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I think this is a pretty standard way of playing a sense, no? Like the heavy mid early contest into late A main or late B main. I just realized Nick is playing the Fade, which has some legs, but the problem is Fade's area of influence pretty shallow in comparison to Sova. Can't touch as far on the map as possible, but mid walk up here. Paranoia's gonna come through. Paranoia is huge as Akman's gonna swing through mid, finds one with flexing. And they're gonna keep refighting this, just continue fighting it, balling out mid as AQ Danny's gonna find 2 kills. And GRQ is gonna close things out from that B main hold, and yeah, everyone's on their feet. Yeah, absolutely sending it. Absolutely sending it. Just seeing that presence from Simon alone. And it's infectious. Infecting all the rookies, making sure they're contributing to having fun in the server, you know? Make winning feel like winning is a big thing here.
Yeah, and I was curious to see if DRG was in fact going to try and fight for this mid space, right? I mean, you lost Spirit Z1. I was thinking like round after this, like when they were going to fight for the mid space, not in this round itself. So to see that fast of an adaptation, right? But then AQ just answered back immediately. I didn't expect the Danny Spirit Z1 head to head. I mean, they're on the same role. I guess I should have made that parallel. But aim-wise right now, Danny getting 3, absolutely delivering. And when he got paranoid out, beautiful support from GRQ coming in clutch from all the way in tiles. Feels like they are definitely making a name for themselves right here up against the tournament favorites in DRG. Now, another eco round for DRG, what feels like an inevitable 4th. Let's see if DRG has anything up their sleeve, or if the thoroughness of any questions will continue to put ends to these sentences.
I think the scary part is we spoke about how this comp is really good at fighting out wide and manipulating things against the double Senti. But we're not seeing a lot of that. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that death ball you were mentioning. They just there's too many people to have to deal with, and now Eugen all the way through mid. They have all of A main. It's quite oppressive and it's suffocating, but Spirit Z1 takes away their life and more their oxygen. Fakashi's gonna find a kill. I'm GRQ. Finds a kill onto Nick. However, things are relatively equal. A lot of low HP. That's lethal territory. Sheriff might as well be an op as GRQ finds a kill here. Ackman finds the first one, looking for the second, and it's a leg shot, but it's lethal. Closes it out, and DRG, not dissuaded by their lack of money, sits the side of AQ down.
Look at that humble, no standing up, not feeding into their attention. They're locked in. They're like, let's make that comeback happen first before we celebrate. More work to be done. I mean, that was a gift from Spirit Z1 that, yeah, Vukashu and Ackman definitely wanted to deliver. I mean, body shots, get the job done. There it is. One player got to stand up and get active. There we go. Very, very well deserved, but that's a huge springboard now right back into the action and into a pretty pivotal round. Not just because, okay, Spirit Z1 is just making me baiting me with the operator, but because of the ults online in this rifle round again. So either we're gonna enter we're gonna enter buy cycles, or this could bust half a wide open. Quick expedited ace split off the Hunter's Fury seems to be the calling card for AQ, and Danny says, I'm gonna take it into my own hands. You don't have to finish him off for me. Whew.
Oh, dink mid-air. Spirit Z1 was full HP mid-air, hit the ground, was 1 HP, and it's just gone. There's nothing here. And once again, familiar sight for Caution Ackman having to salvage this round. But it's looking spicy and looking very, very dicey. Danny's 1 HP. Spam is getting a bit of spam here. It's Ackman trying to piece up this. There's a lot of angles to cover. There's a lot of possibilities, a lot of options, and it seems like they're just playing. They're playing for anything that'll be given to them. But yeah, instead of being opportunistic, they're just gonna just bail out of here. Danny's gonna try and get his ult door back. Expend an ult, looking for another one this round. He has the money to go. He can build up some of that confidence, but I think the fact that the narrative points is they're gonna win this round or they're gonna stand up is a sign of the status of this game.
Yeah, I think we need a Dragon Ranger Gaming timeout at this point. Ooh, revealed but not killed. Nice little arc rose to top off the round. But honestly, it feels like right now we kind of talked about how, we need to find a way to shut down Spirit Z1, and you'll see like on some teams, right? Like if they have a standout player that needs to be shut down and that's a win condition, you'll plan around it. But it doesn't look like they're planning around it. It just feels like the individual players are winning these duels against Spirit Z1. You look at Danny right in that mid-arch fight. You look at, like you mentioned, right there where GRQ just gets a jump out headshot on the Spirit Z1. Like that is absurd right now that they're able to sit him down. And I mentioned that kind of concern for DRG is if he falls, who's going to step up to fill his shoes, and that may be the answer we're looking for the time being.
Yeah, I think the big problem is we mentioned the Clove and the Omen. And how effective they can be, but the problem is you should treat Clove like you treat any double duel comp, like actively aggressing space, and it's not looking good for Nick. Oh, this is not looking good for Nick. Simon's gonna find the first kill onto Nick, and the spray down continues to happen. Oh, the blind's gonna get buckied once again. Zephyr gonna trade it out almost immediately, but Eugen in a pretty precarious situation. Is gonna look for one onto Ackman, doesn't quite find it. Zephyr gonna go for the plancher. 3v2 once again, Vukasha and Ackman having to do God's work to try and salvage another round for the side of DRG. Can they do it?
Really good timing on that Steel Garden. I'll say it. There's a paranoia to try and bail Nick out. I mean, Bucky gets lost. I'm surprised they're investing the Clove into this round. In a really unrecoverable position. And Vukashu left on an island just to try and fend for the A main kill as well.
Yeah, you need to call a timeout. Yeah, you need to call a timeout at some point or another.
I would have did last round.
I guess if it's an eco, so you don't have to call a timeout, but you have to call it at one point or another.
You saved 2 weapons and you bought back into a Bucky. Like, it felt like a strong enough buy, and there were like some ults on the table. Like, not just some ults, a lot of ults, and then they still invested the ults without converting the round, right? So that is like the worst case scenario that could have happened. So we'll see though. We'll see how the cookie crumbles, right? For the time being. Yeah, many reasons to celebrate in the any questions at camp, and there's the timeout that we were predicting to come through.
I think a thing that you mentioned that was quite poignant is I think it's one of the follies of being an analyst or like analyzing the game on a more broad sense from personalities to game is someone's past performance and how it affects the way you play the game. We over-indexed into Spirit Z1 being a big player, that 300 ACS player. But the side of AQ seemingly doesn't care about it. They're treating him as like any kind of mortal player, and they're just playing their own unique game, that deathball style that you mentioned. And it's catching, I think DRG anteed in on potentially, hey, Spirit Z1 is that 300 ACS player. They're going to treat him like a player that is worthy of like that respect or that reverence. And AQ is just completely disrespecting that. They're playing the game that they want to play. They're not letting Spirit Z1 dictate their style of play, their tempo of play, and it shows. It looks very, very competent from the side of AQ, just in the way they're executing on their preconceived idea of how they want to play this game.
And that was something I said from the get-go, that I didn't want AQ to lose that quality, because that's what they do. They like to bully any and all teams. So they did during the group stage. It's sometimes to their folly, but if they're aiming and playing like that on the day of, it's the perfect and deadly combination. And honestly, again, that was a thread I noticed on a map like Haven, a map like Lotus, but here on Ascent, I mean, I think is a perfect match. Speaking of perfect matches, we said Spirit Z1 having a slower start. This might be the switch up out of the timeout is, hey, go even further. If you're getting first blooded in these common angle positions, go to the uncommon ones. Unfortunately, this time around, they cleared out all of the negative space, aka where any questions isn't. So now how do they reframe around this tiles position, this B side of the map? Because that's where this team has to be at this point with 40 seconds left on the round.
Yeah, and this is the first time where Vikosh and Ackman are potentially going to get a chance to blow this game wide open. They've been on the retake permanently for the last couple of rounds, and now they're actually getting a pretty good chance at it as the Rose Garden's going to pop, and the Execute's going to pop shortly afterwards. The smoke bubble, the flash pops, and Ackman takes a couple of shots fired. No kills to speak of. Usually going to find the first one. Time's ticking low though. Usually finds two, and IMGRQ finds two as well. Vikosh only finds one here. As Ackman, tall toss asks, can you get any kills done? Can you do enough damage? 3 kills on the board for Ackman. Doesn't quite get it, but it was close. A couple of collaterals, and he gets it there.
I mean, not just that, even if there was one more player alive away, right? Spike goes down lane, it would have been unrecoverable in the time and allotted with 3 players coming from stairs. I think we finally got to see, again, a really good macro round, creative one at that, right? From the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. I know you were tooting their horn being like they are a macro team from franchising itself. And it gave them that kind of certainty. With 40 seconds left, they knew they were going B, and somehow, even though the clock was the enemy for AQ, they still get the job done, and they've locked on to 6. They guaranteed tied half, if not more. They're just going back to their tried and true default, you know, feign mid pressure while working a main, and once again DRG is going to be given an opportunity to challenge it. This is a dynamic duo, Spirit Z1, Ackman. You mentioned that kind of duelist, pseudo duelist the Clove brings to the table. They're familiar with it when Ackman's normally on the neon. We've got to see it in action sooner rather than later.
Yeah, how they're going to navigate this is, I think, a big question. They found
good angle.
An iota of success here, and
Whoa!
opens up the round. Yeah, opens up the round onto Ackman, and there goes your smokes. You know that Clove has to.
There's 2.
Yeah, but there goes one of them. But you know your Clove has to be on either B side or A, so you just go A. You literally just commit to A because Clove can't smoke there, and Vikosh is rooted on B, or you just go B because you know there's only one person. Either way, you're winning. Because you've taken out such a purposeful character.
That's a huge haunt, though, right? I mean, again, it's a chamber. A chamber can be lurking top mid while the entire team is tiles. You do not know. And then we mentioned, yeah, VALORANT, you can see what their default looks like, but this was perfect from the haunt to the nightfall. This should be the exact vulnerability that Spirit Z1 needed to absolutely frag out, but he's only good for 1 immediate trade. Yeah, Nick pulls 1 down with him, but that's traded as well. And once again, any questions are going to come away, like so far in the lead of this foot race. Vukashu 1v3. This is where the double threat nature of DRG needs to come into fruition. Right, didn't get his chance to shine at Champs. Needs to put his team back on the map right here, right now.
And it's the story of this game. Vukashu in a 1v2, 1vx retake onto this A site, and DRG struggling to find value here. Gosh, you potentially gonna be the hero in the moment, but it's not looking favorable. Finds the first one, can't get the second, can't, and unlikely to get the third as well. Is AQ, keep in mind, this is a defender-sided map. Historically, it's since been a defender-sided map, and AQ's running attack right now. Very hard for the side of DRG to get their feet on the ground. They're struggling as a result of it.
Yeah, stand attacks, sorry, defense-sided map, maybe. This composition, I think historically, is just so attack-centric.
So good, yeah.
Yeah, just putting your players in position like Eugen to get opening kills and using that to convert. I mean, I'm surprised that I think that GRQ, though, is currently the top frag. Like, they've been entering alongside Danny, right? Danny causing chaos, you know, being the master of mischief. And that's been working out, but hey, luck only goes so far. Maybe finally one of DRG's trap plays will come to an abrupt conclusion. Oh, they can't swing off of it though because the trademark. Paranoia just down the drain. I wouldn't repeat this.
I wouldn't either. They're going for it, but there's no value from taking B main. That's the issue. I think, especially with the comp that DRG has, there's nothing you can gain from holding that B main space, especially on the ecos, because the problem hasn't been your B side. The problem has been your A hold. So taking B main space doesn't really do anything for you. The closest you've gotten is once they've taken B main space. So. And
yeah, they just wanted to deny that Vice wall, but they still put it up anyway. It's just a little bit further back. So. I think, again, like you mentioned, it's all roads lead to this A site. And once again, not really too much they can do to shut this down. The timing for main's going to be everything. Paranoia in place. The thoroughness through the thorns. You need to clear this angle. The trigger discipline is good. And once again, in a ruined economy, DRG might just find success. Spirits Z1 just finding an extra layer of intel to put the final seal of approval on the round. And there it is, Dragon Ranger Gaming pull out a third.
That was a blessed round from the side of Nick. Getting thorned, can't move, sits, doesn't even flinch, realizes that he's in a bad position. It just lets them play into him, lets the fight come to him without being too proactive, and closes the yards. I think Bugoshi has had a Vandal every single round this half, it feels like. Besides like Pistol in the second round, it feels like he's permanently had a Vandal, so.
He just got a Sheriff care there, and a Sheriff killer entry. And on one of the other ecos that DRG won, but
every other time it's just been Vandal,
this
Vandal,
half is far from over. Alright, another buy-up situation. Tour de Force out in swing. Achman also won off from Clovolt, so we could see that come into play. GRQ also went off from old Danny. I'm expecting Dimensional Drift into the site, but they just want to challenge things the old-fashioned way. And once again, Spirit Z1 from heaven is just a lamb to the slaughter, like clockwork. It has not changed whenever they open on this A side of the map, and again, something we thought DRG might have been departing away from, having Spirit Z1 go exploring in other parts of the map, you know, deep mid, Sabrosa, etc. I think that's exactly why we now see the proactive drone from FFS here to re-clear all these nooks and crannies. And this has been AQ, honestly, taking on a new life, a new identity, where they just slow things down. They're very thorough. Yeah, they're still aggressive and disrespecting the players on the actual site takes themselves, but all in all, like, they are looking like a reformed playoffs team. Instead of that group stage team that had a loss, they went down to the elims and deciders. This team putting up numbers this half.
And we're on this B retake here. Bugoshi floods out. Actually impeccable, but gets full flash. That's a crazy flash popping twice in the doorway. You can't even turn it if you tried. You couldn't even turn it if you're aware of it. But time's ticking though. Spike's gonna be planted though. 2v5. Danny's gonna find another kill. Danny's been lights out. Nick's gonna potentially trade it out in the rampage where it stands. Danny farms 2 ult orbs for the round. But the side of DRG is struggling to get any feet off the ground. Flexing out to find one, and it looks like a save again. They might anti into this from sheer desperation alone, but their positions, their weaponry, the strength of this hold isn't looking favorable. Eugen gonna find another one.
Grab the Odin, get out of there! But you're right, the desperation just fueling them, searching for whatever they can find. And I mean, there's a crossfire in main. Maybe you can get a little ninja defuse going, but time is ticking and the reclear from main. Oh, that could have been a nice 180, but quick draw on the head hunter will put a stop to that. And yeah, this decisive half is only growing further with each round. And it's going to be a ramshackle buy, I think, at best to cap off this half. I mean, I really want to say, okay, how many times do you think Spirit Z1's been first blooded this half alone? Like, it is astronomically high. That's like at least half the rounds, right?
I think so. I think the big thing is that was a crazy flick. Oh, that was a crazy one. But I think the problem is like you're losing. Spirit Z1 is someone who, when he's winning, like you're doing a lot of good stuff. So he's trying to get proactive, and he just can't find anything. I
mean, I'm counting in my head mentally. I think I've seen like 1 Jenny death. I've seen like 2 Heaven deaths. 1 like bottom mid Archer's death to Danny. Like I want to see Spirit Z1 alive for a retake. And I mean, unfortunately, this is more than leaning into that mentality that you mentioned of we need a first blood for Spirit Z1 with the operator this time around. If he loses this fight to Eugen, again, that is such a valuable tool on the retake, especially that is no longer there.
And the problem with this Fnatic or this double Senti Fnatic style comp doesn't matter because we're going to the A side with the Rose Thorns anyway. As the trips are gonna go, but they're gonna reset actually. So yeah, as I was saying about the Fnatic style comp, that chamber trip means you don't even need to contest B main. You don't need to be there because you know that they're not up there. Is FFS gonna find kill? Akman's not dead yet. Comes back at DRG. Manages to salvage a fight here as Eugen, Vukashu, and Akman hold it down in B main. GOQ is going to set down Akman once again. Nick's going to fall into pot. But Vukashu is going to trade it out. And dare I say it, Spirit Z1 doesn't get first blooded. DRG wins round.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was more correlation, not causation, because clearly that round was one off of Akman baiting off the not dead yet into Vukashu's multi-frag, but all in all, I also like that DRG wasn't swayed, right, by that Steel Garden on the A site, right? They weren't pulled off of this B hold at all. So they were ready for this mid pivot. So really, really well done in that. And a big picture, again, map control wide standing. And as we go into halftime, it's probably not the half DRG was expecting or hoping for, but we also know that this, I believe, was not their map pick. So yeah, it's a map they're comfortable on. They've played it before, but we'll have to see what happens when the sides swap, because I do think that Clove and that Omen is going to be more confident on the attack half more than this defense. I also think Vukashu could have some really good lurk plays, so we'll see how that goes. And Spirit Z1 as well gets to choose where he takes the fights versus the entire team kind of rolling up on him, right? Or catching him off guards in moments like this where, I mean, Danny, GRQ, they were on fire. I mean, I'm liking this more well-rounded approach, and I meant more grounded approach out of the side of any questions than, okay, the Simon show perhaps like we were getting during the group stage.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more balanced. DRG woke up rather late, and hopefully Spirit Z1 finds a bit more value. I think the narrative of Spirit Z1 is one of the bigger ones. I think he's a huge contributor to success for this team, but well, we'll see. I think the way DRG is playing, I feel like this is one of the situations where I can honestly say that DRG is not playing badly. AQ's just outplaying them. There's not much. They're not giving them much in the way of. I wouldn't even say outplaying. I think they're out-aiming. Out-aiming is a big one as well.
Like there were some small mistakes.
Crazy.
Like Akman was swinging out like solo like arches, but like Spirit Z1 like playing Heaven, yeah, he's a gate crash. Like he should be able to get out of there. It's just he usually likes to get one then get out. So again, it's hard to call what's going wrong in that perspective. But side swap, clean slate. This pistol would be huge for the side of DRG to get back into things here. Surprise! FFS a solo challenge over towards A main. Both Shucks already invested, only a slight HP deficit out of Flexin, but this is interesting. Vukashu being challenged on this solo side Senti lurk by Danny. Very similar to how Spirit Z1 challenged on their pistol round on the defense, but this time he comes away successful. But for how much longer? Look at who's coming back to retrade. Oh,
the blind is impeccable as bodies drop in mid, shots get fired, and DRG comes out the victor through the smoke. And isn't that the same round? Isn't that basically the same round? Yoru walks down mid and you lose pistol?
I think it's slightly different. It almost felt more like, you remember the round where they like refought into mid like twice, like with rifles? I think it was more familiar to that round in my opinion. But all in all, I mean, again, this feels like DRG embracing the, okay, we're gonna fight fire with fire. If you want to fight, we'll fight. And they took it out back, they duked it out, and yeah, they won the pistol. So coming in this, they are, I mean, oh my gosh, they literally are copy pasting. Although this one, they look like they're getting a little bit more proactive once again. This is something new, like I literally saw coming. Like they are gonna get so aggro on this defense, even if it's too much so for their own good. But DRG just have to call around it, right? They should be already on the A site. They should be running it down right now, communication and all. And the question is, how far do they go? Do they flip the site? What grounds is AQ gonna be able to achieve in the second round? Eco.
It's a default plant as well, which is not favorable.
I don't like
if you
this.
if you want to be playing for
Don't be alone.
some kind of post plant, but can Ackman has to go huge here. 2 or more. Anything less is bad. Finds the 2, doesn't find the more. The Outlaw's still in action. IMGOQ, who's been heating up this entire series, has the Outlaw.
That's one of the big weapons gone, right? And again, having one player A main when you know the players took B tiles is asking for a trade in to hand a weapon over. And even if they don't use the weapon because of time here to convert the round into a victory, right? Every player is contained on site and it feels like they are about to die to spike because these players are surviving. They're fortunate to find FFS, so they may find a heaven exit, but it feels like the damage has been done this round. By any questions, right? You saved a Guardian and a Stinger. You lost your Outlaw, you lost your Bulldog. It is not how DRG, I think, would be satisfied that round went. Or could have gone.
It's a very, would this be an FPX buy? It's a very scuffed one. It'll be the, what, Bulldog plus Guardian plus... It's 4 rifles and a pistol. Or 4 buys and a pistol. So it's...
They might be able to get a rifle.
Yeah, to lose to outlaw all the way cross map, it's going to be a scuff buy, is the major point here for DRG. Going to the next one, because not only did AQ take those guns away from them, there's no hope of retrieval. Yeah, it's so scuffed. 2 Stingers, a Bulldog, and a Guardian with 1 Sheriff. Finishing the compliments against the full rifle.
Hey, I know they changed the wallbang angles, guys, but it's still a little vulnerable when you get to the choke, so be careful there.
Yeah, it still hurts.
Yeah, it still hurts. Speaking of hurt, Spirit Z1 already half HP for this entry. The long-range Stinger, though, overwhelmed by the sheer number of angles they could be swinging from. GRQ loses the sight. And DRG will set up shop here. FFS just going to respect the site, take away for the rotations from the team to come through. DRG set their roots, but whew, nice shock. This drone should also confirm a player here towards Lux. Flexing, get out of there.
Oh, his Odin's in action. Oh, that's fine. Hey, he lived. I think I find out there with that upgraded gun. And the Stinger is too strong as usual, and Danny are going to find 2. Making this retake feasible. Flexen taking so much shift damage. Fukashi with the great spam with the high pin weaponry. Yujin finds 1, and Nick is going to close it out. Oh, yeah, absolutely giving it as well.
He's like, wait a minute, I gotta finish the round, guys. No, I gotta go bye. I will say, number 1, Yujin, I saw the vision. I really did there. And again, these rounds are so close, but again, that was kind of like a half-buy situation from DRG, so very, very well done there. And Spirit Z1 feels like he's coming to life in that round, right? 2 kills found with the Stinger, 2 big ones at that. Entry, refight, I should say, in the late round. And they look like they really just overwhelmed that retake as well. Like, they were paranoid, they were antsy, looking at multiple angles. They got a little shaken, which I think is where there's any questions. First timeout of the map is coming from, right? They still have the lead. I don't think they're gonna have a bye this round, though. So I think that's, again, where this is coming from as well. You don't want to get caught in that buy, save purgatory. So, again, just trying to lay the groundwork here early on before things get out of hand. But DRG... mentioned it. If they can just control the fights, control the tempo, this is where they can shine, right? The Clove designed to take fights. The Yoru designed to take fights. And the way that their team is able to support those as well, between really good haunt and seize timings, and as well as that arc rows that they put really proactively up over towards main on the B side can just become a staple.
Yeah, I think the big thing, especially because we're trying to avoid the death spiral, the buy save, is just good saves. I think that's the big thing. However, in a game that's 7-8, can you afford those big saves is the real question. Like that's like the big thing. Can you afford those big saves? Spiritsy one's finding a lot of value on the Stinger. Surely you go for more force buys, but then you just weaken all your long-term buys as well, in addition to all your utils. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna see, like, we're on the back end of the second half, like basically the last quarter of this game. So how are we gonna actually manage and deal with a lot of the problems that are gonna arise, especially as ultis get more involved and players heat up onto the server a bit more. I just saw a crazy scoreboard. Someone is 4 and I think IMGRQ is 18-8 and FFS is 4-12.
Ooh.
Not that it means anything, but it's crazy to see that IMGRQ, someone that we've overlooked for, I argue, most of the build-up here, is just absolutely shooting. And speaking of shooting, Flexon's gonna find the first one, and then he's gonna trade it out immediately. Ackman makes sure that the gun cannot be reclaimed, and Flexon got a jump spot. She's the gunfire, has Phantom in hand, can't challenge this. Looking to it, swings, the bullets go awry, and Simon wins out. Nick's going to trade out Simon immediately. Very good trades on this A main side. Look where all those X's are. Everyone's just dropping dead within about 5 meters of each other. And
this is smart from any questions. Go get the guns that were dropped A main. Really put an attempt into this 2v3 when you're on an 8-go round. All in all, though, I'm starting to see that again. Like, perpetual problem on the defense for this team. Their ecos, very predictable. They almost always fight. It's not like quiet gamble stacks like we saw from DRG, just waiting to spring. It is always take the fight to them. And again, DRG can handle that. They just wait it out. They gun them down. Aim practice. And I am a little bit worried that can bleed then into the actual rounds themselves. And again, DRG is proving that those are easy to counter, easy to call around, easy to avoid. And even now, even though they got the weapons, it's just a firing range, and they would have been low on time off the Thorns delay regardless. So, tied 8-8. This, what's up?
I was gonna say, wouldn't it make sense to save? Yeah, tied 8-8, but wouldn't it make sense to save?
No.
Yeah.
I think the damage would have been better if they could have gone it. And I think there's a way they win that round too. If they just I think they were just worried too much about leaking information. But again, it's like this A main fight. If they had like a trap set up, you know, some other way of fighting it, it could. It feels like there's a layer of depth to defensive eco rounds that isn't there for AQ, and that's something I've been wanting from this team across the group stage VODs that I have not witnessed. So I'll be continuing to look for that, but for the time being, other things to look for, right? Like the Eugen Operator, like Spiritsy one clearing all of A site with the Dimensional Drift. But this is what I wanted, right? Quiet but deadly approaches like the double stack in A main. You cleared out one, but do you expect the second in wine?
Completely smoked off and completely isolated. That's a crazy smoke. I don't know if that's defender or attacker side. But the anti to say you can get the Omen into A main, and just smoke off wine, so Omen doesn't have to worry about it until the smoke timer is dropped.
Site too. This is a smart smoke. Oh, over the top though. Flexon, you gotta be hitting those. Oh, what a flash. Refighting into heaven here. Really nice from Spirit Z1. Even if it is traded, it's enough damage now to send the rest of any questions scattering. A save called. The lead will be inevitably lost. Dragon and Ranger Gaming starting to inch further and further ahead and realizing they can't get all the way back. Tucked away towards B. They turn tail and fight. Able to find one. Eugen holding on to the operator for now. Will require, I think, GRQ to protect them for the remainder of this ticking time bomb of a post round. Everyone closing in, but we'll hold on to these resources thanks to the Vice Util. And okay, so the timeout round post does not go their way. What do you do now?
I think what we alluded when DRG was playing was the B side anchors having to run all the way to A because the A side hold isn't working. And there was a glimpse, there was a moment there where the B side is rotating over, and by the time they even got to heaven, there was no round. they had to like instantly force them to save without any chance of playing the game. And I think DRG's recognizing that. They recognize their own difficulties of it, and they're capitalizing it a lot. They're using the gate or the dimensional drift last round, and now just straight sending it like down A main. Early contest of A main to stop them.
Not even just early contest of A main, but look at this. Look at B main. Again, this is a team that just push is the perpetual solution. And while it has kind of set them up, okay, there's no lurk player possibly B side, that's all they know. And now the ults have kind of set them up on shop here over towards the A site. And you have a player solo hell, you still have a lurk player as well off the Nightfall and from the Shadows. Like, there's so much going on. It is utter chaos, and Flexen is trying to find a kill before their weapon is inevitably stripped away. And look at how low HP these two AQ players are. It's 3v3. There's so much time still for DRG to work with as well.
Yeah, Barter's Law is not in action here. Or Bogdan's Law, rather, is not in action here. Doors are going to break, and Eugen's solo at the upper heaven. We're going to try and salvage something. Sullivan's going to try and go for the lurk, but like you mentioned, they have about 50 HP between the two of them.
Did they just...
Yeah, dimensional drift. Yeah, to try and clear out.
What a shot!
Finds two. Well, never mind. It's actually very viable. Son of Vikosh is going to look for the first, and Eugen, on the back of Danny's dimensional drift, somehow managed to salvage a round that was all but lost.
Sorry, I need to pick my jaw up off from the floor. If Dragon Ranger Gaming lose this, if they lose this map, it is because of that round. Yeah. Okay.
Losing an eco, that's a massive.
Like, they overpicked the operator. They overpicked the operator. Like, wow. I mean, they were getting effective trades. They had such an HP differential. I mean, just save. Like, why are you fighting out of health? Like, why are you fighting out there? Like, was it not planned for them?
No. Yours front sight. Yours 1 HP. I don't.
Yeah. Like, take the safe fight angle. Don't take the heavy angle. Lots of questions. Lots of things to clean up later. But you move forward. It's 9-9. You're not out of the woods yet. You still have a bye. Pick it up in VOD review.
Look where Eugen is, by the way. Reverse Sabrosa with the operator with TP. To try and get, like, looking for an early pick to catch the rotate. And they're aware of it. Yeah, they dog it, but... It's paranoid, like you're paranoid here. There's not much you can do. Chamber just walked up mid. You have to go all the way to A main to clear it out, and that's what Flixen is doing. Has to clear all the way through to A main to make sure no one's up there. And
I saw the little neurons firing. FFS debating the Hunter's Fury, still debating it, and his call would be correct here as well. Maybe gonna wait for the Vice wall to get tripped and then we'll see it, but I think we're leaning towards an FFS Hunter's Fury this round regardless. It's a big swing round, right? Money, fragile.
Yeah, I was on GRQ as well.
Double digits on the line. Here it comes. Give us Hunter's Fury.
GRQ robs what should be a free kill from Spirit C1. Hunter's Fury goes in and it's chaos. It's absolute chaos. No good tags, instead he's going to flood out to heaven. Looking for the first one, finds one to switch, flicks and kills the control. GRQ still anchoring backside ever the stalwarts, trying to see if he can get something done here. 10 seconds, time is ticking away. Here's the drop, couple of shots go awry.
5.
Ahmed finds one. There's enough time to go for the plant, the shock dart, and the smoke is enough. The run-and gun doesn't get it. He looks for the next one. No bullets, right click. Going for the second, doesn't quite get it. And Nick is going to get it. Eugen trying to salvage it, but Nick closes it out. What a round from Nick and Ackman. almost an impeccable, flawless hold from the side of AQ. But regardless of potentiality, DRG once again pulling away.
Got Nick standing on his feet. If you push him against a wall, and like he will stand his ground. Also beautiful ruse or close smoke there as well. Allowed them to play around, allowed them to secure the safe plans, and really avoid disaster here. Wow, again, they are getting these rounds by the skin of their teeth, showing how close, how competitive this match is going to be. But like I said, that was a swing round, right? No money, one here rifle in the hands of any questions. And just rinse and repeat. DRG liked how easy it was to get onto the B site. I mean, they were able to get out on the site, get past the choke while the Hunter's Fury was being thrown in their face. But this is a little bit different of a beast. Look at this. 4 players have already cleared out all the mid space, are knocking on the tiles door with a tour de force as well in the back pocket. I don't know if they're going to be expecting this one.
This is paranoia inducing.
Everybody
This is paranoia
90-degree head
inducing.
turn.
Yeah, everyone looks over their shoulders, realize there's two people behind us, and they can't go mid because they know Chamber's there. I think Chamber ult is popped as well, so you can't go mid. Just force 3B is the option, and Spiritsy one. Gonna spot one. I'm GQ. Now fully revealed.
Whoa, careful.
Lands, and Spiritsy one finds three in the blink of an eye, and that's 11-9
He's
the
back.
score. Yeah, DRG's ramping up as well as Spiritsy one. Taking scalps, pretty inglorious of him, and DRG's edging ahead 2 rounds from basically a map 1 on a map they didn't pick.
I mean, but even just like the team coordination there, it was like a meerkat, bro. Like there was like a threat, a noise, and all of them turned their heads simultaneously to fight that B main space, and that was a really, really nice Yuto combo as well. That's the kind of coordination that comes from time, from playing an entire franchising season together, right? The Fade Yuto was on point, the Paranoia after Dimensional Drift, exposed devices positioning was on point, and that just opens the floodgates to get onto the site. Like, it helps me to Z1 against like the 3 transfer, but either way it was advancing the objective of getting onto the site. That was just the cherry on top of getting him energized, getting him locked in, which is a whole other can of worms that we haven't even dived into because he has been oppressed so far in the first half, right? If he is getting warmed up, then they are going to not have a very fun time when we get over to Lotus.
Yeah, I can only like hitch on that point of like, this is franchising. This is like the response that you only learn from a year together, you know? A year of winning, a year of losing. Just like how quickly they responded to a lot of the issues. They got flanked, everyone looks, they're like, okay.
Yep.
You're flanking us? Cool. We know we've dealt with this before. Do you guys win or no?
Yeah,
all dealing with it, and then
that just goes back to what I said. I thought that the way that like AQ plays would be easy to counter, and that's what DRG is proving at times. Their attack, not so much. Their defense is what's easy to counter, right? It's like you can either rotate out of it or you can stand and fight, and DRG is a team that decides to stand and fight instead of avoid it like a team like Rare Adam would do. So again, different responses, same results. Right now on knocking on the door, I should say, of match point, but they've been turned away by Eugen and this operator. Nice B main fight this time around.
I think he was full blind as well. I think he was full blind as well when he got that shot off. In Spiritsy 1, we cast the cursed him in a way that I've never seen before. We glaze him for half a timeout and he dies first again.
I'm caster cursing, you know? We have to be the nerf if AQ can't nerf him, you know?
Yeah, no, of course. No, it's cosmic. At this point, it's cosmic, but something that is slightly more mortal is the reality of this A hit and Eugen posted up with the op, yeah?
Yeah,
Pretty good looking forward. We're gonna dog it at least. Op is revealed.
How do we clear A main though?
There's no real way. We're gonna rely exclusively
timing,
on Exxon to do
Danny.
it. What a set piece. Rose God is gonna be committed. We can talk about the set piece afterwards, but Rose God is fully committed. Gonna spot Simon. Pikachu is gonna clean up houses. Danny's gonna find 2 as well. From that pit area, Nick versus Danny in a 1v3.
We knew Danny was aiming because he killed Flexen. Yeah. How does he get 2 more while hit by the Steel Garden? I mean, Nick started to gloss over 1v3, but I didn't think it was happening in this reality. Great attempt, though. I liked a little door switch to isolate some fights, but all in all, I mean, again, that is a round that you kind of look back on. It's like, okay, DRG, I said if they lose this, I look back at that one round they lost, but that's another one I would look back at and be like, you shouldn't have necessarily lost that. I mean, Vika shooting with that spray transfer, that was so clean, but look at that. Like we were just praising DRG about, okay, when they know there's a threat, they're good at all like together handling it before proceeding to the next step of like the flow chart decision making, right? There it looked like they just jumped off the chart altogether. They shredded it and didn't know what to do, and it cost them, right? Now, AQ 1 round away. It's gonna be the last buy as well, kind of, for DRG before a save, so that would be AQ getting to 12. This is dangerous territory.
Potentially, Fukashi is set up for success here, but that's one of the more common angles to pre-fire. And Eugen, I don't think Eugen misses here. Eugen spotted the gate crash, knows where the line ends. Gonna get dogged. Nick has been on point with these prowlers, just being so hyper aware of the fact that operators on the map and where the pain points are gonna be if you don't deal with it. So. That's gonna be a B hit here. Eugen still has the op online. Do they have flashes to get Eugen off the angle? Yes, they do. Yori is still set up on B main here. They have a lot of ultis online.
I was curious how the fade was going to function, but it's really effective against this chamber, so nice to see them learning from their mistakes as well after they ran into the operator last round. Furthering it here, Spirits-Z1 about to flash out to initiate this zigzag. And I mean, Eugen hit a flying shot before, not this time around. Oh, hey, I said not this time around, okay? Don't make me a liar.
That's, yeah,
ooh,
well,
this is different.
We're set up in a 5v5. Ackman is set up mid.
That's early, why'd you do that? You should have waited.
Looks for the first, doesn't get anything. FFS puts it into Ackman. Smoke's still online though, due to the nature of Clove, but 4v4 retake here as Dimensional Drift's gonna pop. Doesn't clear up main, spots Flexen. Keeps an eye on Flexen, holds him accountable. Smoke's gonna get smoked off here as Daddy swings wide, finds the kill. Spirits-Z1's gonna get a kill in retribution. Eugen trying to take the fight, finds the first one. Nick is gonna find a kill into Eugen. 1v2 Danny. Tall task in front of him, but he's very capable of it. Set up for it. Looks for the first one. The spray transfer finds Errant, hits the wall of bodies and can't quite get it aggro juggled exemplary. And DRG, one round off, and the side of AQ, one more chance, one more mistake, one more mistake before you have to start focusing on map 2.
Yeah, and I mean, looking back at that round, like, you can definitely see that AQ has pushed DRG, right? They're getting antsy, they're making mistakes like Ackman there. Worrying about his timing, breaks the trademark when he could have just bid his time. And Flexen having to TP out, like, getting pinged out, like, there's a lot we went wrong there as well. Like, I felt the pressure why Spirits-Z1 fought forward, but alright, let's look at this again. AQ never stops fighting. Trap with the paranoia A main. Opening kills favoring Danny and Eugen. Flexen at least able to take one down with him, but the damage has been done. 3v4. Nightfall invested by Nick here just to try and push them back, but all that does is buy them time. Trying to rotate back to where Vukashu had tiles control, but he's fallen as well. So now what do? Do you double back? Does Ackman refrag this mid space usually? Or hopefully, I should say? Neither for the time being.
Ackman's, I just looked at his Ackman's score now. He's 18, 19, and 10. He's been relatively invisible, but evidently his impact has just been silent. It's been impactful, but pretty silent. So if anyone's going to step up to the plate, it's probably going to be Ackman to find at least the opener to enable Nick and the side of DRG to actually snowball this victory. But oh, you have to be assiduous here, but you also are running out of time to be this assiduous. Your advantage shrinks the longer things go, and they're just letting you get away from them. Coming to the plan.
Please use util here. Thank you. You have full fade here. Wait for it! Wait for the fade info! Again, this switch position is lethal! Nick, you know that firsthand. You did it last half! That is a huge two-piece from Simon, and I mean, that is a huge round for all gamers. Again, there's shortcomings and there's benefits to this super aggressive defense, right? Like, sometimes it's high risk, high reward, right? Like, you take that risk. If you win the open engagements, you win the open engagements. Like, this is something I literally have in my notes, is that any questions, hates to play retake with a dying passion. They are willing to die for it, right? And that is what we just saw on full display. Now, again, it's 12-11. Not out of the woods just yet. No OT just yet. DRG even get to have one last word with Coach Nathan and you, just to see if they can cook up a one-shot strat, right? This is my favorite kind of timeout, right? And you're a coach as well. You don't need to fix a big picture problem. You don't need to fix your, like, okay, we need to get the next 5 rounds. You need one plan that will get one round on the board.
Yeah, I don't care if you're not shooting, just jump. It's fine. Just jump around the corner and we just swing and kill him. That rant that you just had right now is the most Dumbledore said calmly thing I've ever heard from you, and it's I live for that. But I agree. I think they're literally mirroring the same mistakes that they capitalized on the previous half. And always any questions, or as they will henceforth be known as, always quarreling. Trying to, like, find these big team fights to deny the plants, to deny the retake. And they're potentially posited here to do that, as you see this strong side is this B side of the map. And DRG, with that dimensional drift in hand, looking to open this up, seeing if they can get a kill to crack this open.
Yeah, by now, great 3 stingers here, but Spirits-Z1, we've seen him with this stinger. Found an opening kill, found a late kill. This is a different look, though. A B split instead of a heavy 5. over towards mid, and honestly, I'm not gonna lie, they didn't really get much forward positioning as I would have liked off the dimensional drift. There's still 2 players cubby hold away on this B site. They had the support rotations as well from FFS and Simon, and now they even threw the Steel Garden into the mix. It's just a standstill. It's a stalemate.
In some very precarious spots as well. It's kind of awkward. It's kind of awkward. Look at all the space Eugen has. They can't leave through mid to go A. They can't leave through
They just saw
B
too.
to go A, mate.
The
dot's gonna land. I don't know where that dot landed. But broke it instantly. Paranoid's gonna land. Potentially gonna find Danny. Danny can't see anything. Gonna find nothing as IGOQ and FFS gonna clean up shop on here. FFS. Or FFS finds 3 kills here instantaneously. Simon drops Felixin and the death knells are ringing at least for official time as Ackman. Not dead yet, but dies, expires due to heart attack and going to OT.
Wow, and I just want to put it out there, it doesn't matter how many kills you have at the end of the day, if you find impact frags, number 1, and number 2, if you are doing your job. And that is what FFS just did to get his team to overtime. I mean, the players on site, right? We have GRQ, we have Simon getting overwhelmed by the players, or it might have been Danny. Yeah, Danny. Getting overwhelmed with the players shuffling in, and there it is, the backstab perfectly timed, and still even finding Vukushu there is just an extra tidbit. So, that is our second overtime of the day now. 1 for each series thus far. And I mean, I said this one to me was going to be the more competitive series between the 2. And let's see it.
How do we set up here? You've just experienced 24 rounds of mid not giving you as much dividends. This side of AQ loves playing through mid into A side. The side of DRG is really like weak on their B side, and you know that AQ is always fighting. If you're DRG, how do you defend this round and how do you attack the next one, knowing that every single situation, every single answer is going to result in a fight?
Wait, this is kind of nice from DRG.
Oh, the 3-man stack goes.
Okay.
Oh no.
Dumbledore said calmly, Achman, why did you fight that? That was a beautiful trap, just like waiting for them to walk up, scale up market, right? Like that's what I was hoping for, was I wanted them to play a little bit more reactive, right? Wait for AQ to fight into them and clamp down, like a bear trap almost, right? And I also wanted Spirit Z1 to stay alive. Now, I didn't mean to sacrifice Achman in the process of Spirit Z1 to be alive for the retake, but I guess bygones are bygones. It gets the job done indirectly. And now, hey, Spirit Z1, you're in spawn, they're coming towards you. Get a 3-piece and make it work. Okay, this is different look from AQ. We said they like fighting. They are going on a global tour. They have literally touched almost every single part of this map at this point.
Yeah, they're just marching, like a marching band, making a bunch of noise, but it's all very coordinated in nature. They're gonna flood onto this B side. It's Vukushu. Fake flashed again! It's Eugen. Finds the kill and the plant goes down. This is the second time on B against Vukushu that the fake flash works. And that's a 2v2 post plant, and Simon set up for success, finds one. Looking for another one, and Eugen and Simon intent on punishing DRG's failings. Paranoia and TP. The blind spot is going to swing. Takes a shot. Jiggle.
Now he's trolling.
Show a bit of leg, show a bit of barrel.
Wait a minute.
And Nick somehow gets FFS of all people. Nick somehow gets Eugen of all people. Walks through the rose garden, or through the vice roses, or vice thorns rather.
No, Omen's scaling behind though. Yeah.
Not enough time, but exemplary effort from the side from Nick. Is they're on their feet? They know, they're aware. One round closer to the map win against, and I think that's a huge confidence. Literal champs contenders. Literal champs contenders and some of the best in China. So, if you're AQ, oh, that's how that happened. Just random blind spam, but
this round is just has me shaking my head. Like if you just screenshot like the pre-round setup, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is perfect. They changed everything they needed to change coming into this defensive half of overtime. That was problematic in the first half, right? They were almost overfighting as well. Just they weren't fighting forward, but they were overfighting on their sites, right? Like taking engages they didn't have to, and that was very reactive setup. But then they kind of sprung the trap a bit too early. So DRG, I honestly, I maybe would have risked it and tried to use your timeout to crack that defensive nut that has had such a tough exterior shell. But DRG used it early, maybe worried about the momentum shift that Any Questions has, right? Being the ones that had punched their ticket into overtime, so... We'll see what things look like here. Maybe just reminders like, hey, AQ's probably going to fight out somewhere. Just avoid it. I want something fresh as well. I don't want to see them hinge this again on just a explosive B-pop because we've seen that's now a coin flip. It's not a more surefire, heavy-leaning guarantee. But outside of that, we'll have to see what exactly Nathan and the team have cooked up behind the scenes.
I think you touched on a very important point about like the timeouts, especially going into OT. The traditional belief or line of thinking is you want to time out after you've seen what the defensive team is doing, like after you see what the enemy team is doing in OT. This is one of the few like situations where you would have probably benefited from just calling the timeout preemptively. Be like, hey, let's fix our problems without actually like adjusting based off enemy like fixes or solutions. So it's interesting. It's interesting. You're damned if you do, because then you call a timeout and you don't have one for the rest of OT. But you're damned if you don't, because then you make an adjustment, but you don't make the right adjustment, and now you're dying to stuff that you died for in the beginning of the round. And he was on par with the Prowlers before, and I think died full util, I'll argue. I would argue he died full util as well.
You know that Eugen's fighting that forward line. He did it 2 rounds in a row. One, you got like upped, you lost the first blood. The second, you had beautiful util and stacks to counter it, and now we're back. And speaking of being back, which has gotten worse, he's found a second one. Spirit Z1 has been shut down. Now you're kind of stranded hoping for heroics. Fukushu rushing back to group up with the team, while Achman, again, having linked into this clove persona, is going searching to try and pick up the pieces that this broken B exec has left.
And Danny's potentially aware of it, fully aware of it, gets the timing, finds it onto Achman, but traded out instantly, flexing. Good for the trade onto Danny. No CT threat anymore, and any threat is now in backsides as FFS finds the first kill, or Eugen posted up with the operator, and FFS closes it out. We spoke about this man being so far behind the pace, but impact frags are where he thrives, and impact frags are what they needed. And AQ crosses the line. On a map where I can truthfully say I didn't expect them to come out this hot, come out looking this good, especially on that attack side.
Wow. I mean, the comp very heavy. I'd say attack side favor. I think this team and just how they play the game is very attack side favored. And we saw some of those defensive weaknesses again, just in how they play the game exposed, I think, and handled by DRG. It just felt like DRG was letting things slip through the cracks a little bit too frequently. We look back at those 1 or 2 pivotal swing rounds that they should not have lost, right? We look back at, okay, mistakes repeated in overtime, and overtime is when you should use the regulation lessons and grow from them, not run into the same exact mistakes, like figuring out how to navigate the Eugen chamber, right? And it's just it's difficult, and right, and I think like it's definitely not the standard that DRG is used to playing for themselves.
Yeah, I think that you go back to the drawing board, and this is a game that you were confident going into, and it slipped away from you. Like, quite honestly, it just slipped away from you. And like AQ in their fights, it's hard to pin down. Once it's gone, it's hard to pin down. You're just losing rounds that mechanically you can't win. You're just outpaced and outnumbered in every single situation you try to take. So very good showing from AQ. I think we're going to, what is map 2?
Lotus.
Lotus.
Which is DRG's pick, and is not a great showing either from the side of Any Questions Gaming. 2 times played, 2 times lost with different compositions. So they've tried addressing the problems to no avail. So there's hope for a reverse sweep on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, but everyone for the side of Any Questions aiming, that's for certain. But I also want to know how the vibes are, how the communication has been like, and I believe we will be getting that offered very, very soon on the broadcast with a listen in. But yeah, it just, like, beyond a few of these pop-off moments, it really was just Any Questions. Just, they had all the answers this time.
Yeah, that was a great, you should be proud of yourself. That was a great segue into the team
Thank you. Little mistimed though, here we go.
能来，
太狗了。
A 小，我去。
A 小 A 小。
这个门。
nice 好杀。我开飞机，别着急。
给了个飞机可以烟对面。
给眼熟了。两个。
等下两个。
A 小2个。
我可以给黑啊，我可以给这个。 我可以推飞机。
走，中路防清了。
A 小2个，中2个。
这个
看一下。
nice 还有一个。
打到
右手 A 小了。Let's go! Are you okay?
哎，
我们1滴血慢慢来，这边没下包呢，把门碎了。
哎，等一下，那个在吗？你可以来给小碎门吗？我要去
团的。
你可以去吗？下包了。
他没有墙了，可以压屁股，先碎门，然后慢慢来。OK。
然后这个门。二楼下一个，二楼下木点。我开大宝，帮你。你可以开。想8眼。
A 小一个。
3个，开关2个包点，3个和2个包点。
这样。你可以蹭吗？有机会吗？
他在蹭。2打3打2。
别急，
我摸。3打1。
二楼下。
动不了，一起。来，等，我动不了了。 Let's go！ 对我兄弟。
Yeah. absolutely impeccable game from MVP Danny. We spoke about Spirit Z1 and his 300 ACS, and Danny making a claim or at least a statement for the title here with his first map, first debut in like semis or playoffs for Ascension. 295 ACS, but I feel like you have a lot to say. There's a lot that you want to say about this entire map. So.
What can I say? Danny's from NA, bro. Collegiate, raised, and now he's here to slay. I mean, I didn't know what to expect from him being the primary duelist, right? After Simon and the Neon is just so oppressive and so individualistic, but it is looking really, really nice, and it makes me wonder if maybe one of the solutions that we should be exploring for Lotus, the map up next, is Danny on the duelist, right? He did really well and held his own, and even got his team out of tricky situations there. Like, we looked at that team fight, a beautiful flash from Sabrosa, like, it definitely stands out, and I mean, thanks to Beat Us, we got some of the translations from those listens. You can't beat me, bro, and they keep telling each other to chill. I mean, I was telling them to chill at times, right? They know they need to cool off a little bit, not fight as intensely at times, which is great. And obviously, what we didn't have to translate was them asking their team if they are okay, as all 5 of them are standing up. So they definitely are feeling it, and you can see the energy on the stage. And I think that is a scary thing to shut down, even if it is a map that they shouldn't have a history of winning, coming in and being favored on Dragon Ranger Gaming's pick of Lotus.
No, you can't beat energy. I think that's a big thing. Energy and momentum are 2 of them intangibles in Valorant that you can't anti-strat energy. You can't anti-strat good momentum. I will point out the YZ from Billy has done massive amounts of harm to just trash talking in general, because everybody's asking if you're okay, and it's absolutely, like, I love to see it from absolutely everyone involved. But yeah, AQ, any questions? Like you said, I don't think I can phrase it more eloquently than you said. I think there was doubt going into this game. If anyone had if they could pull it off, if they had the potential. Even we were saying that it's DRG 2-0, but yeah, with those questions in doubt, like, any questions, answered them. Do we have any more questions? Can they close out the series? Was this a one-time thing? There's a lot of things to ask, but the one thing that I can say for at least map 1, that's without doubt, is they played superbly. They're aiming like crazy, and it's very good to see a team ramping up into form. But unless you have any passing notes, we can go to break and prepare for that too.
I think I'll say the last words, which is just looking back at that team performance sheet. It's impressive how close it was. 6 out of 7, 7 out of 8 post plants, so they both have really strong attack has, and just on paper so similar. And it really was momentum. We talked about series momentum, but even just map momentum that allowed them to close it out in OT. So maybe they'll cool off in between maps, like you mentioned. A little bit of a break here for both us as your casters, and when we come back, DRG's pick of Lotus.
Welcome back, everyone, to arguably one of the more exciting series of today. DRG being upset on map 1 on Ascent by any questions as we go into one of the more unknown maps, I argue, in this series. We were talking in the pregame about any questions, and Simon playing literally anything he feels like, anything he wants to, and anything that could happen. Lotus being such an unknown variable for AQ and going 0-2 currently, and as a response, they're going to come 0-3 or play their third game of this with a comp that I'm going to ascribe as visionary if they win, questionable if they lose, and the ramifications and the shockwave will be felt for metas to come. How are you feeling about this whole situation?
I was theory crafting like what composition I wanted to see. It was not this one. We'll put it that way. I mean, with how GRQ was aiming on map 1, Clove I think fits, and the only Clove I've seen on Lotus that's successful has been the Ye one. So that's the only parallel I have there. Simon, another new agent on Lotus, from Raze to Fade now to the Breach, and they are setting it up explosively. And I like this. Eugen was also aiming, so set him up on the duelist, let him run it down, and we have 2 U2 kills on the table for this pistol round. AQ, we talked about energy, we talked about momentum. Well, they are bringing it into this pistol round. Spike is down. The 2 players remaining, Vukashu and Flex, now have to recover it and still win out of 2v4.
Yeah, that's a hell of a start. That's a crazy start. I think both util kills, one from Sova, one from Breach. Aftershock and Shock Dart respectively, is shots are going to ring out. Classic going to ring once. Neptune's going to claim another victim. As Eugen finds up and they start getting it started early, just absolutely sending it. But what you were saying, as the dust settles about the weird comp, walk me through why this is so strange. I
need to see the comp again. I don't have it fully written down yet. I'm still.
Yeah,
I'm still in turn. What agent is Danny on? what is Danny on? I don't even know. Oh, is he on Omen? Bro, Danny doesn't even play Smokes any other map. He's played Cypher, Vice, Yoru, Raze, Deadlock, Vice, and now he's on Omen.
Okay, well, so
I don't know.
So, you've said that one of the big things about this comp, or at least AG or AQ as a team, is they've never won Lotus before, right? They've never won Lotus. They've played 2 different comps in the 2 losses they have. So they're playing a third comp. Completely different comp. It sounds like a completely different identity to the team that we saw on Ascent. What are the ramifications of this? Like, what role-wise, in terms of skill-wise, what are the ramifications?
You joked in the lobby that they were going to choose their agents from the Gauntlet agents. Like, this feels like a ranked comp.
Yeah, no, I validate that.
Oh my gosh, if it works, I'm going to be astounded. I mean, they've lost, GRQ, but Simon's able to get a nice refrag here. Okay. So now they're going to pick up that gun, hopefully carry that into a side exec, but that's where Simon gets to become the Slayer, right? Yeah, it's an initiator, yeah, it's a support agent for Eugen, but it's also self-sufficient. Stuns, flashes, you name it, and Simon is delivering 2 more kills away from an ace. Flexing is half HP here. I don't want to see AQ steal this from him. Use a side smoke, refight it here if you can. Deny this spike plan as well would just be the cherry on top.
Or being cheeky and playing in the smoke. Didn't hear the TP because of the gunshots. Simon gets forward and gets his ace robbed by Eugen, who was a chamber, metamorphosized to a neon on this map. So I think that's the bigger thing. How much role changes have happened?
That's what I'm saying.
The comp is eclectic in its own right, but the role swaps have been ridiculous. How many different roles are people playing this series compared to the last one?
I got you. Danny obviously mentioned huge role swap, okay? Simon is just a flex player at this point, he doesn't count. Eugen actually does play duelist, but it's usually a Yoru, and the last iteration of Lotus was a Raze. So it's really just Danny and I guess GRQ? Oh, he's played Controller though too. He's played Omen and Astra, yeah. So I guess this is the best iteration of them being on the roles compared to the previous 2 iterations, if anything. Yeah, it's just Danny. Danny, eyes on you, buddy. Let's see you on this new role. Everyone else, go crazy.
As you were, yeah, carry on as you were. I think this speaks volumes to the... Oh, GRQ's gonna find the first kill with the Bulldog. As that gun rings louder than any volumes that the meta would, the meta ramifications. But as I was saying, I think it speaks very broadly about where we are in the state of Valorant right now. The fact that we've moved away from traditional Sentinels only play Sentinels and Duelists only play Duelist. We're seeing a lot of your chamber, like the flexibility in players individually, where your chamber player is playing Yoru and Neon, Your player from last game is now playing Omen. Like, people playing towards their more personality as opposed to the roles that we used to ascribe to them exclusively, which is very excellent to see. As Simon gonna find another one. This is 5 kills with the Bulldog in 2 rounds. Thing in hand, Eugen looking to cause havoc, play spoiler. Spirit Z1 gonna find a kill to Mr. Ally. Gets the first kill. Danny sitting in the smoke. With Guardian, long range weaponry in a close range fight. Can he get anything done? Gonna be spotted by the Fade Prowler. He just needs to shoot. Has the crosshair in the right spots, but he's just gonna get spammed out by Flexen, who's playing spoiler behind him, using the near sights and the Deafen to actually get into the IMRQ. Oh, GRQ is gonna find one. Onto Flexen. Spike's being planted by Nick. Simon is low HP. Nick is pretty healthy, and Spirits is also pretty healthy. Simon, low HP. 1 HP to his name, 5 health. Doesn't have enough to sustain that barrage of bullets. It's DRG tying thing, or I think pulling away or tying things up. I think it's either 2-1 or 2-2.
I thought it was 2-1.
Before they have an update. Yeah, so that's the first round. Okay, they were on their first round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which again, it's not as clean as DRG would be hoping for, but I think it was a really big bounce back after, again, we saw some really strong solo plays on the side of AQ. And this is where we were shocked to the core, right, by the composition, by the switch up of AQ, especially after they won map 1. So to circle back, this is the composition that they've played on Los for a while, and you're gonna see Spirit Z1 and Achman bouncing off of each other, and you're gonna see them aggressive, just able to take space here with the flashes, with the relay bolt. And I think that's where this composition is going to shine. Very characteristic Lotus, if you will. And here it comes, just further proving the point. But you need to win those engagements, and this is where Eugen can shine and can get himself out of tricky situations with this kit. And even when he does, he would have had the support from Danny, the paranoia in tree. He had the stun from cross B, so again, the flexibility that a breach brings to rotations. There's a lot of flexibility with this composition. Yeah, we wrote off as kind of ranked-esque, but we know these teams are more prepped than that in the background.
There's a lot of like solid map or like comp theory behind this comp, regardless of how weird it is. You have your Neon who synergizes really well with the Breach, and you have your Omen that's really comfortable in the double controller slots, alongside Clove, who's really good in the just the general team fights and big team fights with guns alone context. So, but it's gonna be a B hit. DRG gonna look for a kill onto Simon, finds one before the stun can actually commit there. Relay Bolt's gonna be sent into CT to try and save it. Gonna get into smoke early, Flexen, and Eugen is playing a completely different game. Dashes out of heaven and slides into CT. Like a baseball player, Nick's gonna get the plant down. GRQ, looking for any damage early here. Finds both of them. A spray transfer guarantees both kills, but can't quite get the first one to start the sequence. It's a tie game. DRG have
really
managed to bring this within 0 now.
Yeah, that was a really nice sync up between the remaining players on the side of DRG. Outside of that, I mean, again, a really strong opening from AQ, but really strong stabilization from DRG as well. And it really did come off of Achman here, who I feel like has had a quiet tournament and a quiet series on that Clove. So yeah, let's get up, let's get loud. Everyone's present in the server, even on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming here. This is their map pick, and they're ready to bring it. Speaking of bringing it, Achman bringing a judge to this 3-stack that is about to get massacred and be made. Or not, they've returned fire, and how is it only a 1-for-1 trade there?
What about the ult? Look at the ulti. Look at Spears Z1. Massive ult behind to find all the space through that A main pop. Double flashed. Finds the first one into Simon. Looking for the second. Shot's gonna ring out, and Simon's finding 2 there. Retribution is it's all eyes on Eugen and Spirits. Forcing 3 people to go with the Ghost. Really great response to that B main contact. Excellent response. They start with the Judge in B main to try and fight anybody that's walking up. They find the first one, and at that timing, we have the Euro ult straight through A, clears out absolutely everything, recognizes there's nothing there, and then holds A heaven, or B heaven rather.
It was very anti-focused. Like, do you remember how I mentioned like the ecos, AQ? I'll be blood. They are very creative. They do like the pick an extremity, fight forward, whether it's walking, whether it's util dumping, etc. And they just designed and countered around that. So let's close out that round beautifully. Deny the eco. DRG reclaim the lead. Nice to see. And so again, I want to see some more diversification from them, and in terms of their defensive setup there, I do like some of the. I think that's what Lotus does lend well. I will say is creative fights, like around Mound, around Rubble. So I'm not saying to stop those necessarily, but on the eco rounds at least, I want to see something fresh. But all in all, this round, I think. It's gonna be dicey. Look, we have Rolling Thunder, we have Overdrive for Eugen and Simon. On the flip side, though, Nightfall, and we're also one off from Ackman's Overdrive. So this could be a little Observer Nightmare on the C side if GRQ decides to give it up. Or is forced to.
And we're gonna see a pretty standard hit, I think. Yeah, we're gonna see a very standard hit. Simon's gonna find the first one, and I am GRQ gonna find the next one. Swings front side, very proactive of them. GRQ finds the third, and I don't think saw the TP above. Finds the TP now. I'm not dead yet, and commits to the play. Tries to jump over heaven, actually dancing around the side. What incredible micro from GRQ. Finds the 2 kills, the one running gun from close, the one onto Vakashu, and then just, I'm not dead yet, hops onto, like, swap, basically plays ring around the Rosie.
You know, there's parkour in the range. That's what parkour in the range is for. Moments like that, where you're parkouring your way out of the way, jumping up across the geography on Lotus. But I gotta say, hats off to Simon there in particular, right? Beautiful fault line right there on the choke as they're accelerating there. That allows that kind of paranoia combo, and then the aftershock as well to push them into the bend fight for GRQ. So he's looking more flexible on this role than any I've seen so far between VODs and between this. Maybe the Neon, but that's been very, very self-isolated, not like synchronized with the rest of the team. So hey, tied up here. Really nicely done as well. Got the Nightfall out here. And this is again, it's like we are just so back and forth here, because if they lose this round, they're going to be broke. It's going to be AQ taking the lead. I think that's why DRG looking to change things up. They got C-side, but that's not enough. They are going to fight forward.
What
and that is two.
Spray.
Blink and you'll miss it. It wasn't even a collab, but it feels like it was.
Yeah, finds 2 out of seemingly nowhere. I think they lined up in this. Yeah, and looking for 3, 4 potentially, but Daddy puts an end to his rampage, and it's hard if you're trying to retake from the side of AQ. It's not impossible. They have a lot of really strong crossfires. They have a lot of util to spend at the problem as well. So they just have to completely bail, disengage from this. And once again, like you said, it's a back and forth game. I think AQ's okay. They can force Simon as 2.9 in bank.
Yeah.
But the problem is, you won the last round. You're gonna get minimum loss bonus, so you only have 3.9. So you have to save anyway. You have to light/force buy. So at least we'll have a hero buy. Yeah, at least we'll have some kind of hero buy.
That's something I really do like about composition. There is just so much util on both sides, right? The compositions like these are why we have the new patch coming. No, I'm joking. And I think that is what's allowing DRG to have these kind of layered execs just getting on site, fighting forward. And then you can see even the little waterfall delays later on, like, there we go. I was curious about the Sova pick, so it being in conjunction with the Odin makes sense, but Eugen, we saw you on the chain with the Tour de Force, the op there, let's see it on the Neon. Seems like it's part of the A strategy again. They're trusting Simon and GRQ on this C hold, and this is the first time we're actually seeing GRQ on this Mound Island. I feel like, yeah, pick me up, speed boost out of there, but otherwise it's not really that safe. It is very kind of like live by the sword, die by the sword, and I think they're lucky that they didn't actually have to make that grandstand. And speaking of luck, Eugen might get his a day in the spotlight here with this operator over towards the A hold.
However, yours still has one flash in pocket. I think Gatecrash is going to be committed, yeah. So Gatecrash and the Basal Drift are committed. So if it gets too hard, they can bail. But he's just going to play spoiler, looking for absolutely everything. And yeah, that is the most standard play pattern you've seen this entire year. And Spirit Z1 is going to find 2 kills here. I'm GRQ going to find a kill into Vakashi though, and trying to even things up a bit. But eyes on GRQ.
Got sight. We're clearing out tree. We're good to go. Spirit Z1, regroup. Info on one of the 2 remaining last players. And these were your C players, and it looks like we've called a save yet again. And that wasn't even a hero, it was a full buy from that team. So that is Operator down. Odin down. too expensive weapons cannot even be recollected in this round. So just an utter dismantling of this A main idea. This is where I think if you are AQ, you entirely flip the map. Not gonna lie to you. You
Push
might not
through
have an
CT on their
operator.
A hits.
No, I'm not. I don't want them to push. Stop pushing. Like, yeah, fight and then hold up, set up lines, right? I want the breach stun. I want the paranoia, etc. to set up an A line with your neon, like with an aggressive like you know how you can put them on like the wall angle. Just put your neon there, bro. Maybe you have a little omen TP up, etc. I want the breach on that side instead of the mount hit. Now, DRG, yeah, they could go C here, but I think we need an A main presence. We need to scare them away, so we don't think they can just run away with that control and get away with plays like this. Like, Spirit Z1 is aiming. This is what I said. When he is showing up in the server, it gets that much more difficult. Like, turn it up from, like, normal to expert difficulty type beat, but... Okay, hey, timeout. Let's see if they do what I asked for after the timeout. Let's see if they're discussing my idea.
Yeah, I think a big thing that I wanted to bring up is Simon. I think historically, because you were talking about the roles, and I think a lot of successes that AQ is actually finding is whenever Simon is not supporting via util but supporting via guns. I think historically Simon's always been at his best when he has the solid util to throw, and on top of that, when he's creating enough problems as an individual initiator for his team to go do what needs to be done. So the C hits that were working where GRQ is getting 3, Simon's trickled in there. Simon's like in the mix. He's finding kills. He's throwing util to actually dissuade people and then getting kills to open up other angles for your teams to swing through. And I feel like when he's so segmented and so separated from all the fighting, struggles to find a lot of value. And I think AQ needs to find a way to put Simon in positions where he can support via guns, not support by util, but support via just the presence of his gun alone. And yeah, this is a mix-up here.
Don't use your util, guys.
Yeah, just you're gonna fight them anyway. Simon's really good on the fights. Why does Danny not have a? Okay, Danny has a gun. But just setting him up so you can actually support more on the util fight. I just realized there's no sentinel as well on the side of AQ. I guess there wasn't enough. Yeah, there wasn't enough sentinel in this.
I guess that makes this defensive half that much more impressive and shows why they are in fact just fighting gun ho. Hunter's Fury as well on top of it just to keep them sandwiched here over towards spawn. They've completely crushed out any A presence here. The Reclear trying to pick up the pieces outside of Seaside as well. Pretty good. I feel like it could have been worse, honestly. Like getting Simon shut down, huge player like we mentioned, out of the puzzle. Yeah, you lost Flexum, yeah, you lost Vukashu, but you still have the overdrive, you still have your fragger, and you still have info with a full, by the way, Kid of Fade utility. So let's see what the rebound looks like, right?
Do you know what's hilarious? Eugen ended up A main by running down B, into attacker spawn, into A lobby, into A main, and then ran B again. He literally ran a full circle around the entirety of Funside B as GRQ took a risk, and the risk, the entire house is cascading like a house of cards. His Aspen's gonna fall as well. FFS is down, and Eugen has to pull God's work, has to get an ace to secure just any kind of semblance of a victory, and they had it. Where? Why? What? Why? Why did they? It was within their hands. They had all control of absolutely everything, but over peaking, no? Just always fighting.
Yeah. That's
taking
like
fights that they
we
don't
need to touch the coach cam to see them face palming because that's a round they should not have lost. Like you mentioned, 2 players just over peaking. Okay, the Clove one, very, very warranted. Getting information by pushing out C should have gotten the Spirit Z1 kill. But whoever it was that I feel like I don't know what that was, but I think it was sit down of some variant. That sounds like sit down to me. And what was I gonna say? The overpicking A main was also just a problem. So again, AQ, they are their own worst enemy at times. But look at this, DRG. Okay, they are the ones with the momentums. They are the one trying to carry things forward into a death ball of a half. Oh, 3v5, bro. 3v5. There's the trans. Yeah, okay, what we were saying. They should not have lost that.
those very close. Yori got a new haircut via Ballistics Incorporated. This is like this is the start that they should have been playing the entire round of the last one, where they got those kills, just settling into like an actual good post plant, because look at how much damage. Flexen's literally on 1 HP. Akman's also on 1 HP in a dream, and he's gone. And they have this
Eugenist.
with the stinger as well. Oh, gonna get flushed out of here.
Oh, the camera. Now they're gonna refight, reclear the space. Ooh, I could see like a Simon stun through the revolving door here, and that could give them some grounds. But finally, it is an eco where they didn't fully fight out and lose half of the team. We're gonna see them actually try to counter or retake on the C site together. If this works, I'm gonna be so happy. But Spear Z1 is difficult. There's time on their side though. There's 10 seconds left. They can do this.
Yeah, very feasible. Very feasible all of a sudden is. There's no time. There's no time, and Vakashi is struggling at the nature of. I looked just now, Vakashi has 0 kills in 7 rounds. He's just died 7 times. He's struggling to get off the ground. And despite that, DRG is winning. Like, imagine a world in which he's actually like finding a lot more success, but like you said, the switch up from AQ and the most standard of retakes, and I argue they could have flawless that if the Fade Eye didn't like grab Eugen from where it was. Eugen got flushed out of 2 spots. Cammed out of C, cammed out of C main, and then cammed out or like revealed on C site. So
what troubles me about this round is it doesn't feel like AQ did anything that forced DRG to be up against the clock. Am I wrong? It felt like they just kind of dilly-dallied and spawned. Like, yeah, the Neon was deep, but they effectively cleared that out with a singular spy cam. They just kind of hung out. I mean, yeah, there was the early A main fight, and they, like, tested the waters over there. I think there was a revolving door hit, right? Bucky didn't have to fight it. But overall, it definitely felt like they second-guessed themselves. Yeah, it was a good read. They were going to run into a stack on the A site, but they then just need to be aware of the clock, and that feels like maybe what this DRG timeout is. It's just, you know, a little fine-tuning. Right, guys, make sure to keep the clock in mind. Let's be careful, because AQ, they, yeah, normally are go fights. The fact that they got to play that retake game, that's what I want to see, is, again, the more diversification of the ecos, and we got it! Woo! Alright. Do we think we need a 6-6 half here? Oh, it's your turn to cast or something. I've done too much of it this stream.
Do I think we're going 6-6? No, because Spirit Z has a Aura ulti again, and he's very proactive about using it. So I think at least one more round for the side of DRG, just based off that ulti alone.
Okay.
Because I was thinking that it's just been a big theme today in the last 2 games, especially in upper semifinals, which is just risk aversion. We're so scared of making the mistake that we play incredibly slow rounds, and almost get beat by the clock. I think almost been beat by the clock 6-7 times. Playing this very fanatic playstyle, but because of the nature of how disciplined everyone is, you're not really getting those first blood, so you're more likely to get into just a brawl onto the actual site hits.
Okay, FFS, Odin in hand. Surprised there was no punish or spray, right, with that Odin. They're kind of keeping it concealed for the time being. Here it comes, there it is. Paranoia though, not really much punishment. It actually comes from behind. Spirit Z1. Once again, with the Dimensional Drift, is able to strike again, opens up the safe site's plant, but look, they're knocking on the door already. AQ somehow avoid the spy cam intel. They don't know that 3 players are about to roll up immediately from main. Nice kind of damage control from the util out of Nick, but it's still not enough. Danny, who's had a quiet map with the roll swap, comes alive, gets a pivotal 2-piece, equates things with Simon as well, sprinkling in a kill into the mix, gives us a 2-on-2.
Yeah, there's options, a lot of options here. First person for Kachi. Both enemies revealed. I'm GRQ. See if we can get something done here, but it's hard. It's very hard. We mentioned the Aura ult, but at least the Aura ult's off the table. Unfortunate to grab an Odin and then get Aura ulted, but working through a bit of the mess, as it were. But AQ has one more round. Defense side is always statistically the harder side on Lotus. And their comp seems very geared up for always quarreling, which has been their newfound personality. Come attack side, so.
Yeah. Like, to be honest, I think with this composition, 4 is enough. 5 would be, like, insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, honestly, no duelist. Sorry, no sentinel, I should say. Like a clove, a duelist, a breach. And then, I mean, they're looking like they are trooping right towards that 5. They're like, okay, Zoba, you told us to stop fighting. We are not listening. Okay, we're just gonna fight. Like, if they're winning, I mean, like, you can't complain about it, honestly. And that's, again, DRG needs to be ready for it. They usually are! The drone just body block the Omen?
That's I thought, I don't know.
Is that your sub attack? Oh, okay, this is guys, we cannot throw another 3v5! Oh, okay, we're good.
It's a 2v1. Can we throw a 2v1 is the real question, is Ackman put in a position to succeed here. There's a lot of isolated gunfights, a lot of isolated options, and never mind, that solves one problem, yeah. Using the Omen from the shadows to just double up and make sure that regardless of what happens, it's going to be a 2v2.
A lot of util on the Clove side. Ackman only with the fast lane in hand. Maybe could use that to fragment a fight. Feels like he's getting in his own head though, and that is going to allow the systematic clearance of B site, and they're going to be there to pounce almost immediately as soon as they hear the spike plant Q. So I'm thinking that the probability is dipping of this round getting clutched with each passing second. Now the box plan even can get wall banged, hopefully, from GRQ. And it is signed, sealed, and delivered. A 7-5 half. DRG up. But again, comp analysis. We are in for a roller coaster of a second half.
I wish I could do comp analysis. I don't know what any of this. I don't know. It's such an unknown variable. The closest I've seen to this style of comp was 2024.
What is the full Evil Geniuses comp with the Clove? I gotta go look this one up. Give me a second.
The Evil Geniuses comp? The comp that you should be looking at is EDG, the one with Simon, where it was Chichu on the Omen and someone on the... I forget who it was. But there was someone on the... I think it was Chichu on the Clove, actually. And then it was their Omen player on the Omen. So this comp is pretty like well repped. This is like, I would call this the EDG comp. Stylistically, the EDG double controller, in the same way that like Harbor Viper is the loud one. So this has that playtime. It has had success, especially on Notice, because you can just let your controller die on the other side of the map, which is good. At least on attack side, it's very, very prevalent, and 5 is enough.
Yeah. I think I found the EG one, which I just want to comment on. It's a Viper and a Cloak, which I think is supposed to solve the lack of a Sentinel probably, for that defensive half. So it's also Teo, Rip Teo meta, but yeah. So that's where that one comes from. But I think again, we saw it, we were like, okay, this is interesting. I think it just plays into the strengths of this team. I think Danny has some room to grow on the Omen personally. Again, not his fault. It's when I picked up Omen, oh my god, it's crazy. It's it's definitely an agent if you're not used to it, but overall, I mean, 7-5 here. Spirit Z1 as well in the server. We've got the leading team.
I think.
There's no. Is that what?
Is that ACS?
Is that,
I think so.
But like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. But like, over what though? You know, there's no way it's this map.
Over this half, maybe. It might be.
The series?
Or like on track to be 300 or something. But all I know is it's
Perhaps.
a lot. Whatever that number is, it's a lot. And it shows, I think Spirit Z1 was a non-factor. I can argue Spirit Z1 was a non-factor in the first map. And it become very relevant just from 17 and 8. Just from...
It could be this map, yeah.
Yeah. Your clones and your shorties alone. Spirit Z1 has found a lot of relevance in this map. Let's see if you can keep it up.
It's like a kill contract, but it's a dimensional drift, like, kill contract, like conversion rate at this rate. It's like, how many dimensional drifts equally kill? And it's like almost all of them for Spirit Z1. And he is not done searching for these kills. Look at this. Ball line goes awry. He should be good for at least one, but no gate crash out. FFS. Good for the trade. I say that's a fair trade. Duelist for a duelist. I mean, you don't have a secondary duelist for the side of AQ, but something tells me they'll get by just fine with GRQ or Simon or Danny. But
yeah, we have Clove. What do you mean?
Yeah.
We have
you don't need an entry if you have a lurk player. Look at Danny. I didn't expect the lurking Omen. I'm not gonna lie.
We have Viper at home. Meanwhile, Danny.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey. Larger range of smokes in the Clove, so you want to keep your Clove at your side, let your Omen lurk. In the meantime, though, Ackman, a lot of pressure to get a kill or at least survive here on the B side. Wallbang's not aligning, and at this point, I want them to try to get into the B side, and then, or I was gonna say maybe go blue room to A, but this is a safe route. I like it. Again, AQ playing discipline, not getting ahead of themselves, understanding again the weight of this pistol to tie things up right out the gate. Now the question is, how far does Danny want to go here? He's paranoia still too.
Yeah, playing for this really long angle because he has the ghost. Oh, doubled up with Simon as well for the orb. Oh, Simon is going to
Whoa.
run into a lot of opposition, yeah.
There it is.
Very close out. Yeah, Simon was playing with fire. Simon was playing with his life. Trying to go for that orb before the plants, but they close it out. Very confident, I think, C take from the side of AQ. That stun was not necessarily where you wanted it to be, but there's no better stun in those when presented with those options. And
yeah,
Danny with the lurk kill was massive
through
for the success of that round.
There's that beautiful paranoia too, just to cap off the round. They look like they're getting on lock in terms of the util combinations, so that's also really cool to see with this composition. Very light buy here. Look at this. They look like they want like Vandals on the third. We have yet to see, okay, I will say, this buy right now in this series alone, like, is so cursed, right? They're usually losing like everybody in these rounds. It has not been pretty, and looks like AQ is just about to disrupt that curse. 2 kills already found to shut down the most aggressive and active players in Achman and Spirit Z1. Looking to make this a flawless spiel, and then they would have 2 Vandals or a Phantom, right, for Simon and Danny. If they do that on the third, I would be scared of the bonus conversion.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble saving into this round, but I think they feel confident with their ability to fight it. So,
and this is smart too, because if Danny dies, you're just giving them a ghost. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, repeating literally the first round of the game.
Oh. And can we repeat the same outcome? Yes, we can. And now,
That's
do we call them back? Yes, we do.
That's criminal.
And we got confirmation of at least 1 player on C as well after the drone. Oh, he's all the way through spawn.
With the ghost as well.
Wow.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. That's actually crazy micro. Or macro, rather. To send Danny there, that's also blessed timing. I argue, because I think Flexen went into smokes the second within 24 frames of Danny swinging that, so.
Alright, if anybody can die, FFS can die. He does not have a weapon of any kind. The trade from Danny. Alright, Danny, I'm sorry that I told you that your omen wasn't good. No, I'm joking. It's been great. It's been great. The util support's been good. But the lurks are actually going crazy for Danny. I mean, okay, like I said, he's played Cypher before. He's played Vice before on Abyss, on Haven. So it is up his alley, right? It feels like honestly, I've never seen so many flex players on the same team. And right now, AQ is just capitalizing off of that. Like, fully. It is absurd how well they are doing. And now, like we kind of predicted, here come the Vandal purchase in Danny's hands. Simon carrying the Sheriff over. That's also a choice.
This is a crazy angle for Achman. He gets tagged up. Yeah, tagged up a bit. I don't know what got him. I think it was the Vandal spray, the rifle sprays. But the picture's clearing up a bit for them, not having to spend so much util, at least knowing that Flex and Achman are towards this A side, and it's a 4-person stack on toward the A side. They're playing for heavy flood, heavy fight at the chokes, and Flat's gonna come through, but Eugen is not blind, Danny's not blind, finds 2 kills, the relay bolt's gonna land. TP's gonna be expended to try and escape, managed to escape with his life. Spirit Z1 gonna get 1 kill onto Danny. Vandal is dropped, but can be upgraded because Simon only has a Sheriff. Fukashi is rooted here, can't actually contribute to this A fight, so it's a bit awkward. But it's okay. Bears dividends because it's not going to be an A fight at all. Contact to down B is AQ, seeing if they can find a kill onto Fukashi. A matter of timing, a matter of initiative, and can Fukashi warm up at the right time here? 2 and 10 gets timing by the cage, gets spammed down through his own cage. FFS going to find the kill here. Transitioning onto a C hit, and it's 2v... Make that it's 2v3 now. Spirit Z1 finding a kill onto the over-eager Eugen. I think Eugen still had the outlaw in hand, so Spike is down. Guns are being handed over. How's it gonna work? Spirit Z1 doesn't have any flashes. Has no flashes to speak of, has only 1 glade flash and is the clone. Flex only has the paranoia in pocket, but the high-low here is looking very strong. Swings through the first one, but doesn't get any kills there as Flexen. Set up for success here with the better weaponry, but blatant disadvantage of numbers alone is the high-low here. Gonna peek into another one, and it's way too strong. Simon upgrades the gun, and for the first time in as many rounds, AQ's either brought a tie or pulling ahead. I think they're 8-7 now.
And they are 8-7 out of the bonus round. And they didn't even buy 2 rifles, and they lost the Vandal, and somehow they still played that post plan perfectly. And honestly, I wasn't too much of a fan of DRG splitting up here either between Waterfall, between Flexen and Spirit Z1. I mean, FFS is just like such a humble IGL and leader, by the way. I just want to put that out there. Bro's like, take my weapon even though you have less HP and a lower shield. I thought it was going to be like, okay, get down, Mr. President, you have the post-plant ult of the Hunter's Fury, but no, he was baiting for the team. Like, I'll die first. Speaking of dying first, Achman, first blooded immediately. Just solo walking up A. Not much tradability to be seen. In the meantime, speaking of walking up here, 3, again, just contact clearing main. I think I did see a little bit of a flash out of Spirit Z1 here to try and set up this kill towards the GRQ, but look at this. They've handled it. Revolving door play. They're good to go. Threat neutralized, and they just continue on with business with a C exec.
Yeah, trying to find any work. The thing I wanted to note is, with the nature of the Clove, you kind of have a ticking time bomb in terms of when you can stop fighting, you know? It gets to a point where you can't dictate what fights you take at any point in time, and AQ's so dominant right now that they're going to dictate all the fights, but once GRQ gets that ult going, once GRQ gets that not dead, or not dead yet alive, or, yeah, going, you know what I mean, then it becomes problematic. Because then you refight into space that Clove is actively fighting, Clove dies, they pop ulti and then they refight you again. So all of these little kills are going to add up. That's 2 kills on the round. That's 2 kills closer to ulti, and I think 2 more rounds and you suddenly have 10-7, 11-7, 12-7 is an ult round for Clove, which is almost a guaranteed win just from the fact that GRQ is like actively shooting, actively an Avengers level threat right now. So yeah, DRG calling this timeout because with all the ultis online, it can get away from you really, really quickly.
I mean, DRG, tournament favorites. AQ's is questioned on the map, on the series. And honestly, they're just trying to prove everybody wrong. I mean, 3rd time's the charm here, especially on Lotus. Unorthodox comp that just is working for them. And like you mentioned, is rooted in history, right? Simon bringing it in. Sunshine probably bringing it in from the ODG days, right? Like an analyst for that squad. Like, that is super, super impressive. And I'm glad that you dug that up as well, because it's showing that they put the thought into, okay, what matches our team, what can we bring out, and they took the risks as well with some of the role shuffles. I mean, Danny went from the next to FFS on the scoreboard to now 14-7 this half, right? Every player is delivering. It's not like, okay, we have a one standout like we did in the previous map. Like, this is super, super impressive here. And again, this is now out of that timeout, a must win for DRG, like you mentioned, and that is exactly why they're throwing everything towards this B exec, and somehow Eugen has come away on top and was looking for more.
But Ackman's not going to take this line down. Finds the first kill. Yeah, the paranoia is crazy. As Ackman finds 4, I'm GRQ all by his lonesome.
He knows.
1 HP and finds the ace. That's 2 aces for the last 2 series. As he just stands up, like there's nothing that needs to be said. It's like just so fast and so, dare I say, flat. I don't know, from AQ, it's so flat. It didn't feel like they even contested at all.
The ults are artificial, bro. The 100 doesn't matter. But I think that's the second Neon ult of the day. We had one over on Sunset in our first series, and now one here. Achman make it look easy, line up like dominoes, knocked down. But again, when you've won the opening 4 rounds of the half, you're gonna have money to burn. You have more ults to burn, right? Simon, Rolling Thunder in hand. I think that is a rare, just kind of like slap to the face. I think it's a rude awakening, like, hey, this is a serious team. They can win these fights if you fight into them. So be a little bit more cautious, be a little bit more careful. And I think that's what we're gonna hopefully take towards this A fight. A 3-stack heavy for Dragon Ranger Gaming here. So curious to see if it's just more of a directed investment. They don't have any real like grip over B main either, so it's not gonna be like a B split. It doesn't seem like for the time being. Yeah, could make it one if close scales.
GRQ has been actively playing for like very late transitions into a lot of these rounds. Oh, the
They didn't clear the corner.
Ackman finds one. Yeah, Ackman finds one because the Rolling Thunder didn't quite hit. Spritzy one. With the ult, he's gonna find two and find Spike.
Huge.
GRQ with that late contest, gonna find Vukashi, who's really struggling to find any kind of purchase this game. Spritzy one overshot it, anticipating a C hit gen. Now they have to play a B post once, 2v3. GRQ potentially setting themselves up for a lot of team fights here. Get that ult going.
Okay. Clone, double flashes, a lot to work with here. Dark Cover back online too if they want to get somebody on the spike to try and chance or flush out this util. Tap good, metal out, first flash unfortunately does not work when Danny is challenging so far ahead, and Flexen doesn't even get a chance to play the game. Double digits on the board now for the side of any questions, and honestly that was just gorgeous back-to-back mid-round calling out of any questions as well, right? You see that little pause. Okay, are we going to B? Are we committing here? Our Clove, we're not far enough up B main, not far enough up pillars. Okay, commit to the A side. Oh no, we're getting impacted on the A. Okay, Clove now is deep enough in position B. Takes down the Cypher who had active util on the B side just in time for the blue room position players to come through. They find the kills, they flip the script, they get the numbers back, and they lock in the 2v3. And now money is
Another
gone.
eco.
AQ.
Yeah.
Yep, they've set themselves up towards 11.
However, Neon Overdrive, they're very... AQ is hyper aware of this Neon Overdrive. Yep, they're sitting in spawn. I can't talk. I'm on my computer, I'm in my spawn, I'm in my house, and I'm thriving, is apparently the approach for AQ. Not really challenging anything, trying to see what DRG does to try and get proactive. Very well aware that they're in control of the game right now, so... Don't need to force anything right now, at least not in the beginning. Eyes on GRQ though. GRQ's but slowly but surely building up that ulti we were talking about. Just from general passive contest alone. So Danny once again on that lurk, opening doors, selling that A fake, pulling bodies, 4 bodies over onto this A side. Fade moved over from B. We really only have the TP to ground themselves on the C hit, but yeah, it's going to be a B pop, and they have the luxury of just taking these really long range fights. And Spiritsy one only has the sheriff. Potentially can find something. As Eugen,
you can see them fighting back tendencies to fight forward here. They're like, let's not donate any weapons. Let's trust our players like Danny, who from lurk to offside anchor is just delivering from all levels. And now there's major disconnect. You saw the thought process. Vukashu and Nick maybe wanted to swing out together, but it just does not work. Every player going to their death on a journey alone here, and in flawless fashion. The entire team is standing. The entire team is confident in their abilities to upset and get a 2-0 here, right now on DRG's pick of Lotus. This is going to be everything this round, right? DRG loses it, they are broke. It would be 12. Script the bottom of the barrel, see what you can do, and it would be an insane comeback to have to achieve 4 in a row. They have ults to do it, and it's just unfortunate that DRG doesn't have another timeout to take in a pivotal time like this.
Yeah, I think the worst case scenario, this is it, right? This is the round you need to be spending on those ults and hope you get value.
Oh, absolutely.
But the read isn't correct. The read is blatantly incorrect. There's 4 people on A side when their hit is... So thematically looks like it's going to be a C1. Vukashu, yeah, Sheriff backside is 2 and 15. Can he get something done? If there's ever time for him to be a hero, it's like this is going to be a big one. But the stacks are balancing. People are repositioning, readjusting to a potential B pivot.
Like, I can't even pull in a memory like a day where Vukashu has had this bad of a map. Like that's how you know something is going wrong here. And it could just be a day of thing, right, too. So for now, I mean, AQ's taking full advantage, just overwhelming the Cypher util, busting their way into sight with, again, it feels like minimum utility. It's more just to prevent the reflood that could and is being set up by DRG. Here come the ults, here comes the paranoia. and they haven't really gotten to move in off of any of it. There's Bukashu that we know. Sheriff kill found, but again, it's Danny for a multi-kill. 2 found. GRQ as well on top of it. Flexin trying to refresh, but the controller diff continues to deliver. And guess what? GRQ is not dead yet. We're starting to see the old AQ that's pieces apart come to light, though, as Nick holds on for dear life and rides it out to keep their chances alive.
Yeah, it's required a monumental Herculean level of effort and skill. Vukashu had to shake himself out of his slump to find that opening kick onto, I don't even know who it was, but had to find a really massive pick.
Simon.
Yeah, onto Simon of all people.
Immense delay, Yuto.
And all the trades were close, and I think that clutch came down to 7 HP.
Why does Eugen swing there instead of waiting for the Clovres?
Yeah,
that's my only question.
Yeah,
that would have been perfect. Then you tag team it and Nick doesn't clutch. You're sitting on 12 with a broken buy for DRG. Now it feels like DRG is right back in at 2 rounds separating these two teams. Still have the overdrive to lean into here as well. Neural theft as well. Feels like, yeah, they've just kind of given them a second lease on life to try and now invest the latter half of their ults to get this comeback across the finish line. We've had too many fake comebacks today. When will it end?
I mean, I don't think it's a fake comeback quite yet. I think it's just the match has been so tightly contested. Even from the last one, the map's been very tightly contested. Went to OT even. So how are they going to maneuver all of this is the real question. Outlaw back in hand for Eugen, trying to see if he can work some space, create some havoc here, but with the slow tendency for this round, yeah, how can they play this? How can they play through this?
Yeah, they did enough damage, right? With Nick being the only one to survive, they already knew the money's iffy. Plus, Eugen has the overdrive, so it can still be that entry force for the team when they regroup, which looks like it's going to end up over towards B. This is interesting, though. An FFS lurk instead of a Danny lurk. I kind of like it because he needs a kill. He can get the A main one for the Hunter's Fury and play away from the rest because you want to be as far away from this action as absolutely possible. Achman dives in. Simon, good for the trade. And in the meantime, it should be a B plant. Once again, kind of down to the wire here in terms of time. Why are we fighting for it when there's 12 seconds on the clock? The world may never know, but it will inevitably put a spanner in the round and get DRG to double digits.
Very I don't know what the thought process is.
A little
I
miscall.
don't know what the thought process is.
Maybe just didn't know the time. That's the only thing I can think of. Like,
it's a bit misguided. Yeah, it's very misguided. I'm not gonna lie. To see how we ended up in these situations doesn't really make sense. We have all the control and we've had all of C main control. Just, I guess the yips. I guess paranoia. I guess a bit of trauma speaking through on the server there is AQ, shadow of their former selves.
I think we heard the revolving door maybe, and they were worried about Spirit C1 there, and that's why. But I think there just wasn't enough time, like to make. We know there wasn't enough time to make that play. They were probably just afraid of it, and that's where again I get a flashback to DRG. If you remember, like when they knew they were getting flanked, they all just stood their ground. I call them meerkats, head on a swivel. They all like fought and handled the threat together. That's again the differentiation between these two teams, right? AQ on a heater, like just fresh momentum, steamrolling off this new composition, off finally feeling like they figured out Lotus, and DRG just this well-rounded squad, confident in their identity, confident in their plays, just kind of struggling day of. So again, chance to put things away or at least close things up here.
I mean, it wouldn't be a DRG AQ game without it being somewhat close. I think the bigger problem is the reasons why it's close. Losing the monumental rounds, and on the bright side, I think for AQ they've weathered a lot of the ultis.
FFS has 16 assists.
Yeah, he's
on a Sova, that's crazy.
My IGL, my true support. Spirit C1 in similar pistol fashion finds 3 kills. Omen ulti gives you a lot of advanced positioning, but unfortunately not going to stop Spirit C1 if Spirit C1's going to go on a heater, yeah. Spots FFS, if ever there's any time to shoot, and that's a crazy cadence. This is the same round that they lost on pistol, and it happens again.
And I need a replay to see, like, did they just not invest enough utility there? What allows Spirit Z1 to get away with it? Okay, not stun. We don't flash through the one-way. No stun. So it feels like there's an underinvestment of utility. It feels like at this point they're almost underestimating Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? So I need to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more thorough for the time being. And is it a miracle that they've had this many back-to-back buys on the side of any questions at this rate? So let's just run it back. Yeah.
There you go, management's been excellent. Actually, that you bring that up. Hunter's Fury. Gonna be committed, yeah? Spirit Z1, I think Spirit Z1 committed the ulti. The GRQ's gonna find 2 kills here. Even while fully revealed, Spirit Z1's giving a lot of the good info, but the shots just aren't landing on the side of DRG, but he's gonna find 2 shots of his own. And Vakashi's gonna rotate through, but rotate a little too little, or too little too late. And FFS, the true support, a man who's in every single instance an impact fragger, similar to Winner from the last game, finding a lot of the really big frags when he needs to. And if not, then it's his entire team that's actually like pulling the weight. And GRQ was asleep the last couple of rounds, woke up this one. A pretty easy shot from the standing Omen and a pretty difficult shot on Ackman, followed by pretty standard one onto Nick, and that's all that you need. That's just the consistency that you need, especially when you're this deep into the game. So
yeah, and they didn't really use much util there. It was just very, very strong, just team play, tag teaming off each other in terms of the fight, right? Especially Eugen with that judge just baiting movement, both on the initial kill on to Nick and even just the follow-up kill on to Spirit Z1. Now they're trying to conquer their demons of the sea site, more specifically Spirit Z1 here this time around. See how they're able to achieve it this time. So with the util, looks like it's coming into the Rolling Thunder. They're actually hidden by the ruse. They've just gone past it. The sea is keeping them in place and rebounding Eugen into the correct fight. And just like that, the round crumbles. Possibly the map in the series crumbles underneath Dragon Ranger Gaming's wings. It's gonna be Ahmed, the rookie, brought up from the academy team in the 1v4, isolating fight after fight. Revolving door exposes no one else vulnerable, slicing the pie, but even the 1v1 against Danny is not enough. And just like that, celebrations and screams on stage as the 2-0 upset has been cemented in the upper semifinals of the VCT China Ascension tournament. They will go on to the upper finals to face off against Rare Adam versus your franchise fallen team, Dragon Ranger Gaming. Elimination and a lower bracket run against Octagonal Disposition Gaming. Whew! Mouthful.
What an opener! What an opener for semifinals, adding a lot of context to this. And we spoke about this in the beginning. If you are ODG, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If DRG wins, you're versing a team that is AQ, which evidently is in one of the best forms they've ever been, good enough to upset DRG. If DRG loses, now you're playing DRG in lower bracket, and it's just because of how consistently AQ played that I think we had a lot of doubts. We had a lot of question marks about how this team was going to perform and what is going to be the winning factor and what are going to be the winning pieces. And with all of those questions, the one thing that's not in doubt is that this is a good team. I think this is a great team that's shown up when they needed to. A lot of the players have shown up as individuals. They have a lot of versatility on their back and fundamentally a lot of consistency and stability in their roster. So the stability in the personalities, not necessarily in the agents, but and it shows. It shows. I think that level of experience shining through, that level of just general drive, how badly they want it, and you see it from when they're standing up on stage, absolutely sending it across. That these guys wanted it. They wanted it more, and it shows on the server.
Yeah, honestly, like part of me is saying that I really want a best of 5 rematch, like lower finals between AQ and DRG for elimination, but with the form AQ was playing and the confidence that is energizing them, I can see this team being Rare Adam and being your top seed grand finalists, and that is also a scary prospect. But regardless, Dragon Ranger Gaming again, I think they weren't in full form today. Again, I mentioned a lot of these rounds is not how they typically are satisfactory playing them. The buys really weren't going their way on the conversion rounds. A few pivotal thrifty rounds on especially map 1 slipped through that we mentioned they'd be kicking themselves for in VOD review. So again, I think there's more to expect from this team. We've seen what this team is like at their best on the champions level, at the top of the Chinese region. and we're just gonna be waiting for them to return to that form in lowers. But all in all, AQ, more surprises. I mean, Danny, whew, I know I said I was biased towards him for being NA collegiate talent, but now he's giving us a reason to root for him otherwise. I mean, he's trying to steal Simon's flex title at this point.
No, for sure. I think the one narrative I'll always...
他们进了，给震，进了，低了，上来一个人，有眼，肩膀可以发一个吗？开直接补发点，地线要落，闪光，去，可以，我不震了，nice， 飞机掰，左手，没时间了，走，nice， 拿枪，小心数，别口了，我震了，没白了，别急。 利用残血，哎，近点 ，nice， 别急，全部人暂停，没有我给闪，闪光，进，80，来，80，不上，nice， 上哪一 ，let's go，sit down。
No, and I'm GRQ, our Clove, getting MVP
both map
on
MVPs, I
both
think.
match MVPs. I think so. Wasn't it Danny on map 1?
Oh wait, maybe it was Danny. They were very similar in kills. I do remember that though.
Yeah. The one big thing that I would say, just as a general like thought, is Simon went from being world champion in 2024, has a fallout with EDG this year, and now he's posited in potentially a position to make a run back into VCT CN. So it's definitely something to keep your eyes on. Taking this roster of relative rookies, people who've never gone the distance, and there's an argument, we always talk about the GOATs of North America, the GOATs of EMEA. There's an argument that Simon could potentially be one of the GOATs of CN. Just with the current form and the cadence that they're on and the roster that he's in the position to develop a roster to the roster that is. But AQ, upsetting DRG is a start. Definitely a mark for your legacy to ascertain your validity. 323 ADCS on Spirit.
I mean, that just proves that even when they're losing against some of these star players are absolutely fragging. Whether it was Simon in the group stage when they had their losses with their Spirits he won here today, still with the 323 ACS. I mean, I think again it's a statement that DRG wasn't their best versus AQ truly was today. And I really am glad that you kind of brought up that challengers versus tier 1 kind of differentiation, because I mean we just had a bunch of challengers players brought up and they won champions, right? And now we get to see a team that was at champions DRG up against challengers players in their own region, and we see that same level of competition. And I think it proves that, you know, Riot may be making the right decision letting these challengers teams have that direct access to champions next year. And it makes us excited to see that a team like AQ literally is in that position. I could see, like, this is a team I could see making that full run all the way in that kind of 2026 environment, if they don't already make franchising like they're on track to do if they keep up this performance like we just saw with this 2-0 series.
Keep in mind, DRG was in a similar position, no? The last year they were the team that was just running through Ascension, and now they almost got 2 champs. They didn't have their full roster, and they could have made they had a potential to do a really deep run, become the new representative for CN. And now AQ stepping up to the plate. So passing of the proverbial torch, but like we said, the run's not over, the bracket's still ongoing. This is just uppers. DRG is still playing the tournament. They have one more chance in lowers to keep their dreams alive of ascending. But we're going to do the interview, and then we're going to do final thoughts.
欢迎 Danny 今天战胜了非常强大的对手 DRG， 现在感觉怎么样？
How are you feeling right now?
就非常的开心，很激动吧。
Yeah, he's like, I'm very emotional. So, I'm very happy about it.
非常高兴，就是非常高兴。那今天你们其实，在舞台上，我看到5个人都是非常有能量的。今天是用什么心态来面对？
So what's the mindset today? Like all of you are very energetic.
挑战者的姿态吧，然后毕竟他们是打过世界赛。
Yeah, it's like they have kind of like a challenger mentality because like DRG's played into internationals.
但是今天2比0，你们甚至要打得比他们更好一些。今天图一亚海悬城，虽然说很多人觉得这一张图会偏防守，但是双方其实在进攻方得分都会多一些。你觉得原因在于？
So why do you think that both teams like play better on attack and on ascent? Yeah, and he's like a lot of the calls are just very on point, and then they call a lot of like, very good timings. So they're talking about the eco after the pistol on Lotus. So was it like on the fly?
哦，当时是临场扣的，当时他是怎样给你们提出这个点子的？
我有点忘记当时的情况了，但是我就记得是临场当时就说出来。
He kind of forgot what the situation was.
关系也非常的好。那包括莲花古城这张图，你们的阵容也是变了很多。
They're talking about the Lotus comms and all the changes.
今天又换了，那你们自信的来源是什么？
How do you like stay confident on this?
来源就是我们5个人的英雄池都非常深吧。
And he's like, it's because like all 5 of our agent pools are quite deep, so we can be quite flexible.
地图上也有非常多高光的表现。那接下来要面对到 RA 了，有什么话想对？
Anything you want to see to RA?
没有什么特别的话想要跟 RA 说吧，我就感觉我们5个人调整好心态，然后。
And he's like, nothing much is most important is we all 5 of us adjust our mental and like keep up the form today. And that's it for the interview.
到这里就全部结束了，接下来让我们把画面交还给解说。
Yep, super it's cool to hear that insight. Just confident in the depth of their agent pool is an understatement from what we have seen across these maps. And I'm glad to see that they did finally figure out Lotus, because you are gonna have to get down to those best of 5s, that nitty gritty, whether it's in the lower finals or in those grand finals. Yeah, you can maybe get a double ban, but it feels like there's some other maps they might not want to touch in their pool. So it's great to see that now become maybe a shining spot as well. And it's also something now these teams are gonna have to turn around and ante really fast since this is the debut, because they keep switching it day to day.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing I heard from that was depth of agent pool. I think that's a massive thing, to be not only a rookie team or a team full of rookies and some veterans, but to have confidence in absolutely all your agents as an individual player, so then any problem is solvable, any problem is fixable, and adjustable is really good. I think the thing that warms my heart is he's in shock. It's not, there's no confidence, there's no yeah, I knew you'd do it, it's I can't believe we actually did, you know, like to have that as a developing player, to know that you can do it, to believe in the coaching structure and the systems behind you, and to believe in your emotional leaders, and I assume Simon, and your actual RGL and FFS is absolutely massive. So any questions, like I said, there's a lot of questions about any questions, but whether they're a good enough team to ascend, I don't think is in doubt. I think they are 1000%. DRG played a really close game. They have a couple of things that they need to adjust. But yeah, it was a very good series. Very good games today. Very good.
I mean, every single game went to double digits. Like every map went to double digits today.
Yeah.
Like that is absurd, and shows how close these top 4 are, and how like it truly is competitive, and they all have that shot and opportunity to ascend. But again, that is our 2 best of 3s for the day. Upper semifinals conclude. We have our matchups for tomorrow. Once again, to recap, it will be upper finals, I believe. First, Rare Adam versus Dragon Ranger. Sorry, Rare Adam. I'm writing the wrong script, guys. Rare Adam versus Any Questions Gaming, and Dragon Ranger Gaming versus Octagonal Disposition Gaming. They're gonna be matches that you don't want to miss. We'll get our first grand finalist, and we'll get our first eliminated team. Rigger.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think we're double shift again tomorrow, so yeah. So me and you will be here. I think we have the luxury of having seen the run these guys are going on, so we have a lot of the context, so we can actually speak quite confidently tomorrow on have these teams made the adjustments. I think a big thing is how quickly can you make those flips, especially in such short turnaround. So my general thoughts: money was a big thing today. Money was an absolutely big thing today, and if you're DRG and your AQ, you kind of want to be hammering down on those. And especially if you're, I think ODG managed their money really well. Rare Atom struggled to get money off the board, but they managed it well. And I think that's going to be a big thing for both games tomorrow. Just how do we deal with and how do we manage the money?
Yeah, I think Rare Atom and AQ, I think that's a rematch actually from the group stage, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So. I think I VOD reviewed that exact match before today, so that makes that really, really exciting to see as well. Like you mentioned, if they fix their issues from the group stage or not, that will be the final trial and testament, right? But outside of that, you guys got to see the bracket, got to see the breakdown. That means it could also be a rematch. I'll double check. ODG did not actually get to face off against Dragon Ranger Gaming in their group, so that one will be a new matchup. So exciting things, new and familiar, but all of that will be tomorrow. Thank you everybody for for supporting Project Horizon. Again, everybody here volunteers their time towards making this project possible, bringing together the VCT China and English speaking communities to just celebrate our love of esports and cover a region that truly is competitive and hecka entertaining, like what we saw today.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I think support cannot go. We cannot extend enough support, I think, to everyone who supports the Project Horizon. And further, it's an excuse to watch Ascension. I was talking about as a coach, it's really hard to watch it. So at least now we're bridging that gap between people who want to watch and are sort of gatekept out of by languages and lack of names and personalities. So thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for upper grand finals and then lower round 2. Cheers.